Well, very good morning, ladies and gents, and a warm welcome to Donington Park Circuit here in Derbyshire for day 2 of our weekend on BARC TV, presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. And it once again looks like we got us a convoy. Yes, convoy in the park here this weekend, celebrating everything trucking and truck racing. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action once again. We had an eventful day yesterday with a couple of races from the British Truck Racing Championship, plus a mayhem-packed race from the Silver Lake Citroen C1 Racing Series over 2.5 hours in the rain, with more spinning than you could possibly imagine. Getting ready for a day of racing today once again. Then the trucks will be out again a little later on. We start though with Caterham racing. The Caterham's always very close indeed. Big grids of them here for 25-minute races. The Sigma 135s, the Ford Sigma 135 horsepower engine cars from the Caterham Graduates Racing Club kick off our day's racing fairly shortly. That's followed by the first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship, and then the more powerful Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150 engine cars have their 25-minute race. After that, we're joined by the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, normally based at Alton Park up in Cheshire, the Northwest Sports and Saloons as they're known. A whole variety of different cars out in that one, everything from standard hatchbacks up to fully modified sports racing and specials. That'll be a 20-minute plus 1 lap race. That's followed by our second truck race of the day. That's after the lunch break. Then we'll have more Caterham racing later on. The Sigma 135s have their second race. A second race for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon cars. Then the final truck race of the weekend. And we close out with Caterham's at the end of the programme. So we'll be getting underway fairly shortly then with our first race of the day, hopefully. The track's slightly damp here at Donington. Hopefully it won't get too wet here today. A little bit of light rain in the air at the moment. Hopefully won't get as heavy as it did during the C1 race yesterday, when we had cars sliding, skidding and spinning all over the place in that one. It was certainly entertaining. And then in a few minutes we will have the first race of the day, which is for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Some extra action on track at the moment. Not every class of racing taking our coverage this weekend, unfortunately. We've also got action in the Fueltopia Live Arena next to the circuit, and hopefully Pointy, our correspondent from trackside, will be down there. Some of the we'll give you info on some of the stuff appearing there fairly shortly. At the Donington National Circuit, not using the Melbourne Loop, the full Grand Prix circuits to date. That's being used as the assembly area. Over in the arena we will have things like rallycross cars. I know Ollie O'Donovan, the former British rallycross champion, is here with a couple of his cars. We've got drift cars, drift trucks even. If you've seen drifting before, I bet you've never seen it done with trucks. And we saw that yesterday. Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver, a couple of our truck racers, doing a bit of drifting in the arena. We've got auto test competitions and plenty more besides. The Rallycross RX 150 buggies out as well for some action later on. Hopefully Pointy and our other correspondents will be down there at trackside up at Redgate Corner for some of the action from there. So I'll be starting in a few minutes' time then with the Caterhams, the Sigma 135 category. That's referring to the engines in these cars. Ford Sigma engines, 135 brake horsepower. How many cars have we got for that race? We should have 32 cars on the grid for our Caterham Sigma 135s. It's not a main championship round this weekend. It's a round of the Caterham Graduates Trophy, which is a competition designed for those who can't make all of the main championship rounds. So we'll have some of the less well-known, shall we say, names towards the front of the grid. The main championship challengers, some of them are here, some of them aren't. It's a mixture of different drivers for this one, but should be very entertaining. We saw them out at Thruxton, of course, alongside the trucks in July. And the Sigma 135 Championship, currently led by James McCall, number 50. He is on the grid today. He's qualified 5th fastest. He's not finished out of the top 2 in any race so far this year. Second in the championship, Alaric Barney, number 60. And third, Alistair Curry. We'll see all of them out there today, but some slightly unfamiliar names, with it being a trophy category round, have qualified at the front of the grid. So we'll bring you the grid fairly shortly. We'll be underway in a few minutes' time with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, formed back in the late 1990s for drivers graduating from the Caterham Scholarship, training novice racing drivers, and they've stayed together ever since. Some of them have been racing ever since the Caterham Graduates Racing Club was founded. I know in one of the categories, Jamie Elwood, car number 2, he's in the Sigma 150s now, has been winning titles in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club for 20 years now. We'll see him out looking for another championship this year. He'll be out later today. So the Caterham Sigma 135s will be out just as soon as our first session of the day comes to an end, and we'll bring you full action from that one over 25 minutes. Quick look forward to our next live action. That's on Bank Holiday Monday, August the 30th. We're at the beautiful Cadwell Park circuit up in Lincolnshire on August the 30th. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club will be in action that day with saloon cars of all ages, shapes and sizes. Saw them out at Brands Hatch recently, and a very enjoyable day indeed it was. The highlight for me was when a spot of rain hit during the pre-66 touring cars, and we had sideways minis and Hillman Imps everywhere. Hopefully the weather will hold off today. There's been a bit of rain in the air this morning. We had quite a bit of rain yesterday. Things slowly drying out at the moment here at Donington Park today. We may well hear from Pointy and also our ace interviewer Steve Jameson, who's down in the paddock today. We'll bring you any updates we get on the trucks as well, because a couple of trucks had problems yesterday. We saw a spectacular cloud of smoke from Brad Smith's race truck. I believe his turbo blew in the first race yesterday. We also saw Adam Bintz and Paul McCumiskey have a few problems as well. And in Division 1, Stuart Oliver went up in smoke in the first race. Perhaps the most significant incident was a very rare retirement for Ryan Smith. A 5-time consecutive champion pulled up while fighting for the lead with Martin Gibson in race 2, allowing Martin to take his MAN to victory. David Jenkins was the day's other winner in Division 1. Division 2 yesterday, the first race was won on the road by Scotsman Jock Borthwick for his first ever win, but he got a penalty for jumping the start. And therefore Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, inherited the win on his comeback to racing after a couple of years away. Borthwick made amends though by winning excuse me, the second race for Division 2, and was up there with the Division 1 trucks as well. His first ever win in the championship, the man from Scotland. We'll see if he can make it 2 out of 3 later today. But the Caterhams will be up first in a few minutes time then. We'll bring you the grid shortly.
Yes, second on corrected time, and indeed if you progress to the second, so Julian finishes in second place, 24, Sean Smith is third, 66, Stephen Bowling is corrected time to number 13, which means that it's number 68, Nick Bridgman in sixth place, Andy Byrne, number 30, finishes in seventh place, Joe is 8, Simmons number 51 is 9, Charlie Byrne stages completes the top 10. Chris Beattie number 85, very briefly early on, finishes in 11th place, Neil Shetland 16th of the ring bar,
Okay, we are now almost ready to get underway with our first race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135 category. The grid reads as follows. Qualifying took place yesterday for this race. Ben Buckley, number 42, was qualified fastest, alongside 86 Simon Shaw. Second row, 199 of Michael Curley and 131 John Cox. James McCall, the championship leader, number 50, is on row 3 alongside David Reed, number 62. And on row 4, Angus McLean in 61, number 130, Roger Gaunt. Row 5 is Alaric Barney, number 60, and 64 of Mika Lazarus. Tom Power and Paul Farrell on row 6, and on row 7, Chris Skillicorn and Ben Wheatley. Row 8, Oliver Smith and Alistair Melton, and then on row 9, Greg Curtis and Jonathan Moore. Beyond that, row 10 we have Neil Evans and Ian Fortescue, Julian Willis and Andy Cooper, then Robin Webb and Mark Noaro, then we've got Alistair Curry and Fraser Riddington, followed by Simon Martin and Michael Koo, Aki Hussain and Lydia Gould. In the final row, Simon White and Merton Wood. 32 cars we should have for a 25-minute race. Now the key to racing Caterhams is slipstreaming, particularly down the main straight here into the first corner at Redgate and also into the final chicane on the exhibition straight. The place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading going into the last corner, because somebody's going to be behind you and is going to slipstream past you. Do let us know if you're watching on our live stream today. A few of you have already done so. One or two of you who were at the circuit yesterday. Good to hear from you. Already over 100 of you watching on our YouTube live stream. Give us a like. We'll try and get as many likes as possible on the stream. A couple of cars being recovered from that first run of the day. And then we'll get the Caterhams underway very shortly. Then names to look out for include James McCall. As we say, he's been in the top 2 of every race so far this year. The Caterham graduates have already visited Alton Park, Snetterton, Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, Thruxton and Croft this year. They've got another weekend to go at Pembrey in Wales after this. Ian Stevens says on YouTube, watching from the Lincolnshire Wolds. We'll be up there on Bank Holiday Monday at Cadwell Park with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Hopefully you can join us for that one, Ian. 25 minutes then for the Caterhams. Ben Buckley leads them out in the blue number 42. There's no specific place to pop the grid, but we'll give you the grid anyway. And the way that they line up is at number 42, Ben Buckley starts on pole position, and alongside is number... Last couple of cars just lining up there at the back. Merton Wood in the grey number 13, alongside Simon White, number 57. But any one of about the top 10 on this grid, I reckon, could win this. The marshals getting the cars into line on the grid. There will be a green flag lap, and then it will be a standing start over 25 minutes of racing. Ben Buckley in blue, Simon Shaw in yellow and black on the front of the grid. Ben from Bishop Stortford, and Simon Shaw from Chinnor in Buckinghamshire. James McCall could well be the favourite though. Car number 50. Watch for his green and black machine starting on the inside of row 3. See the cars there on the right hand side of the picture are the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. They're getting ready for their qualifying session. It's 1 or 2 cars being cleared off the circuit from our previous race there. These cars, as we say, powered by identical Ford Sigma engines, 135 brake horsepower, designed to be as equal as possible, these cars.
97 and 95 is row number 8. Row 9 of the grid is number 35, which is Greg Curtis. And alongside Greg is number 47, which is Jonathan Moore. 35 and 47. And row 10 of the grid is going to be number 34, which is Neil Evans. And 142, which is Ian Fortescue. 34 and 142. The 11th row of the grid is 51. Julian Willis, number 90. Andrew Cooper, 51 and 90. Row 12 of the grid is 77. Robin Webb.
Second row of the grid, Michael Curley, number 199. That's the blue and black car there. And the red and black car of John Cox, number 131. Countdown being signalled from the start marshal's rostrum there. And then we'll get the
65, which is Lydia Gould, 92 and 65 in the final row of the grid. 32 cars having qualified yesterday. Number 57, Simon White, and 13, which is Merton Wood. 57 and 13. So they'll be shortly heading on to their formation lap. What's happened in terms of the championship so far? Well,
Okay, so the green flag is now waved on the right of your screen there from the marshals. So there'll be a final warm-up lap just to get some heat into their tyres, and we can take you through a lap of this Donington Park National Circuit. It's down the Wheatcroft Straights, named after Tom Wheatcroft, who reopened this circuit in the 70s, into the long right-hander of Redgate's Corner. And it's into Hollywood and down the Craner Curves, this spectacular and this weekend slightly slippery section of track. Track plunges away down the hill, and then it's onto the brakes for the old hairpin. Very easy to go off into the gravel trap on the outside there. We saw a fair few Citroen C1s do that yesterday. Big field of 32 Caterhams out there, all identical, except for their colour schemes. And it's along the bottom of the course, past the old Starkey's Bridge. And swing their way through the slight left up into Schwantz Curve, named after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz, and the right-hander at McLean's. And then they climb up under the final approach path to East Midlands Airport, just next door to this circuit, and then into the highest part of the course at Coppice Corner, which is a double apex right-hander. Tricky corner, that one, because as the track rises, you can't see the first apex on the way in. Then it's along the Exhibition Straight, past the Exhibition Centre on the right, and then into the Roberts Chicane, which flicks right and then left. Plenty of slipstreaming opportunities there. So it's the blue machine of Ben Buckley who leads them up to the grid then. Simon Shaw in yellow and black, Michael Curley blue and black, and then in red and grey, John Cox. There's James McCall rounding out the top 5.
For the club as well, they've got their 2 charities that they support, Sporting Bears, and they're in the paddock next to the
Alaric Barney, the black and blue car, number 60, will be one worth watching. 70 Tom Power in the Dayglow yellow car. Cars coming to the grid then for our first Caterham race of the weekend. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135 category here at Donington Park at Convoy in the Park 2021. Ben Buckley in pole position, Simon Shaw alongside him. Second row, Michael Curley and John Cox. Row 3, James McCall and David Reed. They've been battling with each other for the whole of the season. Row 4, Angus McLean and Roger Gaunt, rounding out the top 10, Alaric Barney and Mika Lazarus. Identical Ford Sigma 135 horsepower engined cars running on Yokohama tyres. And this will be a 25-minute race around a slightly damp and slippery Donington Park after rain yesterday. Overcast conditions here today at Convoy in the park. Last couple of cars moving into like the back of the grid. The marshals, once they're happy, will display the green flag. And then the red lights will come on. The green flag is waved from the back of the grid. The 5-second board is held aloft on the rostrum, waiting for those red lights to come on, and when they go out we will be underway. Time to go racing here at Donington Park, and away they go. 25 minutes of Caterham racing then. Good start by the pole sitter Ben Buckley. James McCall in the number 50, the green car. Watch for him down the inside. Slotting into second is Simon Shaw. Side by side for third between Cox and McCall. They charge their way through Redgate corner for the first time. Merton Wood at the back in car number 13. They've all made it round Redgate into the Craner curves. It's Ben Buckley who leads from Simon Shaw in second. And who's that that's come through for third place? Looks like David Reed. A good start from sixth on the grid up into third place. James McCall is fourth, and Tom Power, it looks like, is possibly up into fifth position. Pick that up in a moment. See the times come in as they complete the first lap. They head along the bottom section of the circuit up towards the left at Schwantz Curve, then the right at McLean's. It's Buckley in the two-tone blue car that leads the way. They start to sort themselves out. I think it's Angus McLean in fifth place, in fact number 61, a similarly coloured car. Neil Evans, number 34, under fire from Mark Noiro, number 68, who's had a good season so far, back in the pack in this race in the early stages though. This is where we start to see them try and slipstream each other, and Simon Shaw is going to attack for the lead as they come into the chicane. This is a move you're going to see a lot in today's Caterham races. Up the inside, they're out of the slipstream, takes the lead into the chicane. They're all over each other on the way in. Looks like they have all survived that. A bit of a lock-up further back there. Simon Shaw who leads from Ben Buckley. David Reed is in third place. That's James McCall fourth. Cox is in fifth position, number 131, John Cox. And it's number 130 in sixth. That's Roger Gaunt. He's running well. So the two front row men out in front, with Shaw ahead of Buckley into the Craner curves for the second time. The first three breaking away very slightly. Drop down towards the old hairpin. Number 86 of Simon Shaw, the Buckinghamshire driver, leads Buckley in second. Are they all going to get through the old hairpin okay at this time? It looks like it's James McCall in fourth position. He hasn't been out of the top two this year. We've got a spinner. That's number 131. That is John Cox. He started towards the front. I think that's up at, is that up at Redgate or is it at the old hairpin? But he's gone off there. I think that'll, yes, that's going to call for a safety car. That car's stuck on the edge of the circuit, so we have our first safety car of the day. With John Cox off on the edge of the circuit there. Simon Shaw slows the field down. Oh, we've had a bit of contact there as the pack slowed. Coming into the exhibition straight. A couple of cars have made contact. A bit of bodywork came flying off there. Okay, Simon Shaw slows the field then. So Shaw from Buckley, then David Reed, James McCall. Now John Cox was fifth, but he won't be now.
If you were the parts man for Caterham, you'd know exactly the part number of a front and a rear wing, wouldn't you? Because they are very much consumable items when it comes to Caterham racing. I'm wondering if there's another car that we...
Safety car will pick up the race leader. The BMW there.
Because he is still showing on our timing screen as having not gone through the end of the first sector, the number 40 car. So I'm just going to see, does Paul Farrell come through? Yes, he does. He comes through in 9, so that must be a transponder issue for him, because on our GPS tracking that we have for all of the cars around the circuit, his car seems sort of stuck in sector 1.
There's already a few cars you can see missing
position. Safety car will be in this
mainly rear wings on the cars after a bit of contact. That's quite a feature of Caterham racing sometimes.
Marshall's having to get very close to the action to try and push that car out of the way.
One car that's dropped back is number 199 of Michael Curley. He's lost 20 places on that lap. I wonder if he had some contact with John Cox. Looking back up there, I think John Cox is out of the gravel. I think that's his car we just saw coming into the Craner curve. So I think the marshals have got him going again. So it shouldn't be too long before we're back underway and racing. Yes, there he is. It must be on the exit of Redgate that he went off.
Was tragically killed at Brantash just a couple of weekends ago, and yeah, for many a year the Caterham Graduates, whether it be if you're a driver and you marshal for a day, you get extra
so
points.
they start to form up. Well done to the marshals, the Orange Army, our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without them. We've got John Cox out of the gravel there, the man from Prince's Risborough. Seems to be coming to a stop at the exit of McLean's there. The traffic building up behind the safety car. Now the lights are out, so we're going to be going racing again this time. Just a couple of laps behind the safety car then to get that car out of the gravel. It's in a dangerous position on the edge of the circuit. Simon Shaw will start to pick up the pace then. Ahead of Buckley, Reid, McCall. It's Angus McLean up to 5th place with the orange roll cage there. Ahead of the number 96 rather, of Ben Wheatley. Here we go then, ready to go racing once again. Cars are released by the safety car and down towards Redgate. There you go, Ben Buckley able to attack for the lead here. He has a look around the outside there. Going to get through. The leader Simon Shaw holds the line. 3rd place is David Reid. Then we've got McCall in 4th, McLean is 5th, Wheatley 6th, Alaric Barney is 7th. Then we've got Tom Power in that distinctive Dayglow yellow car. Ben Buckley trying to get into a position to attack as they go down into the right-hander at the old hairpin, but Simon Shaw holds it at the moment. James McCall closing up in 4th place. Watch for that green car. Here he comes onto the tail of his big rival this season, David Reid. David hasn't contested every round of the championship, so it's James McCall clear in the points. McCall up the outside. That's a brave move into McLean's round the outside. Can he make it sticky? Yes, he has. That's a rare move. Good stuff from James McCall. Here he comes attacking Ben Buckley now for 2nd place. David Reid trying to fight back on the inside. McLean and Wheatley swarming around on their tails behind him, so it's going to be 6 for the lead here. What's going to happen as they come down the exhibition straight? You can see Simon Shaw moving to the inside to protect the line into the chicane. So McCall's going to try and go around the outside. He's got past Buckley. He tucks in. Look at Angus McLean up the inside. This is going to be close. McLean side by side, 3 wide into the chicane. That was very tight indeed. McLean had to back out in the number 61. Here they come down the straight then. It's Shaw from McCall this time. Buckley defending 3rd from McLean. Wheatley's come through. The big loser and all that was David Reid. He's down to about 6th place. It could be down to 7th there as McLean up the inside. He's in 4th place. There's the 96 of Ben Wheatley. David Reid's been rather gobbled up by the pack there as a result of all that chopping and changing around the second half of the lap. Simon Shaw leads. Less than a second covers this first group. Ben Buckley defending 3rd place from Angus McLean, who's all over him. Reid's back up into 5th place. Wheatley's down to 7th because Tom Power has come through. There's the next group, number 142 in there. That's Ian Fortescue, the man from Stafford. Along the bottom of the circuit then up towards McLean's corner. Not Angus McLean's corner that time. He's still there in 4th, chasing Ben Buckley. At the inside, James McCall is going to try and make the move into Coppice. We said he'd be one to watch in this race. He's got the inside, just clips the curb on the inside. He's going to go through. Into the lead goes the number 50 car, the Sigma 135 Championship leader. Ben Buckley is going to have a go as well in the blue car for 2nd place. Shaw's caught on the outside here. He's going to have to be late on the brakes against James McCall. He's got McLean on his tail as well. Oh goodness me, look at this pack building up, and that's allowed James McCall to escape a little through the chicane. Shaw and Buckley still side by side. Then it's McLean in 4th place, Angus McLean number 61. David Reid is 5th, 6th it's Tom Power, Wheatley 7th, Alaric Barney 8th, Ian Fortescue 9th, and number 95 Alistair Melton, the Cheshire driver, rounding out the top 10. This is brilliant stuff. They're galloping in a pack around Donington Park. Well, this event's called Convoy in the Park. We've got a convoy of Caterhams at the moment, headed by James McCall, by just under a second ahead of Buckley now in 2nd. McLean's up to 3rd. Simon Shaw lost out there through Redgate. He's down to 5th place behind Angus McLean and David Reid. It's Power. Then it's Wheatley, Alaric Barney, Ian Fortescue and the rest of them. Ben Buckley giving chase then, the pole sitter in this race. McLean 3rd, David Reid clips the curb there. Simon Shaw under fire. Looking further back down the order here, there's battles everywhere you look in this one. This group headed by number 92, that's Aki Hussein. moving towards the back of the grid. The white car number 29, that's Alistair Curry. Now he's running third in the championship at the moment. Quite a way down the field in this one though. James McCall leads. Ben Buckley starting to close back up on him, and Angus MacLean a little bit too deep into the chicane there. Could lose out to David Reed. Here comes Tom Power, number 70 in the Anvil hire car, through on the inside, nearly bangs wheels with Simon Shaw. Caterham racers excellent at racing as close together as possible without actually touching each other. Here comes Ben Buckley going for the lead as they head into the first corner at Redgate. McLean up the inside tries to take David Reed. Reed's having none of it, holds him off, and the number 40 car in there as well. What a big slide there by Alaric Barney, number 60. He nearly lost it. Number 40 up there in 6, Paul Farrell. Where's he come from? He was about 12th place 2 laps ago. It's the grey car. Watch for him coming through. Behind it. Oh, and as I say that, Paul Farrell's gone wide. He goes over the gravel, over the grass. Trying a bit too hard there. I think I put the commentator's curse on Paul Farrell there. He spun it. Look out, rest of the pack coming through behind. Oh dear. And Paul Farrell is back a long way back from where he started from. Great shame for the driver from London. Here's a battle up front, towards the front. This is Power, Barney, and the number 95, Alistair Melton. Missing a wing there, you can see on the right rear. Here come your leaders. James McCall from Ben Buckley. He's up the inside then into the chicane. It's going to be a change of lead once again. Ben Buckley takes the lead. Second place is James McCall. They've started to pull away very slightly from David Reed. He's busy defending from Angus MacLean. Then we've got Simon Shaw, Tom Power, and the battle between Alaric Barney, Alistair Melton and Rob Wheatley in there as well, as McCall up the inside into MacLean. Retakes the place. He's sliding wide on the exit. It's still a little damp out there as Ben Buckley starts to fight back. This is Caterham racing at its best. At the top of the Craner curves, Buckley goes back into the lead. That momentary loss of momentum, all it took for James McCall to lose the lead once again. Down into the old hairpin. Seen how easy it is to run wide on the exit there. Paul Farrell did that and spun last lap around. Farrell now down into 21st place as a result of that. He was as high as 6th. Leaders along the bottom section of the course then. Here they come into MacLean's. Angus MacLean still there in 4th place, chasing David Reed. Through Coppice. Reed in the black car with the red and yellow stripe. Hanging on to the tails of the leaders here. MacLean 4th, then a small gap back to Simon Shaw. Tom Power is 6th, Alaric Barney 7th, Alistair Melton is 8th, as James McCall has a look again into the chicane. We said we'd see this move take place a few times. McCall goes through, and the 42 car there, Ben Buckley, is losing a front wing there. You can see it flapping on the right front wheel. Is that going to slow his progress? I don't think so. We've got 12 and a half minutes of this race to go, so we're up to half distance in this Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category race. Buckley going round the outside into Redgate. That's a good move there as James McCall tries to fight back. Reed and MacLean closing up. See, Angus MacLean's got the novice cross on the back of his car there. You have to wear that for your first 6 motor races. 4 of them line astern. There goes the wing and smash into it goes James McCall. That's unnerved him a bit, I think. Hasn't slowed him down though. Lucky it didn't hit his roll cage there, just clipped his front wheel. Along the bottom of the course they come. 5th is still Simon Shaw ahead of Tom Power. Alaric Barney 7th, then Alistair Melton. Ben Wheatley is 9th. Behind him in 10th I think is Ian Fortescue. So Ben Buckley in a slightly lightened car now. Leads James McCall, but I'm sure McCall will try that slipstreaming move into the chicane. They're coming up to lap Merton Wood in car number 13 here. Hopefully they'll meet him after the chicane and can get past him on the straights. Here they come then, and McCall up the inside, takes the lead back again. Simon Shaw under fire. Alaric Barney past Tom Power as well. There's a battle a little further behind them as well. That's Keith Skillicord and Mika Lazarus. James McCall up the inside. Buckley tucks in behind. They're lapping Merton Wood. Get past him at Redgate, no problem. So it's McCall back into the lead once again. They swap places briefly on the straight. Angus MacLean can't find a way past David Reed for 3rd place. Sink their way down the Craner curves once again towards the old hairpin. See still a few damp patches there on the Craners. Simon Shaw 5th. 6th is Alaric Barney. Is that a slowing car there? No, it's Merton Wood being lapped. There he is, the number 13, just getting out of the way there at the old hairpin of the quicker runners. Good driving by Merton, letting the lead battlers through. Here's the lead fight into McLean's. 4 of them still line astern. Just over 10 minutes to go in this Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 race. Maybe a 25-minute race. It doesn't seem to take long, does it, with action like this? Are we going to see another move made into the chicane here by Ben Buckley? Yes, up the inside. Here he goes again. And he retakes the lead. Up into 3rd place, David Reed, and McLean 4th behind him there, trying to have a go at James McCall in the green car as well. Down the straight, I'm sure McCall's going to try and attack back again here. Ben Buckley got the better exit from the chicane that time, though. He's starting to pull away. McLean being urged on by his crew on the pit wall there. David Reed going for the inside. Could have a stab at 2nd place here. Well, that was close. McCall turned in, but he saw David Reed was there. Thought there was going to be contact between the two of them there, but they've held it together. These 4 are now a couple of seconds clear of Simon Shaw in 5th place. McLean's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:21.839. He's behind this group, trying to tow up to the back of them. David Reed all over James McCall for 2nd place. There's Shaw, the yellow car, in 5th. Alaric Barney is now up to 6th. Simon Melton 7th. Tom Power has fallen down to 8th. Through they come. Up towards Coppice. Swing their way through the right-hander. See the 2 apexes there, and now David Reed's getting in position to make a move on James McCall, but he's being forced to go to the outside. They're going to be 3 wide into the chicane here. Ben Buckley doesn't know which side to defend on. Oh, this is going to be close. McCall up the inside retakes the lead. David Reed had to back out there on the outside in car number 62, the man from the northwest. Here they come then, over the line, 0.6 of a second covers the 4 of them here. Buckley's going to go to the inside again. Reed's on the outside. He can't get the correct positioning, and McCall is just about to defend here. Reed goes for the outside through red gates. He's going to run wide over the curb there, and McLean's having a go. He's going to go to the inside. Now McLean's seen an opening there. This is going to be a brave move down the Craner curves. He's got past Reed. He won't get past Buckley. That was a very brave bit of driving by Angus McLean up into 3rd place, but it's McCall that's got the lead. Of course, the harder they battle, they're going to lose time to Simon Shaw. New fastest lap of the race by Alistair Melton, who's up into 6th place. That time through the blue and orange car, just ahead of Alaric Barney. Then it's Tom Power, Ian Fortescue and Keith Skillicorn rounding out the top 10. Chris Skillicorn, I should say. Keith Skillicorn used to race hot rods at Barford Raceway in the northeast. Apologies there. Over the curb there on the inside at Coppice. David Reed trying to attack Angus McLean back again for this 3rd place. It's Ben Buckley defending the lead from McCall. They're never going to get 4 wide into the chicane. That's not going to work. McCall goes around the outside. He retakes the lead. Reed will try and retake 3rd place as well. Alistair Melton is up into 5th ahead of Simon Shaw now, the man who started from the front row. Here they come. Oh, and where on earth was 61 going there? Angus McLean. He nearly hit the back of David Reed. I think there might be some damage to Angus McLean's car, the way he was jinking the car around there. I thought something had broken there. He very nearly hit David Reed. He got his exit from the chicane wrong there. Did he run wide onto the grass there and have to slide back on? I'm not sure. Alistair Melton is still 5th. That's created a bit of a hole in this battle now. They split into 2 pairs, and here comes Ben Buckley. Has a look as they go down into the old hairpin. Reed in 3rd place. There's McLean in 4th. He's recovered from that moment coming onto the Wheatcroft straight. Looking at some of the battles further back here. Plenty of fights all the way down the order. Meantime, the leaders coming out of McLean. It's McCall against Buckley continuing their fight. McCall actually pulls away a little bit there. There's Reed. There's McLean. I think he's having some sort of a handling issue. That car seems to be flapping around a little. Melton there in the blue and orange car is 5th. Now what's going to happen into the chicane this time? Buckley's going to go for the inside. He goes through. Here comes McLean up the outside. He's going to try and take Reed here. As Buckley leads them through. Has McLean got ahead? He's side by side with Reed this time. No, again he has to move back in behind. You can see Melton closing up as well. The harder they battle, the more time they're losing to the pack behind. 5.5 minutes to go, so a few laps to go yet. Shaw is 6th, Alaric Barney 7th, Tom Power 8th, Chris Skillicorn is 9th, Ian Fortescue 10th. Here's a battle between Neil Evans, number 34, Julian Willis in the 51. This is for 14th place. Mark Noaro in the orange car is behind them. And then we got the 130 car of Roger Gaunt. Leaders down the hill into the old hairpin. Alaric Barney making a move there. The number 60 on the 44 car, that's Chris Skillicorn. Fortescue behind them. Next in the order is Ben Wheatley. Through McLean's they come. They're coming up on a back marker once again here. Hopefully he doesn't get in the way, moves aside, preferably on the straights. Through they come. Down the exhibition straights once again. The back marker, Simon White, number 57. They're going to meet him coming to the chicane. They won't want this. Simon White doesn't know where to go to get out of their way. Up the inside, and McCall, is he going to make a move? No, he's a bit too far back this time. The back marker splitting them slightly because they met him at the worst possible place getting into the chicane. Nothing Simon White could do there. Here they come then down the straight. James McCall moves out to try and get around the outside into Redgate. Is he going to do it? It's going to have to be very late on the brakes here. We get round Ben Buckley. Is he going to get the overlap on him? I don't think he is. They're going to be side by side towards the crane. There's Angus McLean running wide. I caught a glimpse of there. I think that was Angus running over the gravel. Yes, it was. He's lost out to Simon Shaw. Ben Buckley holds Liz. Another one gone wide there. That might be Simon White, I think, the back marker we saw being lapped. So maybe Angus McLean clipped him going into Redgate there. The first two have been able to get away slightly as a result of that. Third is David Reed. There's Shaw in 4th. McLean is down to 5th now. 6th, Alaric Barney heads the next group. It's James McCall. He's been 1st or 2nd in every race for this category this year. Chasing Ben Buckley. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go, so we'll have at least a couple more laps of this. James McCall goes for the lead again. He'll take the inside. Alaric Barney heading the next group. He's got something, that's Chris Skillicorn on his tail as McCall up the inside. He's done it again. Buckley gets the cutback on the exit. Now what's happening behind him? 6th place, here comes Chris Skillicorn down the inside. He takes 6th over the curb there. Tom Power, that is, in behind them. Number 97 of Ollie Smith coming through now into the midfield group. .052 separated the two leaders over the lines. Buckley that has it at the moment. David Reed just keeping a watching brief. Here's that battle further back between the 51 of Julian Willis, Neil Evans, Mark Noaro and Roger Gaunt. They've been scrapping all race long. This is for 14th place. Every place fought for here at Donington. This is terrific stuff. Simon Shaw's closing back up as well. He's within a second of David Reed. Could we see him back on the podium after he dropped back early on? There's Ollie Smith, the white and red car. He's got Ian Fortescue behind him now. Here comes James McCall. He's going for the inside. He's not waiting for the chicane this time. He wants to get through at Coppice. That's going to give Buckley the opportunity. Oh, that was a bit of a slide there for James McCall. Brave move up the inside. That's going to allow Ben Buckley the chance to get back up the inside on the straight, though, and down into the chicane to take the lead. Now David Reed's closing up on them as well. Buckley moves across, and look at Simon Shaw. He's caught them. He's going to have a go at these three now. Buckley in the middle. Reed on the inside is going to go for second. McCall holds him off. Buckley's got the lead back again. Shaw just looking on. Here they come then. We've got about 1 minute 23 as they cross the line. They might get 2 more laps out of this. I didn't see a last lap board. It's Ben Buckley from James McCall, David Reed and Simon Shaw, and in the background there Angus McLean being edged towards the grass there as he fights it out with Chris Skillicorn and Alaric Barney. They had a bit of a to and fro at the chicane as well. So it's impossible to know which battle to watch here at the moment, and in the background there's about 6 or 7 cars going for 5th place. Ben Buckley pulls away slightly into the lead now ahead of James McCall. There's a fight towards the back of the field. 199, that's Michael Curley. Qualified well in damp conditions yesterday, but has dropped back down the order. Battling with the 92, Aki Hussain. There go the top four, up the hill towards Coppice. Ben Buckley slid a bit wide through there. He's pushing hard to try and hold off James McCall. McCall back up onto his tail. Here they come. Down towards the chicane. McCall's going to surely slipstream him again. Try to. He's not going to get the inside though. David Reed moves up on them. They're going to be close again coming into what's going to be the last lap. Only 8 seconds on the clock as they come off the chicane. There's the last lap board. Here we go then, 1 lap to go. Will it be Buckley, McCall, Reed or Shaw? The next battle is headed up, I think, by Alaric Barney now. Everybody else is fighting for 5th. To the inside goes David Reed, to the inside goes James McCall. They almost went 3 wide and Buckley's lost it. Round goes Ben Buckley. Oh, what a disappointment. He'd held on in the lead battle for so long. Just pushing a little bit too hard there. He rejoins, he'll be turning the air blue inside his crash helmet there. He's down to at least 4th place, so it's James McCall from David Reed. They've had a fierce rivalry all season long. They come up to lap a back marker there as they go through Starkeys, and David Reed's making a move to the inside here. They're side by side on the run up towards McLean's. Reed could have the inside. He hasn't led at any point during this race, but he doesn't want to be leading going into the final chicane because McCall will slipstream him. David Reed has taken the lead through McLean's then. McCall on his tail, Shaw behind them. Here they come into Coppice. It's between these 3 now. What's going to happen into the chicane? McCall's going to move to the inside. David Reed's going to have to defend. Look at Simon Shaw. The yellow car is all over them, deciding which side he's going to go. McCall up the inside. He's judged this very well indeed. He goes up the inside, takes the lead into the final chicane. It looks like it is going to be James McCall. Trying to cut back is David Reed. They're almost going to finish side by side. This is going to be close. They're going to finish 3 wide across the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Who's going to get there? I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell who got that. According to the timing screen, Simon Shaw won it. He must have led about 6 inches of that race in total, and they were the last 6 inches. Simon Shaw from David Reed, from James McCall, the 3 of them covered by 3 1/1000ths of a second. That's as close as you can get without having a 3-way dead heat. That is one of the best finishes to a race I've ever seen, and certainly the closest. That deserves to be awarded as a 3-way dead heat, I think. Simon Shaw won it by 2 1/1000ths of a second from David Reed, and James McCall was 1 1/1000th of a second further back. You couldn't tell visually. I don't think Simon Shaw even realises he's won. That is unbelievable. We'll confirm the rest of the order in a moment, and bad luck to Ben Buckley, who was in that fight as well. He could have made it 4 wide. He finished 5th. That was his first race of the year, we're told as well. Thought I couldn't see him in the points chart. That was his first race this year. He was all set to win, then spun at the start of the last lap. Chris Skillicorn took 4th. Now you can... right, the timing has now been corrected. You can see it's on the graphics there. Well, the timing has now been corrected, and it's now showing James McCall as the winner. We have to wait for the timing to correct itself, of course, because it was so close there across the line. Even the timekeepers couldn't call it, I think. It's now showing James McCall as the winner ahead of Reed and Shaw. We'd have to see a photo finish camera to tell that. Let's try and get a replay if we can of that finish. Here they come then towards the finish. There's the checkered flag. It's impossible to tell them. You can't tell visually. That was impossible to tell.
Saloon Car Championship qualifying that is next.
The official timing we've now got through is James McCall by 1/1000th of a second ahead of David Reed and Simon Shaw.
CNC Heads Sports Saloon Championship here at Donington Park. They've been part of this package for a while now. We've had the annual visit of Convoy in the park.
Okay, we can bring you the provisional results. James McCall the winner by 1/1000th of a second, and Simon Shaw third by 0.049 of a second. Chris Skillicorn fourth, Ben Buckley recovering for fifth after his spin, Alaric Barney sixth ahead of Oliver Smith, then it's Tom Power in eighth, Ian Fortescue ninth, and Angus McLean dropping back to 10th. 11th was Alistair Melton, 12th went to Ben Wheatley, 13th Mika Lazarus, Roger Gaunt dropping back to 14th, Julian Willis in 15th place, 16th was Neil Evans ahead of Mark Noaro, then it was the number 77 of Robin Webb. In 19th place was number 155 Simon Martin, 20th went to Jonathan Moore, number 47, 21st it was Fraser Riddington, in 22nd Lydia Gould. Michael Curley qualified well, dropped back into 23rd place ahead of Aki Hussain. In 25th place John Cox, who spun early on then. Alistair Curry struggled a bit in that one. Behind him it was the number 90 of Andrew Cooper. Michael Koo was next home, and behind him in 29th place it was the number 35 of Greg Curtis. We lost number 40 Paul Farrell on the final lap there, so no time for him, and Simon White and Merton Wood were the other finishers. Well, the provisional result that was, the timekeepers will just double check that 3 wide photo finish, I think. But provisionally James McCall is your winner. Well done indeed to him. And that's just the first race of the day here at Donington Park. It's 1/1000th of a second in it there between James McCall and David Reed. Okay. Right, we are going to have a short break next because we have a qualifying session coming up next for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. There are 2 races coming up later on today.
Because we've not got much power, we have to slipstream so tightly. So everything is done on the brakes, really, the 2 main braking points, and yeah, very fast and flowing.
So there's just going to be a few minutes break before our next race, which is going to be our first truck race of the day, the British Truck Racing Championship. I can tell you a couple of trucks won't be racing today, unfortunately. Brad Smith, his turbo blew up in the first race yesterday, truck number 16 in Division 2. He won't be racing today. And also, sadly, Stuart Oliver, number 7 with his Volvo, the 10-time British and 1-time European champion. His engine failed yesterday, sadly, in the first race, and his Volvo has been withdrawn from the weekend, so we won't see Stuart Oliver racing today, sadly.
I don't know how close was it between us, like 10? It changed apparently about 3 times after the checkered flag. They were still doing the photo finish, so it was massively close. I
think we can now go down shortly to the Parc Ferme and hear from our leading runners in that Caterham Sigma 135 race.
Everything else is fine, I think, hopefully. Good stuff, well done, Simon. Congratulations on your 3rd place there as well. So, really good stuff from the Caterham graduates. As always, they were happy. They didn't know which way it finished. And nor did we really towards the end of that race, even when they crossed the line for the checkered flag. But lots more to come from the Sigma 135 a little bit later on.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Ferme with James McCall, the winner of that race by the hairs of his chinny chin chin. James, you didn't even know you'd won until you got into the paddock here. Talk us through the emotions, because that was a really close finish.
It was massively close, and I actually thought I was going to be fighting Ben for the finish, and it turned out Dave bided his time, came from nowhere and brought Simon Shaw with him. And yeah, I knew I was going to be able to get him down into the chicane, but I was suspicious because he was hanging back, and I thought, well, why is he letting me go? And he timed the chicane perfectly, and when I came out of the chicane, I saw what he'd done, and I thought Simon Shaw had got me as well. So I knew I was at least 3rd. I thought I might be 2nd. I had no inkling that I'd won it.
It's a crazy race, the Caterhams. We've loved watching them all year. It so often comes down to that timing. I know you've won a lot of races this year. How difficult is that to get right?
Yeah, it's really difficult, because as well as driving and stuff, you've got to plan. You've got to plan things, and you've got to resist the urge to pass someone sometimes, because you don't want to be in the front towards the end of the race. And when you're behind with the tow, it's so easy to pass someone. But you have to say, no, I'm not. I'm gonna wait till the last minute so he can't pass me back. But yeah, it's great. I think races like that today, to be able to race as close as that and everyone coming with a square car, that's amazing.
And for those maybe at home watching the Caterhams for the first time, pretty good advert for the race itself, isn't it? This is what it's usually like.
Yeah, this is what it's usually like with Caterhams and with Caterham Graduates. Our focus
Hi there
is
again,
on
and welcome back to
not
Donington
binning it
Circuit, where I am with the
taking it back on the
ever-growing
trailer
Brewers
in
family.
in all its pieces, and you can see from that race we can race close without and still have a car that's working at the end of the race.
You can race close, but you can also race bloody hard as well. Congratulations,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mate.
Okay, qualifying session currently underway, as you can see, for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Their two races are coming up later on. Our next truck race is coming up in about 15 minutes from now, the first race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. And we caught up with one of the truck racers earlier on. We can hear from John Newell, truck number 18.
We've always been involved in trucks. So when my father started business 40 years ago, we've always been involved in trucks.
Why choose to race trucks over cars?
Another part of our business is Road Tankers Northern, and we build fuel tankers. And we used to build a lot of fuel tankers for British Fuels. And Brian Garnett was the fleet engineer there, and he was racing in the European Championships. And he needed a transporter taken to Harama for the weekend, so I got the job of taking the transporter to Harama. And then after that, he asked me if I fancied having a go in one of his trucks at one of the events the following year. And that's when we started doing the British Championship. I think that was 98. And then in 99, we won the Rookie of the Year. 2000, we won the Division 2 Championship. And then we built a new truck and went into Europe in 2001. And then I had a gap of 18 years and come back in 2019 for a full season. I did a little bit end of 18. But then did the full season in 19, and then obviously a bit of a short season last year, and then hopefully a full season this year. We was doing the full European in 2001, and the time away from work just wasn't viable anymore to carry on racing, because we were that busy expanding the businesses and trying to move them forward that we had to pack in racing, sell all the kit, and then really didn't think about coming back until MEN approached us in 2018 at the beginning.
You jumped straight back into racing, didn't you, very quickly, and were finding success fairly fast with your new MEN?
Yeah, it was a big difference from what I was used to driving from years ago. It took quite a bit of getting used to, but we seem to be getting better and better as time goes on. More seat time, the better we get.
How does driving a race truck compare to driving a truck on the road? Tell us.
No comparison, completely different. The only thing what's pretty much the same is the two axles, and the base engine is a road engine that we use.
How much work goes into preparing a truck for a typical race weekend?
We'll have an engineer what comes over from Germany who works with us, Stefan, and he'll spend 4 or 5 days getting the truck ready prior to an event. There's a lot of work behind the scenes what people don't see to get everything ready, and obviously getting the truck ready and presented in the right form on the track.
It's how much work goes into setup?
Quite a lot really. It's all on track temperature, tyre pressures, damper settings, spring settings. There's a lot of work, roll bar settings. It's more setup changes than part changes. There might be the odd time that we change spring rates or change diff ratio, but it's not very often. As a German engineer and a couple of the European truck racing boys are all racing in this European truck racing simulator, and my engineer's been trying to get us to get one for a bit, so we ended up purchasing one a couple of weeks ago. It's been set up in Europe for the ETRC Racing Championship. My truck's on it with all right colours, livery, sponsors, and we've done quite a bit of simulator work now which transfers back to the truck, so we can do, it's basically keeping you fresh for when you go to the next event, so you know the corners, you know the track, you know the braking points, and you can take, so obviously you can try a lot of things in simulator which ain't going to smash your truck up because you just press exit and start again. It's more of a knowledge of turning points, braking points, and just keep replaying it time and time again, so when you get to that track you know every part of the track. I think we're the only backed team in the UK by MEN. We have 3 people from his business in Sheffield, obviously an engineer what comes over from Germany, and then a couple of lads from the haulage company side.
John, tell us about your new race truck.
We've just started to redesign a new race truck. We've had it built in Germany. It come over last week, and then we're just waiting for bits to be finished off at paint shop, and then we can start putting it back together.
And how long do you think it's going to be before the project is ready to roll for the new season?
About 3 to 4 weeks maximum. All the bits are made for it, so it's just a case of putting it all together and then go testing.
And tell us about the safety gear that race trucks have.
There's always side impact bars, front impact bars, rear. The roll cage is heavy duty, 5-point harnesses, carbon fibre seats, everything. The limitation of 100 miles an hour is about the forces where it hits the barrier. The safety measures are very, very good, so it's very unusual for a massive accident to turn out the wrong way.
It is certainly one of the safer motorsports in Britain, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You see a lot worse accidents in a lot of other motorsport. We've just got to keep moving forward. I think in 2019 we were 3rd, and then 2020 was just a bit part season, so it started off well at Donington and we were leading the championship, and then it was just 2 meetings close back to back which fell apart for us really. So we're looking forward to 2021 being a more successful season.
How has the pandemic had an effect on your racing life and your business life?
Racing life, it's completely stopped it really. We've just gone on to more development and moving things forward with a new truck really, getting ready for 2021. As far as the work side of it, because we're classed as Key 1 workers for the waste and chemical and food industry, we've worked all the way through, we haven't stopped.
You had quite a notorious moment during the 2020 season as you were involved with Tom O'Rourke in a major incident at Thruxton.
I was, I think, 5th, and we were just keeping on the back of 4th, minding his own business, going through the second corner, and then all of a sudden just a big impact from the right hand side. And that was the first bit I knew about it, wasn't expecting it. There was not much damage, just a bit of panel damage and one sidebar, what to call the impact, that was it really. It wasn't too bad for me, to be honest with you. The sidebars took most of the impact and the initial hit from Tom, and it was more about Tom really, where he was going more than anything else.
How's he doing now? I believe he's coming back to race this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming back to race. I believe he's going to do the European Championship this year.
Tell us what a typical race weekend is like for you.
We usually get down there on the Wednesday or Thursday, get set up, and then it's usually do some testing on a Friday and get set up, dialed in, ready for qualifying on a Saturday, and then it's non-stop from Saturday all the way through to Sunday night. In total we take 6 people with us. Just want to get some more seat time in the British and have a go at winning the British Championship, and then have a look to move into Europe. There's going to be quite a few people this year. There'll be Ryan, there'll be David Jenkins, there'll be Stuart Oliver, Martin Gibson, Ricky Collett. They'll all be in the mix or thereabouts. There seems to be a lot more people getting involved in it now. The quality of the sport seems to be rising at a fast rate, and a lot of heavy investment put in by the teams. I think with the truck sport taking it over, and DVD media and commercial motor and truck and driver getting it more publicity out there about the events, I think it'll grow the sport.
Do you think perhaps one day we could see a World Truck Racing Championship, or is that a bit of a challenge logistically, would you think? I
think it'd be too much of a challenge logistically. I know they have a championship in Brazil, and obviously there's the European Championship, and then all the single country series like the French, the British, but I think the European will still be the main one.
Do you think this could be possible? It's perhaps a Stars of the Past or Masters style race with some of the greats of the European Championship past. Do you think that could be possible someday?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? There's still quite a few of them still involved in truck racing in one way or another. Either it's running a team or coming out now and again to race, like Gert Cobra. He comes out for Nürburgring every year.
Who do you think is the greatest truck racer of all time?
Oh, that's difficult. There's been so many over the years, isn't there? There's a lot to choose from. Present at the moment, Jochen Arn's got to be the man to beat, isn't it, really? The Norbert Kiss is coming on strong now. He's going to be hard to beat.
I know we get quite, at Brands Hatch in particular, we get one or two of the Dutch drivers regularly come over. But will the new travel restrictions obviously perhaps prohibit that? Yeah,
it'll slow it down a bit at the moment. I think it'll be more like 2022 before you start seeing a lot of people starting to come over to British.
Is there a circuit in the UK, or more than one circuit in the UK, you'd like to see the championship visit?
Yeah, I'd like to see it visit Silverstone. My favourite's Donington. It's just a nice flowing circuit. There's a bit of everything there, and it's always keeping you on your toes.
What about taking these things down the quarter mile at Santopod?
Yeah, it could be an option, couldn't it? If somebody could put it together. It'd be a good thing. It'd be something that would get the public interested. Well,
we get some of the biggest crowds at the circuits. I think at one time truck racing was second only to the British touring cars.
Yeah, the crowds are very, very good for the truck racing. The numbers are usually quite high, and especially in Europe. I'm sure truck racing in Europe's only second to Formula One. It's more of a family sport than majority of motorsports. You always see kids from a couple of years old all the way to grandparents turning up. You always get the full family. It's a big factor to get the partners what's involved in all the truck manufacturing, the truck spares, trailer manufacturing. If you can get all them on board at the Convoy events, you usually get your big truck manufacturers like MAN, Volvo, Scania, DAF, all turning up to these events, which the publicity from it's great.
You get a lot of companies have come into the championship as sponsors that way as well. I believe that's how Tom O'Rourke, as you mentioned, started.
Yeah, that's correct. Tom used to sponsor Dave Jenkins, and then he sponsored the British Championship, and that's what got him into the sport. But you can get quite a bit of help from the parts and the manufacturers for sponsors, really, like oils, and we get a lot of help from like Techstar, Exol, MAN, all them type of people. We've just signed a new deal with Axon Abel Sickens, who sponsor McLaren, so they supply all us paint and everything for all the support vehicles, the race truck, and it's either work or racing. No in between.
No hobbies outside of racing at all?
No, just keeping fit, that's all. You've got to keep pretty fit, because when you've been in there for 15-20 minutes, there's plenty of calories getting burnt while you've been in there.
How much training do you do?
Train every day, do a CrossFit style workout just for more cardio work. If it's a full season, we want to be challenging for the Division 1 Championship if we can, or thereabouts. I've raced at Nürburgring, done Zolder, Nagaro, Harama, Most. I've done a lot.
What would you say is the best moment of your racing career?
Probably at the Nürburgring in 2000. We was in an old Ford Cargo. I think there were about 30 on the grid, and we qualified about 18th. And with the rain, the Evans Open, the rain come down, and we went from 18th to 6th in the first corner, and held it for quite a few laps before it dried out, and then all the bigger powered machines went past us.
Must have been such a rush coming off the rolling start in that one.
Oh, crazy, it was brilliant.
Sets you up nicely for the reverse grid format that the British Championship uses as well.
Yeah, it's a good format. It gives everybody a chance.
Good to hear from John Newell there. That was filmed at the beginning of this year. I see his truck was still in the build progress then. It is here. It's had a win already this season as well, the new MAN for the Newell team. Had a win at Thruxton last time out. Looks like we have a red flag on our qualifying session at the moment, so somebody has come to grief somewhere, unfortunately. Who's showing on the timing screen as having had a problem? Not sure at the moment. Try and pick that up if we can. I think the checkered flag may come out early on this session because everybody sets a fair few qualifying laps. So that might be an early conclusion to our qualifying session, and we'll get the trucks on as soon as the circuit is clear for their first race of today. They had 2 yesterday. David Jenkins won the first one, Martin Gibson the second. In Division 2, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick were the winners, 2 new winners for 2021. It's Craig Reed that leads the points in Division 2 with his Iveco. In Division 1 it is Ryan Smith, his new Mercedes this year, going for title number 6 in succession this year, although he had some problems yesterday, slowed at the end of race 1 and finished 3rd, but retired from race 2.
His time was 1:17.980. Just over half a second back on him was the Class D machine in 9th place of 233. Jack Egan, the BMW M3. His time was 1:18.577. And for 10th place, the Ford Owen Ford was down there at the chicane. Unfortunately, found Ray Darren Owen in the Ford Escort class. He did a time of 1:18.947. So good qualifying for those who made it into the top 10. We had 30 cars out in total, which is brilliant. So all classes and plenty of cars represented on the grid for that one. As we said, we'll see them a little bit later on, just before 1 o'clock for the first race, which will be at 20 minutes past 1. And have the second one a little bit later on this afternoon, around 4:30. So that's what's to come from there.
So we're building up to our first truck race of the day. Plenty of trucks on the infield here as well in our show truck paddock. Got dozens of them here for Convoy in the park. Everything from small local delivery vehicles to long distance HGVs. We've got tipper lorries, road sweepers, all sorts of things on display for truck fans to have a look at. Plenty of fleets from all over the UK have come here to display their show trucks, and very beautifully hand painted and sign written tractor units as well. We can now hand down into the paddock and hear from our correspondent down in the paddock area today. Of course, a great entertainer himself, as he always is. Let's hear from Pointy.
Hi, you're Martin Gibson, first place yesterday evening, joining us for a quick sprint there. And as I was about to say, you join me here at the BTRC Truck Sport podium with our beautiful sponsors GT and Vision Track, where in just a few short moments we'll be handing out another set of silverware here on Sunday morning at Donington Circuit, where the British Truck Racing Champions will take to the circuit once more for the first of 3 races today. Yesterday we saw quite a mixed bag with just one contested finish, seeing Ryan Smith losing his position in first place because he didn't have his engine running when the red flag was put out. But today we have relatively dry track conditions, quite a bit of rain, thunder and lightning on circuit last night, but luckily nothing to dampen the spirits of all the party goers that were enjoying the live music here on the GT live stage. Later on today, of course, we've got lots of live action down the live action arena with special guest Sammy Jaffa-Bowler that you saw earlier on, of course, not to mention all of the World Rallycross drivers that we've also got joining us this weekend as well. So, without further ado, let's get these trucks out on circuit and see who we're going to be handing some beautiful trophies to later on.
Good to hear from Pointy briefly there. There's the car that's caused the problem. It's Tim Foxlow being towed in, unfortunately, in his space frame Ford Escort Mark 1. Tim, the ex-hot rod racer on the short ovals for many years. He's had a problem there with the Escort. Where was he in qualifying? 15th quickest in the times. 30 cars ran in that session. One of a couple of space frame Escorts here today. Darren Owen, aka Deadly Daz, the former Bangor racer, is out with his as well. Well, as soon as those couple of cars are clear, somebody else being towed in there in the background. As soon as they are clear, we will be underway with our first truck race of the day. I think that's Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit Special GT car being towed in there. Yes, it is Simon, the man from Preston. That's effectively a single-seater chassis with a Lotus Esprit body on top, the old Special GT and Donington GT series car. It's got a 5,000cc Chevrolet V8 in the back. That is, if he gets it out and running, that's going to be something to watch here today. But the trucks are lining up then, and we'll give you the grid for this first race based on the result of the second race yesterday, but with the finishers reversed. So it's Jonathan Willis, 157 in the Dawson Direct Truck and Trailer MAN on pole position alongside number 18 John Newell. Second row is Tom O'Rourke, number 86 and 69 of David Jenkins. Then on row 3, 33 Steve Thomas and 81 of Mark Taylor, all in MANs. Row 4 is yesterday's winner, number 11 Martin Gibson, with his MAN, and the Mercedes of Ryan Smith, who failed to finish in the second race yesterday. Stuart Oliver will not be starting. His truck has been withdrawn today after mechanical problems yesterday. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks, which are the less powerful, less modified machines. It's John Powell heading them up in his DAF, number 6, alongside number 41 Simon Cole in his Mercedes. Second row, number 12, Michael Oliver in his Scania, alongside number 3, the reigning Division 2 champion, who had a quiet day yesterday, Stephen Powell. Then we've got 46, Bradley Smith with his Iveco, and number 10, Craig Evans. Good run to third yesterday in Division 2. Behind them, 68, Craig Reed, the championship leader with his Iveco, and the winner of race 2 yesterday, number 32, Jock Borthwick with his MAN. On row 11, we've got number 5, Adam Bint with his Volvo White, alongside 99, Paul McCumiskey with his Volvo. Those two trucks failed to finish yesterday. Brad Smith will not be starting in the number 16 truck, unfortunately. His DAF CF blew a turbo yesterday, so not able to run. His truck his hopes literally went up in smoke in the first race yesterday, so he's out for the weekend, sadly. Okay, we can now hear from the reigning Division 1 champion, number 1, Flying Ryan Smith. He's out there in the Mercedes Actros. He caught up earlier with our interviewer, Steve Jameson.
All right, he joins us down in the paddock here at Donington, day number 2 of the British Truck Racing Championships. We've got a mini Flying Ryan Smith mobile. We've also got the man himself as well. Ryan, first of all, lovely to see you back at Donington. Talk us through a little bit about day number 1 of the weekend, because we'll talk about day 2 in a bit, but day 1 didn't quite go your way.
No, and you know what? It's probably the worst we've ever had day 1. The championship coordinator makes us have a camera system in the truck, and it caused a voltage drop, which sent the truck into limp mode for the first race. So we had no power, but still managed to finish third. So you know what? We salvaged the point. Second race, we made a change to the fuel system, which we thought was the problem. Went the wrong way and a non-finish, but you know that's the way it is, isn't it? Sometimes.
It certainly is, we know that. Look, these little ones look absolutely amazing. You've got the Mercedes badge on your chest as well. Mercedes back in the British Truck Racing Championship for the first time in a while. What does that mean to you?
Well, I think we've won 12 out of 17 races so far. So, you know, Mercedes, for me, was the way forward. It's the next generation of truck racing. We have Keith Sims, the MD of Northside Truck and Bus with us. He's been very helpful. He was part of it, getting it back on the circuit. So yeah, I think since Steve Parrish, we're the first people to come back on the grid. It's leading the championship. It's been dominating. Today is a new day with 3 races. Great turnout here at Donington, to be fair, even with the bad weather. So yeah, really, really, really glad to be on the grid in a Mercedes with a partner such as Keith. You know, it's fantastic.
And Keith, we'll bring you in here because it must have been a lot to you to see that famous old badge on a truck racing championship day.
It's been too long, it has. Yeah, it's been way too long. So it's lovely to see Mercedes back at front, leading the pack. You know, obviously Ryan's a great driver, but you know, really proud to see it there. So we just hope fortune today will be a little kinder to us.
And a dream partnership, I imagine, as well. When you got the There, what is it, 4 or 5 times champion in a row? I've lose count now.
Five times at the minute. Now, I've followed Ryan for a long time, from his Division 2 days, and all Ryan wanted was the right truck, you know, and hopefully, keep the evolution going from there, and he's in the right truck now. You know, plenty of changes to do to it yet, but now, need to get back into Europe with it.
Well, lovely to hear. And right, before we let you go, day 2 obviously is upon us. No rain just yet, which is what we're hoping is going to stay that way. What are your hopes for the 3 races today?
Rain or no rain, I think you can probably tell in my voice I've not been the greatest all weekend as well, but there's going to be some serious fight in me today. So look, I'm not going to do the camera curse, but we will be pushing very, very hard. So yeah, expect us to be coming from the back.
Well, that's what we like to hear, mate. Best of luck for today.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Trucks are rolling then, getting ready for our first race of the day for the big rigs. Looks like we're missing Adam Bint there from the back of the grid. Unfortunately, the black number 5 Volvo is not there. It's the one truck missing from Division 1, that's Stuart Oliver. So Jonathan Willis, newcomer this season, the man from Birmingham, on pole, alongside John Newell in his MAN. Mercedes there, the pink truck of Simon Cole at the front of the Division 2 grid along with John Powell. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park 2021. Slightly drier track than yesterday here at Donington Park. The big rigs ready to rock and roll and rumble then here at Donington Park. 15 minutes of racing from the British Truck Racing Championship. Race 3 of the weekend here at Donington Park. Jonathan Willis on pole, John Newell alongside, David Jenkins looking for his second win of the weekend, as is Martin Gibson in the black and yellow MAN. Jock Borthwick and Michael Oliver are winners so far in Division 2. Here we go then, the pace truck pulls into pit lane. Waiting for the red lights to go out. They do so, the power comes on, and here we go. Watch for Ryan Smith trying to get down the outside in the Mercedes from the back of the Division 1 grid. It's Jonathan Willis on the inside, side by side with John Newell, trying to get round the outside into the first corner. John Powell's got the advantage in the DAF as they go, as Division 2 go into the first corner. We've got a collision further back. That's Mark Taylor involved. Who's that facing the wrong way up? Is that Ryan Smith that's gone in there? Now, what has happened there? We've got David Jenkins. It is Smith who's been hit. Oh my goodness, look at the state of the Mercedes. Disaster for Ryan Smith, the reigning champion. There's broken suspension there. David Jenkins has got going again. Smith, I think, was hit by Mark Taylor, number 81. It was either Taylor or Tom O'Rourke, and David Jenkins with a lot of damage as well. So a number of the favourites involved there in Division 1. So with Ryan Smith's truck standing there, that is surely going to be a race stoppage, with Ryan Smith stuck at red gates. There's damage there to David Jenkins, who's trying to limp it back round into the pits. It's John Newell who's got the lead ahead of Jonathan Willis and Tom O'Rourke. So it was Mark Taylor involved, but surely they're going to have to stop the race. Yes, the red flag is coming out because Ryan Smith's truck is stranded there. Now, is his suspension broken? I don't think he's able to get going again there. He's having a terrible weekend, Ryan Smith. We heard he had electrical problems yesterday. You can see the bodywork damage there. He's trying to keep it going, Ryan Smith. He is very angry. I thought the suspension was broken there. It was just the angle the wheel was at when the truck came to a halt. So it looks like he's able to keep it moving. Now, see what's going to happen here. Steam coming off the water-cooled brakes there of Craig Evans, MAN, in the background. David Jenkins has got damage as well. He got hit on the first corner. I think it was him who got run into by Mark Taylor. You can see a lot of damage to the bodywork on Mark Taylor's truck. There is Ryan Smith making his way back in. And the truck's being brought back to the grid for a full restart. Mark Taylor into the pits. David Jenkins has stopped on the grid. Ryan Smith is making his way round. Here he comes up to McLean's. Now, will they be able to continue or not? because if Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Mark Taylor are all taken out of the race there, well, there's not many Division 1 trucks left, it has to be said. Wheel arch comes off Ryan Smith's truck there. Souvenir for the marshals. So Jonathan Willis lines up again on pole alongside John Newell. David Jenkins' crew out onto the grid to check the number 69 truck. The clock is showing 15 minutes, so it looks like it's going to be a full restart. Division 2 trucks are okay. Here comes Ryan Smith. Is he going to go onto the grid or into the pit lane? Mark Taylor's gone into the pits. I think Ryan Smith is going to try and line up on the grid. I wonder if Pointy's able to make his way down there so he can give us an update. Where's Steve Thomas going, 33? GT Tyres Martin Oliver Transport Pace Truck is moving back into line, the MAN. I don't know why Steve Thomas has parked across the grid. You can just see on the left of your screen there the marshal recovering that wheel arch from Ryan Smith's truck. Well, Pointy's down at Redgate, and perhaps he can tell us a little bit more about what happened there, because he had a grandstand view of it. Moving here just off Redgate Corner as we see the first lap to the race end in dismay for Ryan Smith. We had a crash, we had an incident. Jenkins took the inside, knocked him wide, and it was a massive incident indeed. Red flag, restart, regrid, and everybody here enjoyed it. The audience went wild, as you can see, still cheering now. Absolutely fantastic reactions. This is what people come racing for. It's not just about getting around the track, it's the enjoyment and the action and everything that happens out on the circuit. So the red flag means that we are going to revert back to the previous grid, but looking down into the gravel we can see that I think Mark Taylor might have lost a front bumper, which means that he's not going to be allowed back in until he gets that fixed back on. But unfortunately the marshals are now in possession of that bit of metalwork down on the end of the corner there, so I'm not sure whether we'll be seeing him join us back on the circuit. But a great start to the day here at Donington, well, at least for the spectators, of which there are many. The sun is coming out, the weather is warming up, and there is a lot of action left to see here today at Donington Park. Okay, thanks Pointy. We're getting ready for a restart then. No Mark Taylor, but Ryan Smith and David Jenkins have lined up, so the damage not as bad as I initially thought it was there. It'll be a full 15-minute race. We'll try again. Jonathan Willis in the Dawson Direct truck on pole. And John Newell, who was leading at the time of the stoppage, alongside him. Second row, Tom O'Rourke and David Jenkins. Then Steve Thomas. No Mark Taylor after his damage there. Martin Gibson and Ryan Smith completing the Division 1 field. There's Division 2. Missing a couple who had problems yesterday. We haven't got Paul McCumiskey's number 99 Volvo. We haven't got Adam Bint in number 5. Of course, Brad Smith out for the weekend. So it's John Powell and Simon Cole leading Division 2. We're down to 7 in Division 1. Unfortunately, Mark Taylor, he might join in from the pits. We'll wait and see. One truck we should have had here this weekend as well was Rick Collins, number 95. His truck not ready in time. Of course, had a big smash at Thruxton last season. We know Stuart Oliver out for the weekend with mechanical problems following yesterday. This will be a 15-minute race. Craig Reed, the Division 2 points leader in the red Iveco there. Brand new MAN leading the field round. There's John Newell's brand new MAN alongside our pole sitter Jonathan Willis. Ryan Smith are the running repairs by his team, going to hold out here. There's Bradley Smith, number 46, with his new Iveco. First full season in the sport for him. David Jenkins, his team have worked on the truck there. Hopefully that will hold out. Second attempt then with our first race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park. This will be a 15-minute race. Jonathan Willis and John Newell head the Division 1 trucks. Second row, Tom O'Rourke and David Jenkins. Watch for Ryan Smith in the Mercedes. Jenkins and Smith involved in the first corner tangle with Mark Taylor at the first attempt. They're okay to continue. No Taylor on track. Division 2 are headed up by John Powell and Simon Cole. Pace truck will pull into pit lane then. 15 minutes of racing to come. Here we go then up towards the red lights. Ready for take 2 with British Truck Racing Championship. Race number 3 of the weekend. Away they go. Here we go, down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. John Newell's made a good start, so has Ryan Smith up the outside. It's Newell who's got the lead into the first corner. Jonathan Willis holding second on the inside, side by side between Jenkins and O'Rourke for third place. Ryan Smith goes out wide over the curb. It's John Powell who leads in the number 6 DAF in Division 2. Craig Evans dropping to the back in number 10. Down the Craner curves. John Newell, the Yorkshireman, leads in truck number 18 with his new MAN. Willis has held second place, and it's Tom O'Rourke from Scotland in third in the number 86 MAN. Daff from Scania from Mercedes in Division 2. Fourth in Division 2, the defending champion Stephen Powell, the man from Kent. Along the bottom of the circuit they go then. Michael Oliver running well in Division 2 in the Scania, but it's Newell who leads the early stages from Jonathan Willis. Ryan Smith on the tail of his rival for several years now, David Jenkins. David, a former champion. Raced by Ryan Smith, looking for title number 6 in a row this year. Steve Thomas behind them, returning after a couple of years away in his MAN there. He's got Martin Gibson all over his tail. Winner in the second race yesterday. It was David Jenkins who took race 1. Down into the chicane they come. John Newell with the lead. Ryan Smith dodging all over the tail of Jenkins there. Martin Gibson making the move on Steve Thomas. He's got through into 6th position. Over the line they come then. John Newell with a lead of just over a second ahead of Jonathan Willis in second. Good run here by the Birmingham-based driver, the newcomer to truck racing this year in number 157. Swing their way through Red Gates for the second time. Jenkins in 4th ahead of Ryan Smith, then Martin Gibson in 6th. They've got ahead of Steve Thomas. Down the Craner curves. What a fantastic, spectacular sight they make. Who's leading Division 2 further back? It is Michael Oliver who's got ahead of John Powell, the Scania blue and white number 12. Ryan Smith giving David Jenkins a bit of a push along there on the bottom of the circuit at Stark. He's up towards Schwantz. Ryan Smith has had a push to pass on the back of David Jenkins. There's Oliver leading Division 2. Son of Stuart Oliver, 10 times champion. Sadly out for the weekend in his Volvo. Ryan Smith looking on the outside now up into Coppice. I don't think he's going to get through there. David Jenkins moving to defend, and Martin Gibson is catching them as well, the number 11 GT Tyres truck. But it's John Newell who leads the way, the tanker lorry businessman from South Yorkshire in the number 18 MAN. Jonathan Willis going well here, holding second place through the Roberts chicane. Tom O'Rourke still in third. Jenkins and Smith seem to be content battling each other at the moment in this one. There's Mark Taylor's truck, or what's left of it, in the pit lane, as Ryan Smith pulls out to try and go around the outside of Jenkins for fourth place. Jenkins having none of it. Still John Newell who leads the way. Jonathan Willis up there in second place. This is great stuff from the Dawson Direct Truck and Trailer MAN. There's Steve Thomas in the half and half liveried MAN. Half of it in the colours of HGV Direct, half in Dines Recovery. Coming down the Craner Curves Division 2, led by Michael Oliver, ahead of John Powell. There's a good battle going on for third. Simon Cole in the pink Team Hard Mercedes, and over the grass goes Jock Borthwick there in the background. The winner from yesterday's second race took to the grass there at the Craner Curves. Hopefully he survived that. Tom O'Rourke is being put under some pressure now by David Jenkins. There's Steve Thomas, a bit of damage to the side of his truck, so maybe was caught in that first corner melee. First two have broken away here. John Newell from Jonathan Willis. Tom O'Rourke in third. Great run by Jonathan Willis, only his second ever truck race meeting. Made his debut at Brands Hatch at the start of the season. Missed the trip to Thruxton. Great form here on what is his local circuit for truck racing, comes from Birmingham. Tom O'Rourke all the way from Livingston in Scotland in third place, and David Jenkins still side by side with Ryan Smith there. Ryan trying to get around the outside. Jenkins defending the racing line for third. Michael Oliver still leads Division 2. Another man on his comeback after a couple of years out of racing. He leads by 2 seconds ahead of John Powell. Borthwick survived his grassy moment last time through. He's third in the division ahead of Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith, Craig Evans and Simon Cole round out the field. So Simon Cole has dropped to the back of the Division 2 field. Ryan Smith sideways there through the old hairpin as he chases David Jenkins. Just can't get past the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. There's the Thomas Transport MAN of Steve Thomas further back. Still these first two out in front. The lead gap was 1.8 seconds last time through. John Newell in the fastest lap of the race at 1:27.919. Out of Coppice. Keeping the gap over Jonathan Willis. Tom O'Rourke in third. Got just under 10 minutes of this race to go. There's the Division 2 battlers. There's Stephen Powell. Almost the reverse livery of that on Steve Thomas's truck, his MAN, the yellow and white halves. Here come the leaders. We see Michael Oliver leading Division 2 in the background there under the bridge. And into the pits has come Simon Cole, so he's had a problem with the Mercedes. Had a retirement yesterday as well. David Jenkins still defending from Ryan Smith, and they're being closed down by Martin Gibson. Let's hope those electrical gremlins don't return for Ryan Smith that he suffered yesterday. Failed to finish the second race. I can't remember the last time before that Ryan Smith had a retirement. The new Mercedes Actros, built in Hungary by European Truck Racing Championship star Norbert Kiss. There's John Powell going well second in Division 2, his first appearance of the season. Jock Borthwick is up to third now as David Jenkins up the inside is going to take Tom O'Rourke as they come through Starkey's and Schwantz Curve. Good move by David Jenkins. He's up into third place. Let's see if he can hold it as they come up to McLean's. Yes, he has, and Smith's got through as well. And now Tom O'Rourke defending, trying to defend from Martin Gibson. And absolutely side by side as they go up towards Coppice. A spectacular sight there as they barrel their way into the right-hander. O'Rourke trying to hold the inside. Now Jenkins under fire from Smith. He's got to defend into the chicane here. Ryan Smith trying to get alongside the 5-time British champion in the Mercedes Actros. Jenkins defends. Now Smith moving back towards the inside. No, you don't, says David Jenkins. Tom O'Rourke still side by side with Gibson. They've been side by side for half a lap. Just lost that bit of momentum coming out of the old hairpin. He's forced wide over the curbs there by Martin Gibson, who goes through and up into 5th position. This is allowing Steve Thomas to close up as well in the 33. John Newell still leads ahead of Jonathan Willis. The gap just over 2 seconds now, and they're 5.5 seconds clear of this scrap between Jenkins and Smith. O'Rourke's lost 3 places down into 6th position. Here's a battle in Division 2. Craig Reed alongside Jock Borthwick. He gets through, forces him wide over the curbs. Borthwick nearly loses it. Steve Powell says thanks very much, I'll go through as well. And so does Bradley Smith in the 46. All change on this lap then. Still your leader is John Newell ahead of Jonathan Willis, and they'll be hoping that the rest of them continue fighting each other behind and they're able to pull away. Borthwick back up the inside, retakes Bradley Smith in the Iveco. Bradley's father, Tony Smith, raced in this series for a number of years. He raced a Finnish-built Sisu truck a few years ago, I remember. Up alongside David Jenkins once again goes Ryan Smith, but he'll be on the outside for the right-hander at Coppice. Jenkins sticking rigidly to the racing line in his MAN. 6 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Smith tries to go for the inside again, down to the chicane, but Jenkins just not leaving him the room there. So it's good defensive driving by David Jenkins. Of course, it is letting Newell and Willis get away at the front. New fastest lap for John Newell that time through, 1:27.559. Willis over the line in second. He's dropped back from John Newell now. 4.7 seconds is the gap. Here comes Smith and Jenkins. They're soon going to be on the tail of Jonathan Willis for second place, I think. They've got Martin Gibson closing them down. This is a good run by Martin Gibson. Had a win yesterday in race 2, although that was stopped early due to a stranded truck. A couple of wins this season for the number 11, the GT Tyres MAN. Swing down the Craner curves. There's the leader in Division 2. It's still Michael Oliver. He's clear of everybody else who's slugging it out for second. Now in second place is Craig Reed, ahead of Stephen Powell. Then it's Borthwick and Bradley Smith. He's lost another place in there. John Powell has dropped back in the number 6 as well after possible problems there. Yeah, a slightly slower lap last time through. Still David Jenkins holds off Ryan Smith. Almost bump drafting him there as they come up towards Coppice. David Jenkins defending. Ryan Smith's getting impatient here. Get off, says David Jenkins, and defends his third place again. Here come the leaders. You can see John Newell has pulled away now in the number 18, looking for win number 2 for his new MAN. Had a win at Thruxton earlier this year, down in Hampshire. David Jenkins defends again. Determined not to let Ryan Smith pass. 4.5 minutes to go. Here comes Martin Gibson. He's got a run on Smith and possibly Jenkins as well. Look at Martin Gibson. Great exit from the chicane. He's saying, well, if you're going to try and stick to each other, I'll get past both of you if I can. He's up on alongside Ryan Smith. He's going to have to be very late on the brakes. I don't think he's going to get round the outside into Redgate. Look at this. 3 of them almost on top of one another there. Smith's going to try and go through the middle here. Jenkins again defends into the Craners. Crowd are loving this. Smith still holds 4th. He's got to defend at the same time as attacking now, because one false move and Martin Gibson will be through. Down to the older hairpin once again. 4 minutes to go. Still Newell from Willis. They're separated by 4.5 seconds, those two, and further back by nearly 6 seconds now with these three. They're losing time, and Tom O'Rourke's closing back up again, and Steve Thomas. Could be 5 of them battling for third soon. Jenkins is the cork in the bottle, if you like, here. He's not giving way. Ryan Smith's getting wound up here. He's having to be careful. There's Gibson in the number 11 having a look as they go up towards Coppice as well. With a bit of luck out of the chicane, he could get past both of them if he can get the exit correct. There's the leader. Newell from John Willis. There is the 157, the Dawson Direct MAN. Great run for him in second place. Here comes the third place fight. It's soon going to be 5 of them because O'Rourke and Thomas are towing up onto the back of them now. Tom O'Rourke, who had a non-finish yesterday in the MV Commercial MAN, and now Smith again to the inside. Jenkins moves across, Smith almost onto the grass. Swings back out to defend from Martin Gibson. This is more like Caterham racing than truck racing. Through Redgate they go, Smith out wide, Gibson follows him. There you can see the gap to Jonathan Willis ahead of them. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. So there'll be a couple of laps to go this time, and here's the battle in Division 2. Jock Borthwick under fire from the defending champion Stephen Powell. He goes through. That's a move for third in the class. Michael Oliver still leads Division 2. There's the Scania. The Iveco of Craig Reed second, and the MAN's battling for third. Michael Oliver, son of Stuart. Busy with his show trucks now he's out of racing for the weekend. And Martin Gibson's got through. He's got ahead of Ryan Smith. That was to happen down at the bottom section of the circuit while we were looking back at Division 2. I don't think they're going to catch the top two here. There's only 2 minutes to go. They might get 2 more laps out of this. We'll wait and see. Steve Thomas has got ahead of Tom O'Rourke behind them, and here comes Martin Gibson. He's leading the attack on David Jenkins now. He's thinking, well, Ryan Smith, you couldn't get past David Jenkins. I'll try and show you how to do it. Smith seems to be struggling this weekend. Oh, and there goes the front bodywork. Look at that, all over the home straight there. Bits of bodywork everywhere off Ryan Smith. Is that a legacy of clipping the back of David Jenkins? Look, he hasn't punctured a tyre doing that because he ran over his own front bumper. Look at the state of the Mercedes. Jenkins still third ahead of Gibson. Tom O'Rourke seems to have slowed. Yes, he's dropping back. Is that a repeat of his problems from yesterday? He's down in 7th. Now, how far behind is Michael Oliver, the Division 2? Yes, he's quite a way back. Less powerful, the Division 2 trucks. Through to the bridge, then up towards McLean's. Still the battle for third goes on. The lead gap is up to nearly 6 seconds now. John Newell is heading for victory. Jonathan Willis is nearly 6 seconds ahead of these three. He's going to take his best ever finish in second. There is Newell. It looks like he's going to have 1 more lap to go this time because there's 30 seconds left on the clock as he comes down towards the chicane. In the NWT Container Services MAN. Comes up over the line to start his final lap. Look at the debris from the truck of Ryan Smith. There's Willis in second. Great run by him. Here comes the third place fight. These trucks looking increasingly battered and bruised. Ryan Smith is going to run over his own debris there if he's not careful. Don't puncture your tyres, Ryan. Up on Martin Gibson. It's still Jenkins holding third. He's held on in front of this group all the way. Steve Thomas 6th. Tom O'Rourke in 7th place. Down the Craners for the last time. Ryan Smith determined to get ahead of Martin Gibson now. Such a frustrating weekend for the British champion. Jenkins has pulled away a couple of truck lengths there. Smith tries again. There is John Newell meanwhile. He's heading for the second win for his new MAN this season. Has led all the way. Probably wondering where everyone else has got to. They're too busy fighting each other. Out of Coppice for the last time. Jonathan Willis still in second. Still the third place fight goes on. Here he comes into the chicane though for the final time. The man from near Rotherham in South Yorkshire, number 18, John Newell. A return to truck racing after several years away a couple of years back. Comes in for win number 2 this season. The win goes to John Newell, and well done Jonathan Willis, a superb second place, his best finish of his debut season so far. Excellent stuff from the 157. David Jenkins does hang on for third. Ryan Smith's got back ahead of Martin Gibson for 4th place. Gibson 5th, Thomas 6th. And 7th place will go to Tom O'Rourke. Next through we will have the Division 2 pack a little bit further back, and it's going to be Michael Oliver. He has been reeled in by Craig Reed in the OK Trucks Iveco for Reed Freight and Reed Truck Sports. It's going to be the GT Tyres Kelsa Truck Products at Scania of Michael Oliver for his second win of the weekend. Accelerates out of the chicane ahead of Craig Reed. Michael Oliver wins Division 2. Craig Reed comes over in second. Who's going to be third in Division 2? It's going to be Jock Borthwick ahead of Stephen Powell. That protects Craig Reed's championship lead. Bradley Smith in his Iveco. He's got a little bit of damage to the bumper there. Comes over in 5th place. And the other finishers, Craig Evans and John Powell. Simon Cole, unfortunately, a retirement. Congratulations to John Newell then, taking the win for the 2nd time this season in his MAN, and well done Jonathan Willis, his best ever finish of his debut season in 2nd place. A frantic battle for 3rd, Ryan Smith having to settle for 4th behind David Jenkins. Confirm the results shortly. The rivalry between Jenkins and Smith rumbles on. Ryan Smith did beat Martin Gibson home for 4th. Martin Gibson got the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.183. And there's our Division 2 winner. 2 wins this weekend so far for Michael Oliver. Inherited the win in race 1 when Jock Borthwick was penalised for jumping the start. Michael Oliver celebrates, waving to the crowd and the marshals. He's very pleased with that one, holding off the points leader Craig Reed. Look at the state of Ryan Smith's Mercedes there. He's going to have to fit some new bodywork on that. We'll confirm the results of that first truck race of the day, the 3rd of the weekend. John Newell the winner by 7 seconds ahead of Jonathan Willis, a brilliant 2nd place for the 2021 newcomer. David Jenkins holding on for 3rd, half a second ahead of Ryan Smith, with Martin Gibson having to settle for 5th, although he did get the fastest lap. 6th place went to Steve Thomas, number 33, ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Then we have the Division 2 trucks. Michael Oliver wins Division 2, finishing a 2nd ahead of Craig Reed. Jock Borthwick 3rd in that division and completing the top 10 overall. Stephen Powell was next home ahead of Bradley Smith. Then Craig Evans, John Powell, and a non-finish sadly for Simon Cole. He pulled the Mercedes into the pits after 3 laps. Non-finish for Mark Taylor as well. He didn't take the restart. You can see his truck, or what's left of it, in the pit lane. Hopefully we'll see him repaired and back out later on. Hopefully we'll see Adam Bint and Paul McCumiskey as well. They failed to take the start in that one. Well done indeed to our intrepid truck racers there. A rather wild encounter at times. Our next race will be a little later on for the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150s. We'll take a bit of a break now. That will be coming up a little later on, scheduled to go off at around 12:20. That's the more powerful classes in the Caterhams, 140, 150 brake horsepower. And if the Sigma 135s can produce a near 3-way dead heat, who knows what their more powerful cousins from the Caterham Graduates Racing Club can do. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We can now head down to Park Ferme to hear from our race winners.
All right, welcome down to Park Ferme with the winner, John Newell. John, you made that look very, very simple, mate. Composed right from the start, let it out, took him home.
Didn't feel that way at the start, but once we got going and settled into a routine, I could keep pulling a gap and a gap and a gap, and then towards the end, they told me to put some quicker times in trying to get fastest lap, but we were just slightly off. But we had a good race. It was good fun.
Yeah, and you were setting those fastest laps through the middle of the race as well. I think it helped you out that there was a fire raging behind you. Were you aware of that battle for 3rd place?
Yeah, I seen it all going off behind, but I could see I would keep pulling the gap, so I wasn't interested really. I was just concentrating on what I was doing.
Been a great weekend for you so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's getting there. A bit of a bad day yesterday, but hopefully today will be better.
Still 2 more races to come. Wish you the very best of luck with those.
Thank you very much. And
I'm going to grab a word, if I can, with the man in 2nd place. Here we go. In front of the truck for his first ever podium, I believe. An amazing result for you, mate.
Thank you so much.
2nd place.
Yeah.
I think it's only your 3rd ever race, am I right in thinking?
Second race, brand action, this one today.
So 2nd ever meet, you're on the podium, it must feel absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing feeling, you know, it was a hard drive, there's some fast drivers out there. I tried my hardest then and we got there. So congratulations to my team, my sponsors. You know, without all them people, we wouldn't have done it.
It's an incredible achievement. What's it been like? Because obviously you're the newest one on the grid in terms of to this sport. You've had only 2 meets to it, but it's a really exciting sport to be a part of, isn't it? A real family feel.
It's completely different. Everyone's really, how can I put it? They're really welcoming. They help you out. You know, it's a hard thing to drive. It's going from car racing into this. It's completely different. You know, but we get in there and we're learning. So really pleased with today's result. Well, let's see what we can do in the next race.
Yeah, you are learning quickly, mate. Best of luck for the next ones. Congratulations.
So Thank you.
All right, we're going to head on over here. Do stick with us because we're going to try and get the words from the men who are battling away in third place. That crazy battle between Dave Jenkins, Martin Gibson and Ryan Smith. We're going to try and just get a word. I can see Martin Gibson over here and Dave Jenkins, so let's see if we can bring them all in. Martin, Michael, can I bring you in? All right, Michael, we'll come to you in just a minute, winner of Division 2. Martin, we'll start with you because that battle for third place is one of the most entertaining races we've seen in a very, very long time. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, that was brilliant. So much manoeuvres and everything, but it was all clean, it was all proper racing, it was brilliant.
That's what you do it for, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If we can have another one of those, then bring it on.
Talk about the battles though between Ryan, Dave and yourself, because at one point you looked like you were out of it, you brought it back in, then all of a sudden you were the man challenging Dave. It was all over the place, wasn't it? But I mean, how well did Dave do to hold you two off, because you were going at him pretty hard?
Yeah, well, I sat back a bit because I thought these guys are going to take each other out, and then it wasn't happening, so I thought I'd better get involved. Then I got involved and cocked it up, so I ended up at the back anyway.
Michael, we're going to bring you in if we can. And another victory for you, mate. 3 years out, you're on top of the podium once again. It's going all right, isn't it?
That's too easy, man. I tell you, I could barely look left and right. My neck's killing us. So it was a good job. I got a good lead because Craig would have got us, like. But
it does take a little bit of physical getting used to it, doesn't it? Because I know you've been in the paddock all this time, but sitting in the front seat, that's a little bit different, isn't it?
You're trying to say I'm unfit, like.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I know it does take it out. Yeah, I tell you, your arm muscles are working. And bloody hell, there's a belt comes right up past your groin. That you've got to be careful of that one and all.
I bet you do. Right, we're going to let you get off. Best luck in races 4 and 5. We're going to try and find Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Ryan's just over here, so I'm going to grab him. Ryan, need to talk to you about that one, mate. That was a hell of a race. What was it like to be a part of?
Dave Jenkins' mum and dad must have fed him with a catapult, because I tell you now, it was that slow in that race. The pace truck overtook me at one point. I've never raced with anybody so defensive in my life and defended for 1 point like he'd won the Formula 1 Grand Prix Championship at Checkered Flag. He wants to be ashamed of himself and his team want to be ashamed of himself. The spectators come here for overtaking. From the word go, he spun me into turn 1 when I'd gone by him, and for the rest of that race, he drove that slow, honestly. We've got an electric truck that does 5 miles an hour could have overtook him. I'm just disappointed in myself that I didn't get by him, but onwards and upwards to the next race there'll be more fireworks.
Yeah, I don't doubt it for a second. Talk us through that first turn, because obviously we spoke to you before the race and you want a big improvement on yesterday. Were you worried at all that you might not be able to get out for that race?
Well, the truck still wasn't right. We've still got a fuel issue, but you know, you make the best of the situation you can. Just so annoyed with other competitors doing that for 1 point and, you know, stopping racing. You know, I enjoy racing if somebody's fair, but he was doing 20 mile an hour in some corners and I was crashing him up the rear, as you can see with my bar, because I couldn't go any slower. And I just said to him, Dave, he went, well, I had to do what I had to do. What, for third, fourth? You know, some people race that way. I race to win. I race to put a good show on for the spectators. I don't defend for 15 minutes. He obviously wanted to. That's his choice. Onwards and upwards.
Onwards and upwards. Wish you the best luck for races 4 and 5, Ryan. Thanks for talking to us. We're going to try and find a word with Dave Jenkins. Give him that little right reply. He's over there, I think. So we're going to head on over to get our final interview after a really dramatic truck race here at Donington Park. Dave looks like he's having a bit of a debrief with his team. And we're going to put some questions to him. Dave, if I can grab a quick word with you, mate. I enjoyed watching that race immensely. Some people didn't enjoy being part of it as much, I know. How did you react to that race? Because that battle for third was enthralling.
It felt like 30 laps of somewhere. No, the first corner was a mess. There was a bit of a jump start and a bit of misfortune going on. I got a tap from behind, unfortunately tapped Ryan, seemed to agitate him somewhat. And then, I had to just defend from him until I got myself a bit of clear space and then get away from there. But we'd got a little bit of walking wounded with the truck, and it was too little too late in the race to challenge the other two guys. But we'd have never caught John Newell, and John Willis, a well-deserved first podium for him. So all in all, an enthralling race.
Just spoke to Ryan. He says he spoke to you a little bit earlier. He says he could never do what you did and defend. What do you say though? Because for you, I guess it's more points in terms of the championship, and you did what you could.
Yeah, it was it was about the championship battle, wasn't it? And I wouldn't have needed to defend if he hadn't have got physical. So if we'd have been going together, I could have gone forwards. But it was just one of those sort of stalemate situations where I'm not being at all smug, but there's winners and losers in every situation. And this particular time we got the result, he didn't. Next time I'm sure the boot will be on the other foot.
Well, races 4 and 5. If this race is to go by, it should be a cracker. What are you expecting from it?
Yeah, more. Ryan's going to be like a coiled spring now, clearly, and then it will stop him again. But we need to, we need to make some changes to the truck, get some tyres around it, get it straightened out, and see what we can do. We're looking forward to it.
Oh, so are we. We cannot wait for it, Dave. Best of luck for races 4 and 5. We are going to hand you back straight to them. Dave Goddard is waiting to take you through for that next race here at Donington.
Well, we said there's a bit of a rivalry between David Jenkins and Ryan Smith, didn't we? I think there's going to be a bit of a grudge match between those two later on there. Friends off track, but deadly rivals on it, as we could see there. Now we're going to take a break now before our next race later on, which is the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150 cars. But great fun there from the trucks, all good fun. And we'll be back underway a little later on with our next race, which is the first of the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150 race, the more powerful Caterham Graduates Racing Club cars that we have here this weekend. In a short while we will be handing over as well to the awards. Pointy's going to be handing over the trophies to the top 3 in each class, and we'll hopefully hear a bit more from them on the podiums. It's coming up shortly.
Such distance when they're up the Convoy score, but yes, something for Michael Smith to make way down through the order. Here comes Alan Cooper, first off finish line. This is number 3 who's been the lead to Reece Jones in second place, then Jones in third, Jones in third place. That's the big fifth place, and sixth
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome to the podium for the first race here at Sunday at Donington Park. That'll do, that'll do. Well, what a fantastic start to the day here at Donington Circuit, where we saw the British Truck Racing champions take to the grid one more time. With a bit of a false start and a red flag, a re-grid saw some fantastic results and a very, very closely fought battle for the top 3 in Division 1 and 2. So, without further ado, let's get on with, of course, traditionally the Division 2 race first. And in third place, not doing as well as he did yesterday, Jock Borthwick. He better be here. He's not here, is he? Unbelievable. We'll move on. We'll move on. Okay, in second place, Craig Reed. Where's Craig gone? Do you want all 3? Just come and get all 3. And collecting all 3 trophies in first place, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Oliver. I mean, you're just going to have to just, yeah, here you go. Let's take one each. Put your hat on. One each. We'll do this again later for the photo ops, I believe. Come on, that's it, come on. Second place, climbing up. You got it. No, this one. Kids and TV, classic mix. There you go, hold that one. Oh, it doesn't really matter, just put it down. There we go. Come on, Jock's representative. Oops, sorry. The Young Driver Awards go to... Look at this, they get younger every year. Round of applause. I don't think you should spray them though, Michael. Okay, maybe save the bottles. I'm getting Right, now quick, run away now, quick. I think you should just get the audience as well. Yeah, go on, do it. Hey! Oh, well done, Michael. Well done. Fantastic effort. Thank you very much. Oh, I smell lovely. Oh. Well, this shirt was clean on today, ladies and gentlemen, but never mind. Right then, moving on to the greatly awaited Division 1 race, where we saw in third place, battling to the very finish, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Jenkins. He was here a minute ago, I saw him. Here he is, yes! That's it, there we go. And in second place with his first podium in the British Truck Race Championships, put your hands together for the Brummie lad, Jonathan Willis! Not sure how you're going to spray champagne with holding those two, dude. Hand them back, that's good. They're the best type of kids, they are. Ones you can hand back. And in first place, making it stick this time round, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for John Newell! Here you go. Well done, mate. Here you go, mate. Where's his cap? There's his cap. Beautiful. I'll hold that in front for you there. Hold that in front. You got it? There we go. Fantastic. Round of applause again for your top three, Division 1. And as they like to say in Europe now, it's time for the champagne. Quick, go, go, get down, go, run, run, run. Twisting it through. Oh, easy now. That's it. Here we go, here we go. Oi! Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, thanks, John. Nice one. Oh, right then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We will be doing, of course, the next podium straight after the next race. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but that should be at around 2:10 start time for the second race of the day. Don't forget to head down to the live action arena where we're now doing drift trucks and rallycross racing. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later on.
He started this lap with a second lead, but it's going to be well, at best third. In fact, he's going to be even fifth place because there's a lot of contact heading into the chicane. Through goes George, through goes down just under the Peters there, a bit like 21 is looking to try and squeeze one, which is Dean's Williams, who's leading the race. Alan Gilbert goes in second position. Number 79, Back on number 5, number 13, which is John Parker, and number 13, Andy Bird, 13. The finished sixth row, number 68 is Nick Bridgman with number 85, Mark Beattie, 68 and 85. Representing number 51, which is Paul Simmons, and number 15, Elton 51. The 8th row, number 33, Kieran Beattie, and number 3, Mike Schlupp, 33 and 3. Back on the 9th row, number 21, which is Schmidt, and 35, Neil Shen, 71 and 35. The 10th row, number 7, 3-time winner so far this weekend, and number 1, Daniel Clark, 7 and 1 Mark Mustang Clark. The 11th row, number 57, Will Gibson, and 66, 57 and 66. The 12th row, number 5, is the Order Thursday, and number 9, Tim Brockhurst, 5 and 89, and the final place, Paula Green, should be number 321, which is Lenny Woodcock. That's very good for the chance, but let's head down to where in the pit lane. We should hopefully have some other drivers. We've got 3 drivers in the BARC Racing Championship. We've got some fine looking trophies and some hats that we are going to present to them. And we will be presenting the trophies with our winner coming first. So, BARC Racing is about to present Paul Tompkins with his race winner's trophies, finishing in good position. You have to present the trophy. Paul Tompkins claims the win. Second position, you've got your own trophy. George Turicki finishes in second position. And third place is Dean Tompkins, who finishes in third position. They have done self-serve on the trophies. We'll get the photographs taken. So hold the trophies along with big smiles all around from George Turicki, from Dean Tompkins and Paul Tompkins, and then ship it up to the bit to get a collective photograph with them together. So find a few photographs being taken, and then should we squeeze all 3 up together so we get all 3 in the same shot?
Taking the chance to look at some of the other attractions here at Donington Park, here at Convoy in the park. We've seen drifting done before. Have you ever seen it done in trucks? That's what we've got in the arena at the moment. Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver driving the 2 trucks that are out there. I think that's Stuart Oliver in the Scania, Steve Thomas in the MAN there. In the DAF, sorry, not the MAN. Races an MAN. Where's Rig Stig when you need him? Look out, Steve Thomas on the brakes there as Oliver throws the truck into a donut. Incidentally, an update on the Caterham Sigma 135 category from earlier on from the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. The winner of that race is now being shown as David Reed. Those who saw that race earlier on, it was initially given to James McCall, but the photo finish has been studied, and David Reed's got the win by 1,000th of a second. So the result corrected there. Be nice if it could have been awarded as a 3-way dead heat. They deserved it. Just like in the film Cars. Maybe David Reed had his tongue out as he crossed the line, who knows.
It seems strange, really, because we say you're the champion in 2019, here in 2021, you're still the defending champion.
Tyre smoke everywhere from Steve Thomas's DAF. We've seen some drift cars and some rallycross cars and buggies out there as well. Now, what's Steve Thomas going to do here? One doing donuts round the other now, I think. There's Stuart Oliver, mind the straw bales. Steve Thomas doing his party trick. You can just see him through the smoke there. He's climbed out of the truck as it's in its donut. And he's on the back of the cab. There he is. You can just see him through the tyre smoke. Eat your heart out, Terry Grant. Seen him do that in his Legends car. He's in there somewhere. Truck's completely obscured by smoke. A good showing of skills there from Stuart Oliver and Steve Thomas. Stuart not able to race this weekend, his Volvo race truck out of action. Not that we can see much of them with the amount of tyre smoke down there. There we can see just a couple of our show trucks here this weekend. Trucks of all shapes and sizes on display on the infield, all ages as well. Got some vintage lorries here as well.
Gibson, both towards the tail end of the field when circling. As is the wide-legged cross, so Chris Green was done, and then stopped up from John Mitchell.
Of course, he'll have to work on number 2, but now he needs to maintain while the sun is with the Britain game. But I think it's fair to say this weekend where Miles Bond started in front middle, he managed to do the job to get to the front and with racing. So again, you've got past him, started 19th on the grid and trying to find his way through. Although, saying that, he was in strife at Redmond Corner. Luckily for him, had a red flag which caught him back up and gave him a second chance to go. So he had a little bit of trouble where he shouldn't have been, especially when you find yourself towards the back. You normally find yourself in some other people's problems, middle of the field. So we'll see how he gets on. As I said, Will Gibson has the best so far this weekend. It's been in strife on 2 occasions, one earlier today and the final that he put 2 yesterday. We're about to go for this one. This is heat number 1, as we said, it's 10 laps to look forward to. It's going to be great formation for the Ladies Championship. And the grid. Let's see how they get on. Here's Charlie Butt, Josh Norman, number 2, the Riddlers away they go. Got a good start from the show. We're looking for the cars first between the Legends and Minnie's John Beans on the inside. Charlie Butt pushing him down towards the corner. John Beans pushing leading forward. Charlie Butt is going to screw through into second place. I think Josh Norman will put to the inside. Fourth place possibly as they start their way down through the second field and go ahead with all the first time. All the which are out the side from our competition performance. That's a brief blip that they're heading towards one curve and we see through the clay from the competition. It's going to be in the lead of the race. It's John Mickle that leads the race. It's Chris Needham that's up into second position. Third place by point now. And fourth is Charlie Butt. Fifth is going to be Nathan Anthony by the look of things. But John Mickle will try and get the break nice and early and try and pull away from everybody that's around. And at the moment it looks as though he's just we'll get a bit of the tone this time as they come along the straight and it's breaking out the rubber chicane. But John Mickle is exactly what he needs to do. It's up to the grid for this one. He really needs to win it because he knows he's got to be flat for the grid. But he's going to go The leading three have got quite a substantive gap, haven't they, between themselves and the Carlton there in fourth position, which is going to have to work tirelessly hard to try and catch up if it needs some assistance from a bit of book tramping protection from behind. But Chris Needham took a second, but tramping the race, John Mitchell sitting down in third place, Nathan Anthony in fourth, Nick Bridgman is there in fifth place, racing he's been on by Andy Burney, who's at the front of it, Needham's in the rear of the number 30 car. Yes, certainly it's behind around the outside. Everybody else, but Chris Needham still leading, heads up towards the right-hander off the main corner. Jack Parker just late, dropping to third, and look at the gap they have over everybody else. Across the line it was 2.6 seconds. I think it's going to be much more than that at the end of this third lap of the race.
Yeah, they've been working well together, haven't they? And that's what they need to do. They've got the break. There's now just 3 of them that are fighting for each one of the steps of the podium. And whilst, of course, all 3 of them would like to win, keep working together for the moment. There's still a long, long way to go in this 10-lap heat. They're only on lap number 3 as things currently stand. But if they spot, of course, they'll slow each other up and it brings everything behind back into contention. So keep the gap that it is. Still work together, try to a bit further. Over the top this time, from Jack Parker this time. Is he going to get the round the return from John Bickle? Yeah, they all think us together, but only he gets to the start finish straight. And also trying to challenge Chris Needham as well. All 3 of them still working together. And he's looking now on the number 1, but this is good. This is what you need to be doing, especially when you find one of these championship rivals, Miles Rudman, still kind of down in the field at the minute. Hasn't made too much progress, Miles. He's 20th place. Good news for Miles is that he's got his load of cars ahead of him. If he catches the pad to the toe, he can very quickly find himself up the order. Meantime, from the line, change the second. Chris Needham this time goes is the second place. And John Mitchell goes first. Rudman is doing this. John Mitchell did get to that. Not making pressure. He's big gap to try and close up the thing. The remaining, 5 laps really? Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, with the top 3 working together effectively, they're all helping each other out to kind of drag that gap even further away. And now that Will Gibson is really support, he is pretty much plateaued. So he's going to get from behind and again, there's no help from his front. And that's not what Jack Parker doing. He's now got the top 2. So you'll see John Bickle and Chris Needham trying to work together. And see Jack Parker back.
So someone has gone, unfortunately, through the second sector. Once we get through there, of course, there's race 1 floor. So Nickel, Needham and Jack Parker will give 30 years on this lap. Not by the looks of things, making any progress towards the top 3. So he may have now just become stalemate with that 2.2 second gap. I think it's the former silhouette race there. Chris Proctor has got this into the race 9. John's not come through that time. So he dropped 6 places and was still awaiting his arrival. This is in sector 2 somewhere, and that sort of ties up with what you were saying. Green flashing lines up at McLean's scoreline. So it's towards bringing up the wrong case. 3 now for the lead race. Jack Parker is with Christine and absolutely on third with John Bickle for the lead of the race. The 3 of them not close enough to book Grant Jenkins still making further inroads. These leaders there, yes, he is. His lap was still the fastest.
Well, seeing a few shots of our other events going on here at Donington Park today, seeing some of the drift cars in action, among other things, our show trucks on the infield. Next up, as we say, it is the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150 race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. We can now go down to hear from some of the drivers getting ready for our next race.
Welcome trackside here at Donington Park, almost ready to get underway with the Caterham Graduates, but before we do, we're going to have a word with some of the drivers, including those on pole position. That starts with Jamie Elwood. Jamie, obviously you've stuck it on pole, so something's going right for you. How much are you looking forward to the race here at Donington?
Well, I'm actually second, pole is that side, but no, really happy to be right at the front of the grid. Good qualifying yesterday, just got to keep it there and yeah, hope to get some good points out of it.
Well, to be fair, from what I know about Caterham, you never want to be in first place until the line anyway, so you're in prime position.
Absolutely, I think you can defend around here. You can slipstream down the back straight, but I think you can also defend that position, so hopefully you can stay at the front.
We wish you all the very best of luck, Jamie, go well. I'm going to speak to the man in first position as it stands, Harry Senior. Harry, congratulations on sticking it on pole. How much are you looking forward to getting underway here at Donington?
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, I've never raced with a crowd this large. You know, there's so much going on. It's hard to kind of focus on the racing, but no, really looking forward to it. Great track, Donington.
After sort of 18 months, 2 years away from having a proper crowd at races, this weekend feels a little bit special here, doesn't it? It's such a well-known and historic track, especially known for its atmosphere. It is a little bit different and special.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a special track with a massive crowd for the first time in ages. It's great.
Well, we cannot wait to watch your race, mate. All the very best of luck. All right then, almost time to get underway here at Donington. We're going to throw back to Dave Goddard. These two are going to be battling it out for first position.
Okay, thank you to Steve there down in the pits. We can bring you the grid fairly shortly for our first race for the Caterham Graduates Sigmax and Sigma 150 event, the two classes running combined. So it'll be two races in one here in pole position. Here's number 28, Harry Senior. He's in the Sigmax division, their championship leader, alongside Jamie Elwood. Been racing for over 20 years and winning titles with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. He's in a Sigma 150, car number 2. Second row at number 38, Simon Goodwin, and 46 of Jamie Winrow. They're both Sigma 150s. Row 3, number 25, Stephen Clark in Sigmax, and James de Lusignan, number 102. He's in 150. You can tell the different classes if you look at the colour on the outside of the grid there. The Sigmaxes are in white and the Sigma 150s in blue. Row 4 is number 54 Andy Ebden and 24 Ben Winrow. The 5th row, 69, Jonathan Curry, and 71, Adam Bettinson. Row 6, Andrew Whitten, number 112, and 172, Mark Smith. The 7th row, 110, James Gilmore, 72 of Glenn Burtonshaw. The 8th row, 83, Jonathan Ems, and 167, Doug Christie. And the 9th row, 122, Gary Curtis, and 56, Paul Wells. Should see nearly 40 cars out there for this one. The 10th row, 58, Rob Warner, 84 of Daniel Hamilton. 11th row, 36, which is Luke Tsuru, and 3, Jim Earlham. Row 12, 66, Barry White, 17, Andy Hughes. Row 13, 6, Steve Arnold, and 85, Colin Loughlin. Row 14, Chris Buckley, number 22, and 119 of Andrew Sagar. Row 15, 43, Nigel Smith, and 15, Kim Raymond. Row 16, Gareth Cordy, number 33, and 52 of Michael Downing. Row 17, 137, Will Price, and 23, Martin Gleach. Row 18, 27, Chris Savage, and number 8, Peter Marsh. Good to see Chris Savage back out after a big accident at Thruxton in July. Row 19, Rob Appleton, 93, and 193, Steve Evans. And finally, 177, of Graham Hopkins. Well, looking at the points in the Sigma 150s, it's Jamie Elwood who has been on the podium in every race so far this year. His lowest finish being a 3rd at Thruxton. He's been in the top 2 of every other race this year. Barry White will be his main challenger possibly today in terms of the points. He's in 3rd in the points, behind Harry Kramer, who's not out today. In Sigmax, it's Harry Senior, again has been on the podium in every race this year. Ben Winrow, his main challenger. Stephen Clark and Glenn Burtonshaw will also be ones to watch. Simon Griffiths not here today. We'll have the cars out onto the grid very shortly indeed. After this, it'll be a whole mixture of cars for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon cars. Big grid of Caterhams, almost 40 of them in this category today. 2 races in one, the Sigma 150s and the Sig Max division. And one more race before we break for lunch, which is for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We're back underway after lunch with the next truck race of the day, then more Caterhams and sports and saloon cars later on.
With that, we can move our attention very shortly to our next race, which will be for the Caterham. We're racing Caterham today for the Sigma 135. We'll have the first act today.
Our next live stream coverage is on Bank Holiday Monday, August the 30th, when we will have action from Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club headline at that event. Up in the wolds of Lincolnshire, the roller coaster of a circuit at Cadwell. Looking at what else we've got on there. We've got all the classic touring cars, the Jaguars, the pre-66, pre-83, pre-93, pre-03 touring cars, Classic Thunder, and the Blue Oval Saloons as well. It's a non-stop day of classic touring car racing. 10 races on the programme there for you. That's all coming up on August the 30th, Bank Holiday Monday. So the Caterhams who are making their way onto the grid, it will be a green flag lap, standing start, and a 25-minute race once again. So a little bit of a clean-up needed there at the chicane by the look of things before we get this race underway. See the Collins Earthworks sweeper out there. As soon as that's done, we will have the Caterhams on the grid. Thanks again to our volunteer marshals. We see them in action here, just sweeping up a bit of gravel at the chicane. See all our show trucks again there in the background. Good to see Chris Savage is here, number 27, looking at the Caterham grid. Had a big accident at Thruxton at the complex at the our previous coverage of the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. Missed the round at Croft, but he's back here today. Croft, the winners were Harry Kramer and Jamie Elwood in the Sigma 150s, Harry Senior and Ben Winrow in Sigmax. They had a win each at Thruxton as well. It was a win for Jamie Winrow at Thruxton. He missed Croft, but is back out this weekend. Looks like the Marshall's clear up is almost complete there. If you ever wanted to have a go at marshalling, you can look up the BARC Marshals Club, at BARC Marshall on Twitter. You can contact them. Also the British Motorsports Marshals Club as well. Have a look on the BARC website too, barc.net. You can find out how you can don the orange overalls and get up close and personal to the action if you've ever fancied volunteering as a race marshal. Waiting for the course car to confirm that everything is all clear and we can get the Caterhams onto the grid. So the grid will form up then. Harry Senior will take pole. The man from Berkshire will start alongside Jamie Elwood. His Caterham racing goes right back to the formation of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club in the late 90s. And for over 20 years now he's been winning titles with this club. Jamie Elwood, the most experienced man on this grid. Seen a couple of lady drivers take titles as well with the Caterham Graduates in the past. Amanda Black and Rachel Green among them. Drivers from all walks of life compete in their Caterhams just for pure enjoyment of motor racing. We saw a near three-way dead heat earlier on. Now the marshals coming out onto the grid, that's a good sign. Looks like we are going to get the cars very shortly out from the assembly area. The course car leads them out then. Will be number 28, Harry Senior, the grey car with the red roll cage. Jamie Elwood in black and Dayglow red. Jamie Winrow in red and blue there. It's Ben Winrow in yellow and red. There's some of the names to watch in this one. They'll be among the favourites for victory. Of course, two races mixed together. We said you can tell which class the drivers are in by the colour of the notification next to their name on the graphics. The Sigma 150s in blue and the Sigmax in white. Grid forms up then. Harry Senior on pole. There will be a green flag lap prior to the start. This big field of Caterhams. Simon Goodwin on the second row, the red car with the black and yellow wings. Charity, and also to Vicky Holtcroft, who is the race day coordinator and works her magic. There's a few board members on the grid as well in this race. We've got Peter Marsh, who is a member of the board of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. He drives a great car, and Roger Ford, the number 21 car, both board members of the club. You can also tell from the stickers on the roll cages of the cars which class they're in. Moving into line at the back, that's the number 193 of Stephen Evans. Sigmax cars have red stickers on their wings, you can see there on the front and rear wings, and the Sigma 150s in yellow. So you can tell the cars apart on track which race they're in, effectively. They won't split into two though here, they will be all racing in together. 177 here at the back is Graham Hopkins from Surrey. It's blue and white with the martini stripe. 93 Rob Appleton there. There you can see on Rob Appleton's car that yellow sticker on his roll cage with number 150 showing that he is a Sigma 150. The Sigmax cars have a red sticker with Max written across it. See it on the number plates on the cars as well, just above the side numbers. That's how you can tell which race the cars are in. We're underway on the green flag lap then. The cars weaving to warm up their Yokohama tyres. Yokohama, a partner of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Number 38, Simon Goodwin, the red and black car with the gold cage and wheels. And Jamie Winrow, number 46. Ben Winrow a bit further back in the red and yellow car there. Very impressive field indeed here of 39 cars we should see for this race. There are two different classes on the front row of the grid. Jamie Elwood alongside Harry Senior. This is going to be great fun. If it's anything like the Sigma 135 race we saw earlier on, this is going to be absolutely wild. There is Harry Senior, championship leader in the Sigmax division this year. Alongside him, Jamie Elwood leading the Sigma 150 points.
320R specification from 2014 onwards, that's the 150 class, and the Sigmax class is for Caterham Super Sports cars, 2008 to 2013. The class also includes former Mega class cars participating with the Rover K series engine and a Dion rear axle. So
it'll be a standing start, 25 minutes. Round they come towards the grid. I reckon any one of about the top 10 cars on the grid could win this, maybe even lower than that. Glenn Burtonshaw will be worth watching in the green number 72 car. He starts 14th. Doug Christie could go well, 167. He's 16th on the grid. Rob Warner's well up in the points for the Sigma 150s. He's further back. Could be any of them. Got no idea what's going to happen here. We are going to see an excellent motor race. That's assured.
Really spread in terms of different classes, so they're all there together, which is nice to see. But Harry Senior, Jamie Elwood in terms of their respective classes, championship leaders, and of course the
cars making their way onto the grid then for our second Caterham Graduates Racing Club race of the day, the Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Harry Senior, the Sigmax Championship leader, on pole position. Points leader in the Sigma 150 division, Jamie Elwood alongside him. Second row, Simon Goodwin and Jamie Winrow. Then on row number 3 we've got Stephen Clark, number 25, James de Lusignan alongside him. Row 4, Andy Ebden and Ben Winrow, Jonathan Curry and Adam Bettinson completing the first 10. Huge field of 39 cars. This will be a 25-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. This is going to be an ultra-close slipstreaming race. This will be a 20-minute race, just come up on the timing screen, so 20 minutes for the Caterhams. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. 5-second board is held up by the starting marshal, waiting for the red lights to come on. Harry Senior versus Jamie Elwood on the front row, and away they go. Down towards the first corner at Redgate. Good start by Jamie Elwood. A poor start by Harry Senior. There's a little bit of contact in there already. Somebody, I think that's Andy Ebden, has lost a wing into the first corner. Jamie Elwood leads it. That was quite a poor start by Harry Senior. He's down to about 5th position from pole as they head into the first corner. More wings go flying as they jostle their way through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time. Jamie Elwood has a clear lead ahead of Simon Goodwin in second. Stephen Clark is up into third place in the blue and black car. Jamie Winrow is 4th, and Harry Senior down to 5th. Somebody going off over the grass there on the Craner curves. I think that's can't quite see who that is at the moment. I thought it was Graham Hopkins. No, he's there at the back. Pick up who that was in a moment. It was the number 43 car. That's Nigel Smith. Running wide there, I think that's Harry Senior coming out of McLean's there in 5th position, but it's Jamie Elwood, Caterham Graduates Racing Club veteran of over 20 years, who leads the way as they dance their way through McLean's up towards Coppice for the first time. Elwood leads. Stephen Clark has got past Simon Goodwin up into second place. Jamie Winrow has a look down the inside. Harry Senior fighting back, but he's gone to the outside for the Robert chicane. Winrow up the inside takes third place from Simon Goodwin. Charge their way through ultra close through the chicane for the first time. It's Jamie Elwood who has got the lead. Second place is Stephen Clark. Harry Senior is going to try and challenge here as they go into Redgate. There's more wings go flying. Andy Ebden is trying to shed all his wings off the 54 car, I think there. Loses out to number 69 of Jonathan Curry. He comes through. Down the Craner curves. Clark in second, Goodwin is third, then Jamie Winrow side by side with Harry Senior. I'll have the inside here for the old hairpin, will he? No, Bob's back in behind Jamie Winrow. Then behind him is the number 102 car of James de Lusignan. They fight their way up through towards Schwantz curve, then it's up into the right-hander at McLean's. Jamie Elwood coming under a bit of pressure from Stephen Clark, trying to pull some points back in the championship. A non-finish at Thruxton in one of the races there thwarted his bid for the championship lead. Chasing now Jamie Elwood. Third place is Goodwin. Then we've got Winrow in 4th place. Start to fan out across the straight here. Going round the outside is Stephen Clark. He's going to have to brake late here if he's going to take the lead. He's got him round the outside. He got him before they reached the braking zone. Harry Senior up the inside dives ahead of Jamie Winrow. Then we've got de Lusignan, Ben Winrow, and the rest of them come through. Here they come up towards the line. Jamie Elwood will try and retake the lead into Redgate. Yes, he's got the slipstream from Stephen Clark. He goes through, retakes the lead. Elwood that leads from Stephen Clark. Clark the leading Sigmax category runner. Simon Goodwin in a Sigma 150 is third. Then Harry Senior is fourth. Fifth is Jamie Winrow. Sixth, James de Lusignan. And seventh, Ben Winrow. That seven have broken away from the rest of the field slightly. It's Adam Bettinson in 8th place as they cross the line. Yes, the blue and silver car is there ahead of Jonathan Curry and Andy Ebden. We call Andy Ebden the wingless wonder by the end of this race. He's shedding bits of bodywork. Oh, somebody's gone off. I think that might be Adam Bettinson that's spun there, coming out of the old hairpin onto the grass at Starkey's. We may have lost there. Now, is it, or was it one of our leading group? No, I don't think it was. Harry Senior's up to third. He's got ahead of Simon Goodwin. Yes, there's still 7 there for the lead. I think the car that spun, yes, it was Adam Bettinson, number 71, that lost it. Don't think he hit anything, so he should be able to get going again. Now, here they come down towards the chicane at the end of the exhibition straight. Stephen Clark almost being bump drafted there by Harry Senior. Jamie Elwood loses the lead once again. He's locked up. Oh, nearly hit the back of Stephen Clark, trying to hold off Harry Senior. The 2 championship leaders side by side. And we've got Simon Goodwin behind them in car 38. 1.1 second covers the top 4. 1.7 seconds covers the top 7 as they came over the line. Look at this. They're swarming up on the back of Elwood, who goes to the inside on Harry Senior. Clark leads. Elwood back into second, then Senior. Goodwin and Jamie Winrow side by side. Then it's de Lusignan and Ben Winrow. Clear of Andy Ebden in 8th. Jonathan Curry is 9th, and in 10th place is the number 83, Jonathan Ems. Side by side for second. Harry Senior dives through on the inside. He wants to move up and have a go at Stephen Clark. They're both in Sigmax. Jamie Elwood leads the Sigma 150 division. The 150 is probably with about 10 more horsepower than the Sigmax is. Here comes Elwood on the inside, challenging Harry Senior for second place. Senior holds him off. Now here comes Jamie Winrow moving to the inside, the number 46. That's for the lead in Sigma 150, challenging Jamie Elwood. Behind them, Simon Goodwin. He's a 150 as well. So the first 2 cars are Sigmax. The next 3 are Sigma 150s. Then we've got Ben Winrow, number 24. And we see the top 3 in each category at the moment. Ben Winrow, the 3rd Sigmax. So top 6 filled by 3 cars from each of the 2 categories. Jamie Elwood under fire there from Jamie Winrow, number 46, the blue and red car. 7th place behind them is James de Lusignan. Then we've got Andy Ebden. This car with only 2 intact wings now. Down towards Redgate once again. Still a long way to go in this one. Well, 19 minutes 18 showing on the screen. It did change to 20 minutes in the run up to this race, but I think we are going for the full 25. For a bit of confusion over the race length there. At the start of the race it came up as 20 minutes. Now it's come back to 25. So more Caterham racing for you. That's all good. Here we come. Up towards McLean's corner. Could be 8 soon for the lead if Andy Ebden can catch up. It's Stephen Clark rather, still holding the lead ahead of Harry Senior. Jamie Elwood third ahead of Jamie Winrow. There's too many Jamies in this race. 5th place we've got Simon Goodwin. Here they come then down towards the exhibition straight and into the chicane. Is Harry Senior going to try and slipstream for the lead? He's going to the outside. Elwood goes for the inside. He could get second. No, not quite. Jamie Winrow in 4th. Goodwin 5th. Ben Winrow 6th. 7th is James de Lusignan. There he is. Andy Ebden is next. First 8 have now broken away. They start to fan out. Harry Senior dives for the outside. He puts 2 wheels onto the grass there. Running down into Redgate. He won't get past Stephen Clark on the grass. Cuts back in. Jamie Elwood still 3rd, then Jamie Winrow in 4th. Stephen Clark takes the tighter line into the Craners. Harry Senior's never going to get through there. Surely he's side by side on the run down to the old hairpin. He has got through. Oh, that's a brave bit of driving by Harry Senior. You don't very often see overtakes at the Craners like that. Tough it out through there side by side, and it's Harry Senior who's come out in front ahead of Stephen Clark. That was a change for the lead in the Sigmax category as well as overall. Towards McLean's. Elwood is 3rd, leading Sigma 150. And we've got Jamie Winrow. Ben Winrow is up into 5th position, the yellow car. Ahead of Simon Goodwin, who's down to 6th. Andy Ebden trying to close up, he wants a bit of this as well. 8 of them together, Ems and Curry rounding out the top 10. They're trying to go 3 wide down to the chicane. Stephen Clark goes for the inside. He's going to retake the lead under braking. He's done so. Simon Goodwin up the inside is going to try and take both the Winrow boys in one move. Jamie Winrow moves him out wide as they come off the chicane. They could lose out to Andy Ebden. Meantime, Harry Senior goes to the outside again on the run into Redgate. He's going to get through. Had enough momentum there coming off the chicane to slipstream Stephen Clark, and he retakes the lead. Clark down to second. Elwood is there in third. He doesn't need to worry about challenging the 2 ahead of him. They're in a different category to him. First 3 have broken clear slightly of Jamie Winrow, battling with Simon Goodwin down the Craners. Then we've got Ben Winrow in 6th position through the Old Head. 16.5 minutes of this race still to go for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Stephen Clark closing up again on Harry Senior, who leads the way and leads the Sigmax category. Jamie Elwood wants to challenge for an overall win here, leading the Sigma 150s ahead of Jamie Winrow. Behind him is Simon Goodwin, third in that division. Then Ben Winrow is back behind him. Then James de Lusignan and Andy Ebden, and Stephen Clark to the inside into the chicane. He does this every time. Retakes the lead. Simon Goodwin to the inside as well. He's split the 2 Winrows in 5th place overall. First 8 have broken away from the rest of the field well and truly. Harry Senior goes to the inside this time into Redgate, and he goes through again. Stephen Clark, knowing what he needs to do, he hangs back for the rest of the lap, and if he can do that move into the chicane on the final lap of the race, he'll take the win. Elwood is next, then Jamie Winrow's closing up now. The first 3 a lap ago had broken away slightly, but Jamie Winrow's back there now, and Simon Goodwin, 5 of them line astern. It's all about getting your finishing kick right. It's a bit like a middle distance running race on an athletics track. You have to know when to unleash your finishing kick, get your finishing move right on the last lap in Caterham racing. You've got to position yourself correctly. Simon Goodwin closing up on Jamie Winrow. There's James de Lusignan, has got ahead of Ben Winrow at the back end of this battle. Here they come then, they start to weave around, all going to the inside to try and defend their line to stop themselves being slipstreamed down into the chicane. This time Harry Senior is going to hold his lead. Look at Jamie Winrow up the inside there. He's going to take 3rd place and will take the lead of the Sigma 150 division from Jamie Elwood. That's the first time he's been headed by his category rivals. He's down to 4th. Now here comes Simon Goodwin. Look at them weaving around here, trying to defend their positions. Stephen Clark has a look on the inside, but it's still Harry Senior who leads the way. Still 14 minutes of this action to come. Jamie Winrow in 3rd place. 4th is Jamie Elwood. Goodwin is 5th. De Lusignan 6th. Ben Winrow 7th. Andy Ebden in the red and white car behind them in 8th place. Jonathan Ems and John Curry round out the top 10. Looks like everybody is still running as well. All 39 cars still going so far. Stephen Clark on the attack again. The leader's coming up to a back marker. Oh, Harry Senior clipped the curb there on the inside and sent him slightly sideways, but he's held his lead. Any loss of momentum here, and you just go back to the rear of the line you're battling in. One car about to be lapped. Graham Hopkins, number 177, is going to be lapped here. Here comes Stephen Clark to the inside. He's going to do it again into the chicane. Yep, retakes the lead. Done that a fair few times at that spot. Through the chicane. Graham Hopkins will move aside and allow the lead pack to go through. Now Harry Senior darts out from behind Stephen Clark. He's going to attack back again into Redgate to retake the lead. He goes through, and Jamie Winrow's up the inside as well. He can sense 2nd overall. He goes through. Stephen Clark a little bit sideways there on the run into Redgate by the look of it, and he's down to 3rd. That's how quickly everything can change in Caterham racing. Clark fights back, side by side down the Craners with Jamie Winrow. Inches between the 2 of them. Clark up the inside and on the brakes for the old hairpin. He's got him back again. Great bit of driving by Stephen Clark. They safely lapped Graham Hopkins. He let them through in the 177. All okay there. The second group is being headed up there by Andrew Whitton. He's got ahead of Jonathan Ems and John Curry, I think. Andrew Whitten, number 112, we caught a glimpse of there. That's the second group in this race. Through Coppice go the leaders. Can't tear your eyes away from this lead battle for a second. Here they come down the straights. Is Stephen Clark going to do it yet again? He's done this nearly every lap. Tries to move to the inside. No, Jamie Elwood's having a look though. Clark's not close enough this time. Ben Winrow up the inside attacks James de Lusignan. De Lusignan goes briefly over the gravel there. Ben Winrow is through. Andy Ebden trying to get through as well. Stephen Clark to the inside. Jamie Winrow to the inside. Stephen Clark's going to retake the lead into Redgate, and he's done it. Jamie Winrow still leads the Sigma 150s in third place ahead of Elwood and Goodwin. Third Sigmax is Ben Winrow, the yellow and red car. Two Winrows running in different divisions. Harry Senior's done it again down the Craner curves. He is very brave through that section. Brilliant from young Harry Senior in the 28s. This is fantastic racing. Up towards the right-hander at McLean's once again. 11 minutes of the race to go. Here's some of the runners further down the field coming through. You can see there's plenty of battles everywhere that you look. And the battle for ninth is now headed by Jonathan Ems ahead of Curry, Christie and Whitten. So Andrew Whitten's lost a couple of places. Douglas Christie's got past him. Here come the leaders. Oh, and off go James de Lusignan and Ben Winrow. De Lusignan over the gravel. Winrow's recovered it. They just went too wide there, leaning on each other through Coppice. Harry Senior retakes the lead from Stephen Clark, meanwhile, at the inside yet again. They're swapping places for fun, those two. Well, there's Ben Winrow. He's recovered. Just went onto the grass there. He's lost out to Andy Ebden, though. So de Lusignan lost a lot more time. He went over the gravel, but has been able to keep going. Stephen Clark up the inside. Jamie Winrow defending from Jamie Elwood. Winrow could go for the overall lead here up the inside. Side by side with Harry Senior. Winrow leading his class, the Sigma 150s. You can see from the yellow sticker on his roll cage. Sends Jamie Elwood out wide there, side by side down the Craners, but Elwood keeps his foot in. And he's saying, well, if Harry Senior can do that, so can I, he says. And he takes third and the lead of the Sigma 150s. Great driving from Jamie Elwood. Behind them, Simon Goodwin. Those five have broken clear as a result of that little bit of mistake through Coppice last time through, of Andy Ebden, who's sixth, Ben Winrow seventh. Lusignan is still eighth after losing a few seconds going over the gravel. Jonathan Curry and Jonathan Ems rounding out the top 10. Continuing their battle, it's been going on all race long. Now, here they come out of Coppice. It's a longer corner than it looks from that angle. Here comes Harry Senior, yet again, challenging Stephen Clark for the lead. He goes through yet again into the chicane. He's outfoxed Stephen Clark in his own game there. Jamie Elwood up behind them. 9 minutes to go. This frantic thrash for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, Sigma 150 and Sig Max divisions. And here comes Jamie Winrow again. Here comes Simon Goodwin. He could get both of them here. This is superb stuff. And Simon Goodwin up the inside. He's going to get past Jamie Elwood. Elwood lost 2 places there. Winrow's already gone through. Jamie Elwood didn't get the best exit from the chicane there, and he's down to 5th. Now here come the 2 leaders. Harry Senior almost bump drafting Stephen Clark for the lead. Their places have swapped again, coming out of the chicane. Elwood back up the inside, retakes 4th. You cannot keep up with this at all. They're just constantly swapping places. Elwood back up to 4th, ahead of Simon Goodwin. Ben Winrow has got back ahead of Andy Ebden up into 6th place. Just catch a glimpse of them go through there. Here are the leaders. Lusignan is 8th, Ems 9th, Christie 10th, and it's Whitten and the rest of them. I think we may have lost Jonathan Curry. He's not come through on the timing screen on that lap, so I think we've lost the number 69 car of John Curry. He was just in the end of the top 10. Meantime, here come the leaders. Stephen Clark up the inside, takes the lead yet again. Jamie Winrow is back up into 3rd. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:18.536. 5th is Simon Goodwin. Over the line they come. There's Ben Winrow in the background trying to make up for lost ground, having run wide at Coppice a couple of laps ago. Senior to the inside again. I've lost count of the number of times these two have swapped places already, and there's still 7.5 minutes to go. Goodwin a little bit wide out of Redgate there. Where's the next group coming through? Here's the battle between Andy Ebden and Ben Winrow. We caught a glimpse of there. Down the hill come the 5 leaders, and Harry Senior hanging on. through the old hairpin. Simon Goodwin in number 38. Trying to give chase. Here's a scrap further back in the order, 3 wide into Redgates. The number 16 car, that is, in the middle, I think. Number 15 rather, Kim Raymond, the bright green car, battling away with a couple of his rivals. It's the fight for about 25th place at the moment. So here are the leaders, out of Coppice. To the inside goes 25 of Stephen Clark. Yes, he's going to get through yet again. He's patented that move, hasn't he? Favourite of John Cleland in his touring car days, I remember. Great Vauxhall driver. Here they come then, and Harry Senior is going to try and get the lead back again. Clark moved across there to try and break the toe. Senior's through. Winrow still in third, leads the Sigma 150s, Jamie Winrow. Jamie Elwood and Simon Goodwin. It's these 5 together. Now here's the battle further back behind them. You've got Jim Earlham in there. Car number 3, I noticed the camouflage liveried car, unmistakable that one. This is the battle for about 14th place we saw go through there. Leaders are at the bottom of the circuit at the moment. James Earlham being headed by Barry White and the 122 car of Gary Curtis in that battle we saw. Here come your leaders. Harry Senior still ahead of Stephen Clark. When are they next going to swap places? I think I know where. Stephen Clark thinks, shall I have a go at Coppice? No, I'll wait for my favoured overtaking place down to the chicane, I think. Here he goes. Clark up the inside, yep, he's done it again. Here they come then down the straight. Is Harry Senior going to do it again? Clark will probably move across and try and break his slipstream. He does so, but Senior will have the inside run. Yep, he's got him back again. Jamie Winrow just shadowing them here. He doesn't need to challenge them necessarily because he's leading his class. Simon Goodwin's dropped away just a little bit now. Less than 5 minutes to go. Clark still on the tail of Harry Senior, but he knows if he can get that move done and hang on out of the chicane on the last lap, then that will get him the win. Jamie Elwood still second in his division, hasn't been out of the top 2 in Sigma 150 all season. Here's a battle further back in the order, number 23 there, that is Martin Gleach leading that pair. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Coppice. Clark to the inside, he's going to do it again. Nearly every lap of the race he's done this. Underneath Harry Senior, back into the lead. First 4 have broken away now from Simon Goodwin. There's a back marker ahead here, they need to be mindful. Down the straight they come into Redgate. This time Stephen Clark didn't break the toe, he's held off Harry Senior. This is good stuff. Is Senior going to attack as a result of that down the Craner curve? He's still in the slipstream there. This is how you race in Caterham. You stay as tight behind the car in front as you can and slipstream. Won't get through at the old head. Winrow third, Elwood fourth, Goodwin fifth. Here's a good scrap further back in the order. That's Adam Bettinson battling his way back up, fighting with 172 of Mark Smith. Bettinson we saw spin coming out of the old hairpin earlier on. Here are the leaders, still Clark from Senior. And they're coming up on a bit of back marker traffic. Let's see who it is who's about to be lapped here. And Clark a little wide there through Coppice. This could allow Senior to play him at his own game into the chicane. Yeah, Clark moves across to the inside. There's the back marker ahead. 137 car, I think. Side by side. Clark defending the inside line. You're not playing me at my own game, says Stephen Clark, and he holds off Harry Senior. Jamie Elwood coming up to attack. Yes, 137, the car to be lapped. Will Price from Peterborough needs to move aside here and let the leaders through. He does so into Redgates. Stephen Clark has held his lead. Just over 2 minutes to go, so a couple of laps left in this brilliant thrash for the Caterhams. Jamie Winrow still with the fastest lap of the race in third place, leads the Sigma 150s ahead of Elwood and Goodwin. Ben Winrow is the third of the Sigmax cars, I should say. He's further back. He's a scrap further back in the order, coming down towards Redgates. Almost 3 wide on the way in there. Ahead of that group, number 122. That's the car of Gary Curtis. There's a fight further back for around 15th, 16th place. Black and white flag gone out for number 24, Ben Winrow. Possibly a warning for driving standards there. He's further back in 6th. Here come the leads. They'll be coming round to start their final lap this time, I think. Stephen Clark moves to the inside. Now they'll start to position themselves, ready to make their finishing moves as soon as they see the last lap signal. Clark defending the inside. Now he's limbering up to do that on the last lap if he has to defend from Harry Senior. They're coming out onto the Wheatcroft straight. The last lap board is out, and this is the signal. You can see them starting to go at it now. Jamie Elwood was straight on the throttle there around Jamie Winrow. He's got him into the class lead. He's sliding all over the place. You can see that last lap signal went out, and they're all instantly going at it. Now Elwood's going to try and defend from Jamie Winrow because he wants to win the class and get third overall. Doesn't want to worry about the 2 ahead of him. They're in the Sigmax division. Through the old hairpin. Another battle further back in the midfield there. Number 33 of Gareth Cordy at the head of this group. That's the fight for 16th place, ahead of Curtis, Earlham and the rest of them. And it's between Clark and Senior for the overall race win. Stephen Clark has not taken a win in Sigmax this year. Could this be his first, or is Harry Senior going to get him into the final chicane? He's positioning himself to try and slipstream him. We've got to watch the third place pair as well of Elwood and Winrow. Here they come. Stephen Clark moves to defend on the inside. There's a back marker ahead as well, and Harry Senior is going to try and go around the outside. So is Winrow. Clark defends through the chicane. Big lock up from Jamie Elwood. He's going to go over the gravel. They both go over the gravel. Elwood comes out in front. Who's going to win it? It's going to be side by side. Stephen Clark's going to hang on. He takes his first win of the season, and it's side by side across line. Jamie Winrow gets there ahead of Jamie Elwood to win the Sigma 150s. Simon Goodwin is 5th. And further back, Ben Winrow is going to take 6th position in back marker traffic there. Andy Ebden, I think, will be 7th. No, James de Lusignan recovers to take 7th. Ebden is 8th. Doug Christie 9th. And John Ems was 10th. Well, a terrific finish there. Somebody's gone through the gravel there. We can see dust flying in the background. Somebody has gone off. There's a yellow flag out on the exit of Coppice. Yeah, somebody has gone off there. There's a couple of wings in the gravel. We can't see who it was. There's the number 17. That's Andy Hughes. Battling it out with the number 58 into the final corner. Rob Warner up the inside. Maybe it's them who've lost those wings there. Yes, they've possibly dropped down the order. They come in to finish in 28th and 29th place. Just ahead of the number 22 car of Chris Buckley. The rest of them come through then. It's a win though for Stephen Clark, number 25, his first outright win, his first Sigmax category win of the season, making up for a non-finish at Thruxton. This time Harry Senior has to settle for second. Jamie Winrow wins the Sigma 150 division, his third win of the season, but he hasn't contested the full season this year, so he won't threaten Jamie Elwood's points lead. Well done to all the drivers there, a quite superb affair from the Caterhams. We'll check out the full results in just a moment's time there. Stephen Clark, the winner, completing 19 laps at time 25 minutes 10.773 seconds. Let's have a look at the results then. He beat Harry Senior home Stephen Clark by 0.071 of a second. Not quite as close as the Sigma 135s. Jamie Winrow wins the Sigma 150 class, just ahead of Jamie Elwood by 0.2 of a second. And Simon Goodwin completes their top three. Ben Winrow, the third Sigmax car home in 6th overall. 7th was James de Lusignan, just pipping Andy Ebden on the line. And Doug Christie and Jonathan Ems rounding out the top 10. Glenn Burtonshaw was 11th, ahead of Andrew Whitton. 13th went to Daniel Hamilton. 14th place, it was the number 110 of James Gilmore. And 15th, Barry White in number 66. 16th place went to the number 122 of Gary Curtis. 17th was Gareth Cordy, number 33. 18th place went to Jonathan Curry. Jim Erland was next, and Adam Bettinson after a spin, rounding out the top 20 ahead of Luke Tsuru. Chris Savage was next home ahead of the number 172 of Mark Smith. Then we had Stephen Arnold, number 6, ahead of Rob Warner, Kim Raymond, and the number 119 of Andrew Sager. 56 was next home, that is Paul Wells. And then the pair we saw delayed slightly on the last couple of corners, Andrew Hughes and Chris Buckley completing the top 30. Behind them, in 31st place, was Colin Laughlin, ahead of number 52, Michael Downing. The other finishers were 43 of Nigel Smith, number 8, Peter Marsh, 23 of Martin Gleach, 193 Stephen Evans, 137, we saw him getting lapped earlier, Will Price, Rob Appleton and Graham Hopkins. The final finishers, all 39 cars went the distance in our first race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 and Sigmax classes. A bit of gravel to be cleared up, and then we'll be underway with our next race, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. A huge variety of machinery in this one. The great attraction of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloons, you can use just about anything you like, as long as it's not a single seater. We'll see them on track shortly. We're heading down to Parc Fermé, then we'll hear from our race winners in just a moment.
All right, welcome down to Parc Fermé, and with the two Jamies, Messrs Elwood and Winrow, first and second in the 150s. First of all, I'm going to come to you. What a finish. Talk us through that last chicane in particular.
Oh, blimey, yeah, that was close. The two guys ahead of us in the Sigmax were kind of going side by side, and then me and Jamie were going side by side, and obviously we both knew it was a last lap. So we were both like, we're not going to brake first here. So we both probably braked about a second and a half too late. And luckily, I managed to just get it round on the track. And I think Jamie just went too far. But yeah, what a race. It was brilliant finish. And yeah, we were stuck together like glue for virtually the whole thing. Yeah,
Jamie, I chatted to you about the right at the start of the race. We talked a little bit about sometimes it's better to be just a little bit behind going into that final chicane. It was crazy, wasn't it, that sort of finish? That's what Caterham Racing's all about, isn't it?
That is actually. We haven't had one like that for quite a while. It's been more of a train the last few races, but to have a proper wheel-to-wheel, passing each other, kind of like, going side by side was fantastic today.
And for you yourself, obviously second place in this one, but it could scarcely have been close. That much just light a fire underneath you for the race coming up later on this afternoon, right?
Yeah, I should have done with the braking rather than just trying to outbrake Jamie, but there you go. It's that's the way it goes sometimes.
It absolutely is. And Jamie, I'll leave the final word to you from the 150s. A fantastic victory, obviously, for yourself. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, no, absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's been a really good weekend. Yesterday was a little bit tricky with the changeable weather, but yeah, no, a fantastic start, and then hopefully same again later.
I wish you all the very best luck. Both of you, congratulations on a great race.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we can bring you the grid then for our CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. This championship normally based up at Alton Park on an away day today at Donington. So very special cars out in this one. So let's have a look at the grid. Pole position goes to the regular overall race winner. There are several classes in this championship determined by engine size and power. So it's the regular overall race winner Paul Rose in his Seika sports car who takes pole position alongside number 94 John Wolfett. He's in a Spire GTR sports racer. Second row, the second Seika driven by 47 Steve Harris, alongside Luke Armidge in number 18 in his space frame Vauxhall Tigra clone. Basically a national hot rod from the short ovals racing on the circuits. Third row, number 13 Paul Dobson in his low-cost 7 kit car, alongside 46 David Clark in another Seika. The fourth row, 1, 2, 3 Rick Wood in something very special. He's the championship sponsor, Rick Wood, and he's in a Nissan Skyline RB26, a very special car indeed, that one. Starts alongside Gary Wardle in his Seat Cupra. On row 5, we've got 233 Jack Egars BMW M3 and Darren Owen, Deadly Daz, in his space frame Ford Escorts. The sixth row, Simon Alloway in the Lotus, the Esprit V8. Hopefully he's made it out. We saw him have some problems in qualifying. Starts alongside Andy Bicknell, number 221. He's in a Ginetta G50. Row 7, 148 Don Hughes. He's well up in his Peugeot 306, alongside number 1, the reigning overall champion Jamie Cryer with his Ginetta G20. Row 8, Tim Foxlow. We saw him being towed in at the end of qualifying, unfortunately. His space frame Ford Escort, similar car to Darren Owen, alongside Guy Carter, number 3, in a TVR Tuscan. Row 9 is Paul Rotherow from the West Midlands. He's in a Citroen Zara VTS, the Aldridge Motor Bodies car, alongside number 74 Roger Evans in an Alfa Romeo Giulietta with an Alfa Romeo 8C engine. Yes, really. That's quite a special car. We'll have more on that later on. Row 10, number 23, Richard Hall. He's in a Caterham 420R alongside Rob Wakelin, number 30. He's in a modified Peugeot 205. Next in row 11, 128 is Ian Bruce. He's in a Honda Civic Type R. 97 Bruce Carter's Honda CRX alongside him. Row 12, Kingsley Ingram, long-time racer number 57 in a Ford Mustang. Starts alongside 75 Graham Smith, former Caterham Graduates Champion in his Mazda MX-5. Row 13 is the veteran campaigner Chris Marys in a Honda Civic Type R alongside 118 Rick Walker. He's in a BMW Mini. Row 14, David Green, number 80. He's in a Honda Civic alongside Peter Kukulas, number 84, with his Toyota MR2. And the final row of the grid, 169, which is Jake Johnson. He's in a Ford Fiesta, as is Brian Allen alongside him in car number 37. Well, as the cars make their way out to the grid then, we've got a couple of interviews recorded in the paddock with a couple of our drivers from earlier on.
All right then, back down in the garages and with arguably, I mean it's my personal vote, but car of the weekend in terms of the livery. Dave Clark, talk us through this one because it's a beautiful looking machine. First off, I want to ask you, what's it like to actually drive?
It's an amazing car to drive. The Seika, it's on it. This is one of the lower powered ones. This is 400 horse. The green and black are 500. So, but no, it is planted. And as for the livery, well, that happened to be a drunken weekend on a birthday with a beer pump and 2 rolls of vinyl that we discovered. So,
well, all cars have a story, so they say, and that one's one of my favourite ones. Look, I want to ask you a little bit about qualification. It's gone pretty well for you, right up there towards the top. How did it go?
It was slippery. We were testing on Friday, and there seemed to be more grip on Friday than there was today, but hey, I'm pleased. It's in one piece, which is the main thing.
Absolutely, and in terms of the race later on this afternoon, what are you expecting from it?
I don't think we're going to get up with the black and the green one. Let's see if we can get a 1, 2, 3 Seika in Class A. That'll be brilliant.
Well, I wish you all the very best of luck with that and enjoy the race, mate.
Lovely, thanks.
Top man, Dave, thank you, mate. Well, welcome back down to the garages for our third and final CNC interview. Certainly not leaving the best till last, though. Paul, you put it on pole. Get that right this time. Talk us through qualification because it's obviously gone very, very well for you. Set a really fast lap. Guessing that's the hope and expectations for this afternoon as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to have a clear track, to be fair. Once I got a good lap in, I just kept hitting traffic. So the second qualifying time was nowhere near as good. But we did our best, you know. The track was really slippy, particularly on the entrance to the chicane under the braking point. I think somebody dropped coolant there or oil there. Other than that, it just went well.
And what's this thing like to drive? Because we've had a chat with a couple of your garage mates and they all rave about these things. What's it like from your perspective?
The car is really good. I mean, it's very, very quick. It's trying to kill you all the time, basically. So it's great fun to drive. And we've been developing this car over the last sort of 5-6 years and gradually getting more power out of the engine and sometimes we go a bit too far with it, but now we've backed it off a little bit, and now they are reliable. So.
And in terms of Donington Park, we're here today. The sun's just starting to peek through some clouds. It should be a glorious Sunday, right?
It should be great. If it stays dry, it'll be brilliant. It really will. Looking forward to it.
Well, so are we. To watch you. Best luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Cars on the grid then, ready for this 20-minute race for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. We've just had a bit of news through. Unfortunately, we haven't got either of these space frame escorts. Both Darren Owen and Tim Foxlow have had engine trouble in qualifying and will not be starting. Thanks to Paul Smallman for the information there. Kingsley Ingram in the Ford Mustang is starting from the pit lane by the look of things. Okay. Away they go then, and it's John Wolfett, so it looks like, who has got the lead into the first corner. So they're underway, the green flag lap taking place while we were hearing from some of the drivers. We are underway, 20 minutes of racing, and it is John Wolfett who takes the early lead in the number 94, the Spire GTR. Second place is Paul Rose in the black Seika, and third place number 13 of Paul Dobson. Luke Armiger in the Tigra is fourth, and then the awesome Calsonic Skyline. Car familiar to Gran Turismo players of Rick Wood, the championship sponsor and classic touring car collector, is up there in fifth place. John Wolfett, who's taken several overall wins in a couple of championships this year, leads the way. But it's a class-based championship, classes A, B, C, D and F. There's no Class C entries here this weekend. There's Don Hughes moving through in the Peugeot 306. Bit of smoke out of the back of the Skyline. Looks like Rick Wood is in trouble. Meanwhile, Paul Dobson, the Class B points leader, making a move on Luke Armiger there. They're battling for third. Behind them is Steve Harris, the number 47 Seika sports car. Rick Wood comes through next in the smoking Skyline. They complete the first lap then with John Wolfett in the lead ahead of Paul Rose. Luke Armiger in that space frame Vauxhall Tigra, under fire from Steve Harris in the green JPR run Seika, comes through. There's Wood in the Skyline. Then we've got the third of the Seikas, David Clark. Don Hughes in the Peugeot. And next through is the BMW M3, that's Jack Egar. But these two have gone clear. John Wolfett in his Spire sports car, so named because it's built in Chesterfield, the city of the crooked spire, of course. Rick Wood, that spoke seems to be clearing now. The Skyline is okay. There's the overall champion from last year, an overall championship leader, the little red Ginetta of Jamie Cryer, the Lancashire driver. This series run by the Northwest Centre of the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club, based at Alton Park, but they race across the country. They go to Cadwell Park, Croft here at Donington, Knockhill in Scotland as well. You do get extra points if you race at an away round away from Alton Park. You also get points if you spend a day marshalling at an event as well. If the drivers take time off to marshal, they get extra championship points. A good initiative indeed. We've had a change for the lead. Meanwhile, Paul Rose, who, to be fair, normally wins these races overall in his very powerful Dutch-built Seika sports car leads. We've got one car in the pits there. That's Gary Wardle. The Seat Leon Cupra is in the pits. John Wolfett in second place. Third position, we have Steve Harris. He's got ahead of Paul Dobson. He's won this championship before, Paul, in a Mazda RX-7. I think his low-cost has got the RX-7 engine in it. He leads class. So Paul Rose leads Class A. John Wolfett leads Class B. Class D is led by the Skyline of Rick Wood. Here you can see some of the variety further back. We've got a group of Hondas here. 69, Chris Marys, who's been racing all manner of cars for many years. As Chris, a vastly experienced racer in his Civic Type R. There's the CRX, a rare beast these days. That's Bruce Carter. He's running in Class F, leading the Class A. Class E is led by Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306, ahead of Jamie Cryer. So Jamie will be trying to catch him. He leads the championship overall with 49 points at the moment. So second overall is Class B leader Paul Dobson with 41. And third in the overall championship is Graham Smith with the MX-5. He's got 40 points. All the classes are combined to give an overall champion at the end of the year. Paul Rose leading the points in Class A, but he missed the trip to Cadwell Park and had some problems at Croft, so not with as many points as he would have liked. Jack Egar's M3 here, the big wide arch BMW, catching Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306. Chasing them is the Ginetta G50, that's Andy Bicknell, number 221. And there's that Alfa Romeo that we mentioned, and that car I think is slowing up. Yes, it's struggling there. That's Roger Evans' Alfa Giulietta Special Saloon, which has got an Alfa Romeo 8C supercar engine in it. Yes, really. Has to be seen to be believed, that car. It's taken a couple of years to develop and he seems to be struggling with it. Rick Wood, meanwhile, has pulled the Nissan Skyline into the pits, sadly. Don Hughes chased by Jack Eager. They're fighting for 7th overall. Jack Eager will now take the lead of Class D because Rick Wood has pulled off. Chasing Don Hughes. He's an old-fashioned club racer, is Don Hughes. Comes from Hampshire. Enters that Peugeot 306 Nelly event it's eligible for, really. There's a lot of racing in the Tricolore Trophy for all French cars. There's David Clark in his very smartly liveried Seika. Seikers have Subaru engines in them, the Seika Rapex, built in the Netherlands. Now, where's he in the order? He's in 5th place overall at the moment, in 3rd in Class A behind the other two Seikers. And the Fiesta's being lapped there. Jake Johnson, the Class E Ford Fiesta. There's Steve Harris running 3rd overall, chasing John Wolfett for 2nd, the green Seika. Here's a battle further back. Peter Kukulas, the MR2 Roadster. He's being lapped by Paul Rose, the dominant race leader. Another Honda Civic being lapped in there as well. Gary Wardle's rejoined. He's raced various cars in this championship over the years. A Ginetta, a Porsche, a BMW Mini. Now in his Seat Leon Cupra, a TCR spec car, I think that one is. Certainly looks like one. Raced by Paul Rose. Paul Rose also the promoter of the Fun Cup endurance racing series for space frame cars with VW Beetles lookalike body shells. Saw them in action at Silverstone in a 4-hour race earlier this year. I think Paul's son Christian was racing in that, if I remember correctly. Paul's away and gone in front here in his Seika. He's leading by nearly 5.5 seconds now over John Wolfett, 2nd in the Spire. Further 2nd back is Steve Harris. Then we've got Paul Dobson. He leads. No, he's 2nd in Class B. Sorry. Behind John Wolfett in the Spire GTR. There's no entries in Class C, so Class D is led by Jack Eager's BMW, Class E by Don Hughes. Who's leading Class F further down the order? That's led by Bruce Carter in the Honda CRX. There's Graham Smith, the MX-5. Marvellous mix of cars we've got here. It could soon be Seikers 1 and 2 overall. There's Kingsley Ingram, that's a new Ford Mustang, being lapped by our race leader, starting from the pit lane. There's Bruce Carter, the now rare Honda CRX, just moving out of the way for the quicker runners. Used to be a one-make series for those little CRXs back in the early 1990s. Somebody we saw racing yesterday in the Citroen C1s, a certain Patrick Watts was a champion in them before moving into touring cars. There goes Don Hughes. He's lost out to Jack Eager, the more powerful BMW M3. There's the M3 ahead of him. Chasing Andy Bicknell's black Ginetta G50 now. It's another Ginetta, the overall championship leader, Jamie Cryer. He's currently 10th overall, looking to retain his title this year in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon cars. They will have another race later on. I believe it's the 2nd quickest time in the qualifying session, yes, that will determine the grid. Real shame we haven't got Tim Foxlow and Daz Owen, the ex-short oval racers, out there with their escorts. Problems in qualifying for them, and we haven't got Simon Alloway with the Lotus clone as well. We've lost Luke Armiger as well, and Roger Evans. That's the problem with these one-off special build cars. They're fast, but they are fragile. 25 cars took the start of this race, so we did lose a few from qualifying. I really hope the Lotus comes out for race 2. Well, we say a Lotus, it's not really a Lotus at all. It's a Lotus Esprit body on what's effectively a Formula 5000 single-seater chassis, with a Chevy V8 in the back. Paul Rose pulling away. He's lapping about a lap quicker than Steve Harris. Oh, Jack Eager in trouble. The BMW is pulling over. So who's going to take the lead of Class D now? Because we've already lost Rick Wood. Let's have a look back down the timing. It's going to be Rick Walker in the BMW Mini. John Cooper Works is going to take the lead in Class D. There he is, battling with Peter Kukulas' MR2. So Rick Walker in a moment is going to be leading his class. because Jack Ego we saw pulling over there. We've got just under 11 minutes of this race to go, so we're coming up to halfway. Paul Rose, as we often see in this championship, is out on his own in front. Paul Rose created a little bit of history back at the end of the 1990s. He was the first driver ever to win a race, if I remember rightly, in a Radical when they were first launched. Always an innovator is Paul. He competed in the Super Road Saloons Championship with the Volkswagen Golf for a number of years. He helped found the Fun Cup Endurance Series, and now in the Sakers. Tried to establish a one-make series for them a few years ago, but didn't get the interest needed. There's Paul Dobson in his bizarre, bewinged, low-cost kit car with the rotary, I believe that's got the rotary Mazda RX-7 engine in it. Paul used to campaign an RX-7. Jack Ego, we can see crawling his way back to the pits there in the background. There's Kingsley Ingram, that lovely new Ford Mustang. New car for this year. Kingsley just running it in, I think. White flag there from the marshals means slow moving car on the course. It's the BMW. There we see our class leaders then. Class D has changed. It is Rick Walker leading the class now. The only other car in Class D is Gary Wardle, and he made a pit stop at the end of the first lap. There's Guy Carter, that's a lovely TVR Tuscan. We've not seen much of that car yet, Blackpool's finest. Back in the 90s there was that great one-make series for those rumbling beasts as well. Even the great Jerry Marshall raced in them in his early days, one of Britain's greatest ever national level racers. Guy Carter at the wheel of the TVR there gets put a lap down by the flying Paul Rose. Still about 8 seconds clear of Steve Harris in the Battle of the Sakers. John Wolfett still third overall, he leads Class B. And we've got Paul Dobson in 5th position. It is the third Saker, David Clark. Then we've got Andy Bicknell's Ginetta, who's being reeled in by Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. He leads Class E. Now Guy Carter, he's 8th overall in the TVR. That shows how quickly Paul Rose is going. He's lapped everybody up to 8th place now. Jamie Cryer is 9th. Second in Class E, the championship leader. There's David Clark, he's keeping pace with Paul Dobson. It's like an old Group C sports car from the 80s and 90s, doesn't it, the Saker? I think that's what it's designed to evoke, the shape of that car. And rounding out the top 10, we've got the man from the West Midlands, Paul Rotherow, in his Citroën Zara VTS. The Zara, famous as a rally car. I think that's the only one racing in the on the circuits in the UK at the moment. Lost a few cars further back. Jack Egar's in the pits. Also lost Roger Evans, the Alfa Romeo, sadly. 4.7 litre engine from the 8C in that car. He found a scrapped AC and put the engine into this Giulietta space frame chassis and body shell. Hopefully we'll see that car out in race 2. We lost Luke Armiger early on, and Rick Wood, of course, sadly in the Skyline as well. There is the number 80 car being lapped. That's the Honda of David Green. David Dayglow Orange, we should call him with that livery. And there's Bruce Carter, the little Honda CRX. I think that's still leading Class F. Well clear of Graham Smith's MX-5. 21 cars left running out of the 25 that started. There's Don Hughes, continuing to lead Class E. Paul Rose continues his dominance. There's the little CRX. Rare beast these days. The Carter family keeping this one running. Bruce Carter, I think, used to race Formula 2 stock cars on the short ovals, if I remember rightly, before switching to the circuits. Don Hughes leading his class. And there's our second place man overall, Steve Harris. He's 11 seconds behind his teammate Paul Rose, who's just on the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.539. Trying to work out which other cars didn't take the start of the race. We didn't see the 2 Escorts or Simon Alloway's Lotus clone. 30 cars came out in qualifying. Rob Wakelin's Peugeot 205 didn't make it out. And the other one was it Richard Hall's Caterham? No, he's out there. There's one other car that didn't take the start. Not sure who it was. Might have been Ian Bruce, number 128 with his Honda. Not sure. Anyway. We have got just under 5.5 minutes of this race to go. The CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Cars. Down the hill comes Don Hughes, and it's still Paul Rose with the overall lead of the race. It is usually Paul who takes the overall wins. He's leading the points in Class A, 10 points ahead of Steve Harris, with Guy Carter a couple of points back in the TVR. Class B, it's Paul Dobson ahead of John Wolfitz, battling for the points lead there. Class C, the points there led by Danny Bird, who's not out this weekend. We haven't got any Class C cars this weekend. The Class D points leader is Richard Walker, who is not here this weekend. But a lot of the cars in Class D, as we've seen, have hit trouble. Rick Walker is their leader in the BMW Mini. Make sure he's still going. Just look down the order. Yes, he's 17th. Gary Wardle's got going again, the Seat Cupra. Jamie Cryer leads Class E in the points and overall as well. In Class F, led by Graham Smith, the Mazda MX-5. Well clear of Helen Allen. It's Brian Allen, I think it's Helen's husband, taking over the car this weekend. Paul Rose continues to pound round in that Group C, almost Group C lookalike Seika.
Just ensure that that's what he does. He's got 26 seconds to do second in the class. So you really want to just coach this car home. We've got 3.5 minutes.
Gary Wardle about to go a lap down, the plastics businessman from Cheshire. Bit of dust being kicked up there ahead of Paul Rose. He's coming up to lap his own teammate David Clark, who's now 5th in his Seika. Kingsley Ingram will be lapped again as well, that lovely Ford Mustang. Somebody has pulled off David Green, number 80, in the Civic. He's trying to pull behind the barriers there, out of harm's way by the bridge. The bridge where Nigel Mansell had his famous incident, of course, in the Toka shootout in 1993. A whole book could be written about the events of that race. The sad thing is that nobody remembers who won that race, because once our Nige went out of it, everybody went home. It was David Leslie, for the record. The late, great David Leslie. David Clark is lapped by his team leader, Paul Rose. Just under 2.5 minutes of this race to go.
David Clark, so it now means that 4 cars remain on the same lap at this stage, so they're at the start finish line with 2 minutes.
There's Jamie Cryer, the little red Ginetta. He leads Class E and looking for the overall championship for the 2nd year running. There he goes into the Craners. And another class leader behind him, Bruce Carter. Carter is a couple of laps down now. 15th place, Jamie Cryer ahead of him is 10th overall, so Carter a lap down on Cryer. It'll be last lap this time, I think, for Paul Rose. Pretty dominant drive, he's nearly 13 seconds up now, but you can certainly appreciate, as we said, the variety in this series. You can use anything you like, whether it's a small standard hatchback right up to a special saloon type of car. This is the series where a lot of the old special saloon and super saloon races from the 70s and 80s ended up when the championship was dissolved. The Thunder Saloons as well. I remember Rick Wood racing the old Vauxhall Calibra Thunder Saloon in this series a few years ago in the 90s. Look at all these back markers ahead of Steve Harris here in the bright green Seika. Gary Wardle, Bruce Carter, Kingsley Ingram and Rick Walker as well. Walker waves him through. Oh, there's contact! I thought there might be problems there. The Mustang has been hit. He turned in there, he didn't see the Seika, Kingsley Ingram, and the new Mustang is damaged. Oh dear. He just turned in there, he didn't see Steve Harris was coming through on the inside. Maybe Steve was too busy waving back at Rick Walker there. Well, he continues, he's still second. Lost a couple of seconds there. Well, it's going to be checkered flag this time for Paul Rose. There is another race to come later on. Hopefully we'll see the full complement of cars out for that one. Sadly, no escorts, and hopefully we'll see the Alfa Romeo and the Lotus out in that one. Hopefully we'll hear that Lotus as well. Paul Rose all on his own. Now, will it be last lap this time? Let's double check on the time. So yes, it's 20 minutes plus 1 lap, in fact, so it will be 1 lap to go this time. Apologies there. As he comes through, there's the last lap board, so it is 1 lap to go. It's 20 minutes plus 1 lap is the rule in this series, slightly different to the other races we see this weekend. Almost forgot there. There's John Wolfett further back in third place, the Spire. Jake Johnson is lapped in the Fiesta. There's Paul Rotheroe, there's that Citroen Zara VTS. Zara also well known as an ice racing car. In the Andros Trophy in France, we saw them compete there against the likes of Ivan Muller. There's the Caterham being lapped. That's Richard Hall. So coming round to the checkered flag this time. Paul Rose in the JPR run. Seika coming through towards the checkered flag. He's taken the majority of the overall wins this year. Here he comes towards the Roberts chicane for the final time. Nobody threatening his lead, apart from briefly John Wolfett in the opening laps. It's going to be a win for Paul Rose, number 48 in the Seika, crosses the line to take the win by a clear margin ahead of his teammate Steve Harris in the green machine. He's just coming into the chicane now. I think he's just lapped the third Seika of David Clark. Yes, there he is. Steve Harris comes over in second despite that collision with a back marker a couple of laps from home. He takes second place. Third is going to be John Wolfett. He will win Class B in the Spire GTR. Jamie Cryer comes across the line behind him. He wins Class E, I think. No, he's only third in Class E. He's lost out to Paul Rotheroe. Of course, it's Don Hughes who will win Class E in the Peugeot. And yes, Paul Rotheroe's got ahead of Cryer there. So Jamie Cryer only third in class. It's rare we see him beaten in Class E. Paul Dobson will take fourth and second in Class B in the low-cost 7. He's just coming along the final straight now. And David Clark a lap down in fifth in his Seika. The other classes, Class E we know is Don Hughes. Class D, that's going to be won by... Is that going to be Rick Walker, or has he been caught? No, Gary Wardle has caught him. Gary Wardle has won Class D. Yes, he caught Rick Walker up after that early pit stop, so the more powerful Seat Cupra wins Class D for Gary Wardle. Bad luck to Rick Walker. And Class F, I think there's been a late change there as well. Yes, Graham Smith overhauled Bruce Carter in the battle in Class F and took the win in Class F, so it was all change in the classes further back. Paul Rose takes the overall win though, we know that by 16 seconds ahead of Steve Harris. With that car. We also lost Rick Wood in the Nissan RB26. We also had the retirement from Roger Evans in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta and the BMW as well, the M3 in the Haas on number 233. That was of course Jack. Pretty tricky to keep on top of all the classes in that one. A couple of late changes there. Class F, Graham Smith pinching the win in the late stages from Bruce Carter in the CRX. We lost a few cars in that one as well. Kingsley Ingram didn't rejoin in the Mustang after that bit of a wallop with Steve Harris.
We've got another race to come from the British Truck Racing Championship just after the lunch break, so that's in around about what's going to be 25 minutes after a very short lunch break.
We'll confirm the results shortly then.
The race called the Pickup Truck Championship, followed by heat number 2, third race of the day, leading off for the Legends Cars National Championship with MRF tyres. Then we turn our attention back to the Caterhams with the Sigma 135 and that second race at 3:35. Then we have the race we've just seen, the second encounter at 4:15.
Okay, we can now confirm the results. Seika 1-2 then. Paul Rose ahead of Steve Harris by 16.3 seconds. John Wolfitt winning Class B in third in the Spire. The only other car on the lead lap was Paul Dobson in the low-cost 7 in fourth. David Clark fifth ahead of Janessa of Andy Bicknell, and seventh for Guy Carter's TVR. Don Hughes taking the Class E victory in 8th overall ahead of Paul Rotherow, and Jamie Cryer only third in class, completing the top 10. Ian Bruce in his Honda Civic was 11th ahead of Chris Marys in 12th in his Honda. 13th went to Richard Hall in the Caterham. Gary Wardle catching Rick Walker to win Class D in the Cupra ahead of the Mini. 16th place went to Graham Smith, and he caught Bruce Carter to win Class F. Behind them, Peter Koukoulas in the Toyota MR2, Jake Johnson's Ford Fiesta, and the remaining cars failing to finish that one. We lost Kingsley Ingram's Mustang, David Green, Jack Egar's BMW, Roger Evans in the Alfa Romeo Special Saloon, Rick Wood's Skyline, and Luke Armiger in the Tigra. The rest of the cars failed to start. We didn't have Simon Alloway, Darren Owen, Tim Foxlow, and we lost a couple of others in qualifying as well, of course. Brian Allen didn't come out in the Ford Fiesta as one of them. Hopefully we'll see a full complement of cars for race 2. Time to make repairs for some of them. There's David Green being towed away in his Honda. Thanks again to the recovery crews, the marshals and everybody else here at Donington Park for enabling this meeting to take place. We couldn't do it without them. The other car didn't get past qualifying, Rob Wakelin's Peugeot 205, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see some of those cars out for race 2. So we can shortly hand down to Park Fermé, and we will be able to hear from our podium finishers, hopefully some of the class winners as well, down in Park Fermé shortly with Steve James.
Into the scrutineering bay, but there's no obvious identification as to which ones were chosen and why. I think it was a random choice of cars.
Well, welcome down to Park Fermé with Paul Rose. You got the win there in the CNCs. Look, Paul, a fantastic race from yourself. I know it's not your first win in the season, but how does that one rank for you?
Oh, it was good. Unfortunately, the Seikas don't get off the line that well, and John in the Spire got a real good lead. But once we started getting heated to the tyres and everything, the car came together and it was fine then.
And it's obviously the sun's come out for you since we last spoke as well. It's a glorious day, isn't it? Perfect conditions.
Absolutely fantastic here at Donington with the sun shining.
And in terms of what you're expecting from the second race, I'm guessing a little bit more of the same.
Oh, absolutely. Always try for a win.
Well, that's all we love to hear, Paul. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Championship points. He's still with the live stream interview. We're now getting for the circuit interview, Paul. Like a mega star, aren't you? Happy to do one interview to another. Just talk us through the race. It seems as though.
Well, hopefully you can hear from a couple more of our drivers down there. Paul Rose has gone for an interview with the circuit commentator I can see there in pit lane, Mark Werrell.
These are standard starts, and you've just got to put up with a couple of cars being in front of the first.
A couple of cars being recovered from the track at the moment, as we've seen. Just David Green and Kingsley Ingram, sadly, the Mustang, being recovered after that bit of contact with Steve Harris while being lapped. So thanks again to the recovery teams and all the Orange Army, our marshals.
You must let the paying customers win, surely. No, definitely not.
We'll shortly be heading into our lunch break. We may have another couple of interviews first with Steve Jameson down in Park Fermé, though, before we resume racing after lunch. Our first race after lunch is going to be the British Truck Racing Championship. Then we'll have more Caterham racing and more from the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship as well. David Green's Civic being towed into pit lane there after he broke down at the Starkey's Bridge section of the circuit. And we can head back down to Parc Fermé now with Steve Jameson, who's got some more interviews for us.
Standing by. Yeah, welcome back to Parc Fermé. We've got one of our division winners here. This is Don Hughes. Don, first of all, big congratulations.
Thank you.
Hot and sweaty conditions out there at Donington this afternoon, but how did you enjoy it?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, what a circuit. It's just brilliant. Got a mediocre start, but we kind of picked it up halfway through the lap, and yeah, we gave an M3 a run for its money, which is really nice.
It's one of those circuits, isn't it, where it feels fast and flowy, where if you get into a bit of a rhythm and a bit of a groove, you can really sort of make up some places, can't you?
Absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you can carry the speed into the corners, it really pays dividends. Yeah, definitely.
And in terms of it being a lovely sunny day, the crowd's up on the banks. It's been a little while since we've seen that at Donington. It feels like a really nice weekend to be back, doesn't it?
It feels like a race weekend. You know, before it's almost like a practice session rather than a race. This is a proper race. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And it certainly was a proper finish from you as well. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Top man, Don, thank you very much, mate.
Good to hear from Don Hughes there. As we said during that race, an old-fashioned club race. So races his 306 anywhere it's eligible to compete in. We've seen him in a variety of different series. And a class win there in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. We're now going to take a short break for lunch. We'll be back in action in about 20 minutes from now, scheduled, with the British Truck Racing Championship at around 2:05. So we'll take a short break for lunch. We'll be back underway shortly. Hope you're enjoying the action so far, everyone. We've got nearly 400 of you. We may hear from Pointy during the lunch break as well, possibly. But we're going to take a short break for lunch now. We may hear from Pointy, as we say. He may pop up during lunch. We'll be back underway with racing in about 20 minutes' time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rallycross paddock down the bottom here at Donington Park. Behind me, you can see some lovely RX 150 buggies. We're going to find out a little bit more about these. If you've been lucky enough to see us here on circuit this weekend, you'll know this is quite a first for the British Truck Racing Championship package here at Convoy in the park. So let's go and see if we can find the top guy, the man himself, Ollie O'Donovan, currently number 2 in the British Rallycross Championships. Walking down through the paddock, though, you can see that even though there's huge amounts of money and a lot of mechanical engineering going on with these vehicles, the setups they've got are relatively humble, shall we say. All they need is a tent and a car and a very good driver. Over here in the background, we can see Ollie O'Donovan's Ford Focus, which I had the pleasure of actually going out in earlier on. It was ferociously fast. I cannot explain to you how that felt. Let's go into the tent now and see if we can find Ollie hiding somewhere. He's over the other end there. We'll just interrupt Ollie from his lunch break. Ollie, can you spare a minute for the camera, please, sir? We'll interrupt his lunch to have a little chat. Shall we have a look at this one? Have a look at the Focus we were in earlier on. Well, let's stand in front of the Peugeot 306. Now, you were telling me a little bit about this earlier on in the weekend, weren't you? It's quite a rare car.
It is a very rare car. It's actually the only one in the world at the moment. It's got a long history. Come back over the years. We picked it up in 2006. Tony Bardi, who was sitting behind the car, rebuilt it, and it's been a fantastic car ever since.
Very, very popular car. On to what we're doing here at Donington this weekend. I just obviously told the viewers that this is a bit of a first for us here. What was the brainchild behind getting you guys involved?
I think we were here 2 years ago and we were asked just to do a bit of a sideshow, and I turned up with a Fiesta car and a Mark II Escort and one buggy. We done a bit of a sideshow and had a bit of crack, and I think it was the boys' idea after that, well, it's a good sideshow, can we make it bigger and better? So we've come back this year. I think it's bigger and better, and hopefully we get the invite to come back next year, but we need to go bigger again.
Yes, definitely bigger again. I mean, yeah, I can actually remember that time. I remember you were parked over on the far side of the paddock, weren't you, originally? But yeah, I mean, the amount of spectators we had up on the top deck there watching down in the live action arena, I think it's something new that not a huge amount of the truck racing fans have seen before.
No, I'm surprised the amount of people have come up to us asking us what are these cars about. They're big truck sport fans, but these cars have caught their eye and they're really interested in where are we next. I said we're in Pembrey and they're contemplating going down to have a look.
Well, that's what it's all about, getting involved in motorsport. It doesn't have to be just the one championship, and I think that's what's fantastic about getting you guys involved in this, is really getting you in front of some different fans that will hopefully follow you for the future. Tell us a little bit about the cars themselves. What makes these so different to most other motorsports?
Well, I suppose they're like taken off the Group B area, Group B cars. They came up to like 500-600 brake horsepower and they got banned from rallying, and they didn't have a place for them, and it would have been a pity to see that performance stop. So Rallycross really came up, and Group B were the first cars in, and it just put somewhere where you can bang a lot of power in the car and still have fun.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much power. Again, I was saying earlier on how I had the pleasure to go round in the vehicle earlier on. It was so fast. I mean, how do you prepare for that? Have you got a history in rally driving, or did you just get in it and gradually get faster?
Yeah, I was rally driving for a long time. Done a lot of stage rallying in Ireland and down in Belgium and Holland. And I had a good time rallying, and I got invited to a rallycross event by a friend of mine one day, and I'll never forget, it was actually in this car in 2006. And the first launch I done, I literally had to give my head a shake and say, wow, what's going on here? And, you know, really got hooked in the performance, I suppose, from that time.
Wow, fantastic. Well, it's absolutely lovely to have you here. We do hope that they have you back next year. I mean, with the success that we've had today, I'm sure it's set in stone by now. And just to recall again, you're at Pembrey next, is that right?
Yeah, we're at Pembrey next weekend, Sunday and Monday. It's round 3 of the British Rallycross Championship. And we following week then we go to France for the World Round.
My goodness me. Would you say, drivers-wise, are you enjoying competing against the British, or is the world a whole different kettle of fish?
They're very different events, but I enjoy driving. It doesn't matter, even if I'm on my own, it doesn't matter. I love driving. I mean, the more events we can do, the better we want to do. British Championship is good. There's a couple of good cars in it. World Championship is a bit different, a bit more organisation, bigger penalties and things when it goes wrong, you know. But
a lot more stringent on things being a bit naughty.
Yeah, a little bit. You could say that.
Well, Ali, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to your lunch. Thank you very much for taking the time, and thank you for being here, sir. That was Ollie O'Donovan, I do believe second in the British Rallycross Champions at the moment. A fantastic addition to the Truck Sport package here at Donington Park. We're going to go for a little bit of lunch now, I do believe. So thank you for joining us, and of course, stay tuned here at Donington Park.
All right then, we're back down in the paddock. It's got some more special guests with us. Stuart Oliver, Old Faithful, is here with us, as well as Tony from GT Tyre as well. Stuart, we'll start with you. Obviously, as part of the organisation team, of which there are many different moving parts, GT Tyre being a major part of that as well, what's it like having them here this weekend at Donington to sort of help sell their wares and tell people what exactly is going on?
Yeah, it's fantastic to have them here. You know, they've come into the championship as a tyre supplier to the for the race truck series, and it sort of came in as a little bit sort of suck it and see, tried a little bit, and it's grown from there. And and that sort of Tony here, sort of the marketing, and the sales side of it, sort of for the industry, has sort of latched on with it. So it's really great to have a brand, a name, a really good name in the sport to grow the awareness and move the sport forward with a brand like that.
And I know you've been repping GT for a little while. The tyres are all right as well. Team Oliver get some good use out of them?
Well, that's right. The proof's in the pudding, and you've seen the results today. So yeah. But the thing is, most, if not all, of the teams are running on the tyre now. We did have a bit of a competition from some other tyre manufacturer, but I think they've gone by the wayside somewhere. But they weren't having a good year. But no, we're doing all right. Yeah, it's good.
And Tony, from your perspective, I guess, how nice is it to be involved with truck sport? Because from the outside in, it's a fantastic thing to be a part of, isn't it?
It's exciting. Great to be back. Great to be back with our customers and our fleets, and to show them what our tyre is capable of, and to get the message over that running around the racetrack at 100 mile an hour is a 315/70 GT Compete tyre that is basic casing. There's a normal tyre that we sell to the fleets, and the construction of it is standing up to the job. As Stuart says, the amount of teams now that are running on the GT product as race teams is just phenomenal. We didn't expect it, and the performance is there, and that's why they're actually choosing to run on GT. And it's nothing to do with price or nothing like that. It's purely the tyre is doing the job. And looking at the performance of our own team, those two had a bit of bad luck this weekend, but taking that away, they performed brilliantly over the season, and for us it's great to be here and to be associated with it. It's even better when you've got your own tyre on the product, on the vehicles as well.
Yeah, I bet. And also, it's worth pointing out, you can see it behind you a little bit as well, how many people are here this weekend at Donington, really sort of sending the message out there. I know you've been busy talking to plenty. What has that side been like, sort of spreading the message?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's great to see the customers with smiles on their faces, particularly when it's our trucks are racing round, and all three trucks have done brilliantly. I know Stuart has had a bad look. I think they've actually shocked. There's not a lot of them have been before, and they're just really enjoying it. And to say it's actually GT on the trucks, some are sort of taken back by it. I think all of it. It's near enough every team. But for me, we're not just here just to put our tyres on the race trucks. We're offered, I think, an excellent tyre service to the team, taking away the strain from fitting their own tyres. We've got Alistair, who's our technical guy, who's giving advice on our products, and everything that is fed back goes to the technical team, and everything that Stuart tells us, we listen to, and we look to try and improve it. And I think the partnership has been a really strong partnership, and it'll get better each year.
And from your side, Stuart, how important is that conversation between the two to help that development and communication?
Oh, it's fantastic. For the sports side of it, for the truck sport side of your promoter and organiser, like Tony mentioned, Alistair that's here doing the technical advice. For the health and safety side of this, there's nobody, around the back of the truck with some levers flicking tyres on. That's all taken care of here, which is really great. There's no risk of anybody getting hurt. The tyres have been fitted. Also, the guys are assisting the teams with tyre pressures and fitments, and sometimes they were taking tyres off that maybe would do another race. So ultimately, if these guys can say to them, look, yeah, that'll do one more race, it's saving them money. So it's spreading the job out. So it's really good all around for everybody, you know. And then going back to the connection with the GT Tyre, the marketing tool and the marketing sort of way that they sort of promote the sport all around the world, not just in the UK. It helps our job massively, because it's selling the sport on the back of a good product or a fantastic product. So it's a win-win all the way.
Sounds like a win-win to me. Look, chaps, great to speak to you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Donington weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers now.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Back in action after a short lunch break there. Getting ready for our next race for the BTRA British Truck Racing Championship, which will be coming out onto the grid in the sunshine. Yes, the sunshine here at Donington very shortly. And we can head down to Pointy for a bit of an update ahead of this next race.
Testing. Fantastic. Counting down. Hi and welcome back to Donington Park this afternoon, and what a beautiful afternoon it has turned into, with a little bit of overcast weather clearing out earlier on. We see fantastic sunshine and brilliant dry track conditions for the second race of the British Truck Racing Championship this afternoon. Looking down across the hospitality balconies, we have a fantastic view of the starting line down here on the grid at Donington, where hopefully we will see some interesting results emerging, as remember we do what's called a reverse grid for this next shot, which sees different drivers that were finishing at the back of the last race starting at the front of this race. So Steve Thomas in the 33 truck, not doing as well as he did last time. He'll be starting on the outside line, which of course puts him in a bad position for this first corner. Of course, the first corner, as we say, isn't about who gets there first, it's about who gets out in one piece. Anyway, that's enough for me. We are moments away from starting the second race today, so do enjoy the show here at Donington Park.
Okay, thanks Pointy. Now let's have a look at the grid. There has actually been a slight change to the grid, because a couple of drivers have been given penalties from race 3 for exceeding the maximum speed of 100 miles an hour for their trucks. The speed of the trucks is measured electronically, and 2 drivers contravened that on a couple of occasions, so have been given penalties. One of them was Ryan Smith at number 1. So he was penalised down to 6th place in race 1 behind Martin Gibson and Steve Thomas, which affects his grid position for this one. The other was Jock Borthwick. He got a penalty as well in race 3 earlier on, so it does change the grid a little. We have an amended grid sheet, we'll bring that to you now. It will be Tom O'Rourke, number 86, on pole position, and Ryan Smith will now start alongside him, penalised down to 6th, finisher in the first race for Division 1 in the race we saw earlier. Second row will be Steve Thomas and Martin Gibson. Then row 3, David Jenkins and Jonathan Willis. And row 4, John Newell and Mark Taylor. Mark, of course, didn't take the restart in race 3 of the weekend earlier on after his collision. Then a gap back to Division 2, which will be headed up by John Powell, number 6. And Jock Borthwick will now start alongside him. His penalty of 20 seconds for exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit on 2 occasions, dropping him down the order in the race earlier. So it'll be 6 and 32, Powell and Borthwick on the front row for Division 2. Then Craig Evans and Bradley Smith. Behind them will be Stephen Powell and Craig Reed, the championship rivals. And then we've got Michael Oliver, the earlier race winner, along with Simon Cole, who pulled off into the pits. It was a turbo boost problem with the Mercedes, we're told, a loose hose causing him to lose boost, and the Mercedes had to retire. Hopefully at the back of the grid we will see Adam Bint and Paul McComiskey as well in their Volvos. They missed the earlier race after problems yesterday. We won't be seeing Stuart Oliver. We definitely won't be seeing Brad Smith, number 16, after his problems yesterday as well.
So he's good to go from the back. We'll see if he can make any progress in that number 5 machine. But yeah, it's going to be another action-packed Division 1 and Division 2 race, because Ryan Smith, who has yet to be a winner this weekend, which is not something we say often, because
so it'll be a 15-minute race. A couple of changes to the grid for the trucks, as we said. These race trucks are limited to a maximum speed of 100 miles per hour. Just notice Adam Bint's there at the back of the grid, that's good to see. Limited electronically and by a speed governor fitted to these trucks. I know that because my father was the official who had to calibrate them a few years ago and check they were working properly in British Truck. That was my introduction to British Truck Racing many years ago. And Ryan Smith and Jock Borthwick guilty of exceeding that 100 mile an hour speed limit. Of course, on the road they're limited to 56 miles an hour. There's the penalised truck of Ryan Smith from earlier, minus his front bumper. Starts alongside Tom O'Rourke for this one. We've got 8 Division 1 trucks out there. Mark Taylor has repaired the number 81. Good to see Adam Bint back out after problems yesterday. The black and orange Volvo white Aerodyne, as it's known, at the back of the field there. Simon Cole's back out after his turbo pipe problem in the first race today. Jock Borthwick, the other man to get a penalty. He starts on the front row for Division 2. Ironically, that could help him here. And it could help Ryan Smith as well if he avoids problems. With the reverse grid being used, non-finishers, of course, start from the back anyway. That's why Simon Cole is down there. 15 minutes of racing to come. Race 4 of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park 2021. Not time, unfortunately, today for the parade of show trucks on track that we used to see. Certainly going to be a parade of race trucks, and this is going to get lively. Ryan Smith yet to win this weekend, hungrier than ever for success. He was fired up by the defensive tactics of David Jenkins, his great rival in the earlier race, in race 3. Their rivalry will continue here. Michael Oliver, the earlier winner in Division 2. Lining up behind the pace truck then for race number 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park. Tom O'Rourke in his MAN on pole on the reverse grid. Ryan Smith, after a 10-second penalty in the earlier race for overspeeding, starts alongside him in Mercedes number 1. Steve Thomas and Martin Gibson on the second row. Mark Taylor, after his collision in the earlier race, starting at the back. Jock Borthwick heads up Division 2 alongside John Powell. Jock also with a penalty in the earlier race. Here we go then. 15 minutes of big rig racing. The pace truck about to pull into pit lane. Watch for the red lights going out, then we'll be underway. Over 15 minutes of racing. The convoy will head down to red gates. Wait for the red lights to go out. And here we go. David Jenkins with a good start from row 3. Ryan Smith from the outside the front row should get the overlap on Tom O'Rourke. He's done so. Jenkins are on the inside, rubbing shoulders with Steve Thomas into the first corner. Martin Gibson in there as well. It's Ryan Smith who's got the lead. Bit of contact there. Jonathan Willis goes wide over the gravel. Just forced out wide. There wasn't any room there to get all the Division 1 trucks through together. Now who's on top in Division 2? Looks like it's still John Powell from pole position. And Jonathan Willis has dropped back a bit as a result of that. Looks like some damage for Steve Thomas. I think he's got a puncture, the number 33. Adam Bint over the grass there at the Craner curve. Yes, Steve Thomas in trouble. He's got a flat tyre. That'll be the end of his race. That contact with, I think it was Jonathan Willis, has punctured the front tyre, so he'll be out of this one. It's Ryan Smith, as expected, out in front from the outside of the front row from Tom O'Rourke. He's under fire from Martin Gibson. 4th place, number 18. Of John Newell. He's come through already in his new MAN, looking to follow up his win from earlier on. Martin Gibson takes a lot of curve there on the inside as he chases the Scotsman Tom O'Rourke for second, but this is going to allow Ryan Smith to increase his lead in the Mercedes Actros out in front. Behind them, David Jenkins. Then it's Mark Taylor's repaired MAN after that first corner wallop in race 3 earlier on. The gap back to the Division 2 leader, which is John Powell in the DAF at number 6. 3 wide. Look at this out of the chicane. John Newell up the inside. Something flew off. I think that was from Martin Gibson's truck there, the number 11. He now goes back to the inside. 3 into 1 into Redgate. This isn't going to work. Here they come. Martin Gibson has got through into second as a result of that. Tom O'Rourke in third, then it's John Newell. Ryan Smith increasing his lead, saying, well, if you're all going to squabble, I'm going to clear off in front. There's the Division 2 leader, John Powell in the blue DAF ahead of Jock Borthwick. Gibson second, O'Rourke holding off Newell. Now here comes David Jenkins, then we've got Mark Taylor behind us, so it's heating up for second place in Division 2. There is Gibson in second. Third place is still O'Rourke. Bit of smoke there from Tom O'Rourke's machine, or it might be steam coming off the water-cooled brakes. Then we have got John Newell, then David Jenkins, Mark Taylor. 5 MANs in alignment. It's the Mercedes of Ryan Smith clearing off in front. John Newell closing on Tom O'Rourke now for third place. Jock Borthwick could be making a move for the lead into the chicane in Division 2. We'll pick that up in a moment. See who comes out in the lead of Division 2. Yes, looks like Borthwick has got through into the chicane for the second time. They come then into Redgate once again. Martin Gibson lost a bit of bodywork on the first lap. Trying to go 3 wide with Tom O'Rourke and John Newell. Good run by John up there in 4th place. David Jenkins is next, then we've got Mark Taylor. O'Rourke under fire. I think we've got some news from Pointy down at trackside as well.
What a start to the second race for Sunday, where we have an unfortunate beginning for Jonathan Willis dropping back quite early on in the race, but Ryan Smith making some serious headway as he powers ahead of the rest of the pack, followed by, of course, Martin Gibson. These two have been battling a lot now over the season so far, and this really is turning into a great season for the spectators. We've got a lot of excitement up here. The weather is fantastic, and of course the track conditions are proving truly wonderful for the traction and the speed that the trucks can handle around. We see Ryan Smith now pulling through behind me. Ridiculous speed as he passes by us here on the hospitality balconies into Redgate, and a massive gap behind. We've got Martin Gibson, but John Newell and Tom O'Rourke with it there for the number 3 position. It really could be anybody's race, this. Back with Division 2, obviously there is a slight gap. We've got Jock Borthwick next to John Powell. John Powell having some technical issues so far this season. John Willis appears to be battling with none other than Steve Powell in the Dines MAN. Simon Cole and Craig Evans unfortunately bringing up the rear. It's going to be a big action-packed race this, with still several minutes to go of the race. Anything can happen.
Certainly can, yes. Thanks, Pointy. We've had a change for the lead in Division 2 there. John Powell has got back ahead of the number 32 of Jock Borthwick. John Willis in there battling with them in the Division 1 truck. Of course, he ran wide on the first corner over the gravel. John Newell has taken Tom O'Rourke, while we were talking with Pointy there, up into 3rd position. Then we've got Jenkins and Taylor in there. MANs chasing hard. Number 11 of Martin Gibson getting away in 2nd place. The lead was 5.2 seconds last time through for Ryan Smith. 3rd place is John Newell, starting to close up then. David Jenkins under fire from Mark Taylor. They collided, of course, in the earlier race as well on the first corner. Division 2 lead battle heading down into the chicane once again. We've lost Steve Thomas, of course. He's pulled off with a burst tyre. Bit of a lock up there from Tom O'Rourke into Redgate. David Jenkins not close enough to challenge him though. Here they come down the Craner curves. Ryan Smith is now 6.5 seconds up on this group. Here's the Division 2 battle. Powell from Borthwick. Willis in there as well in the Division 1 truck, having a good race with the Division 2s, trying to make his way back up the order. Then we've got Stephen Powell. Michael Oliver has got a bit of damage to the front of his truck. Then Craig Reed and Bradley Smith. You can see there the front bumper hanging off Michael Oliver. Hopefully that won't damage his tyres. John Powell leads the way, the DAF LF. Says good driving by John, looking for his first win of the season. Michael Oliver dragging that front bumper underneath the front of the truck, chased by Craig Reed in the Iveco. John Willis in the more powerful MAN trying to move up past these drivers. There's Adam Bint still going towards the back. Simon Cole and Craig Evans rounding out the field. It's close here in Division 2. There's a Division 1 interloper in with them, the Dawson Direct MAN of Jonathan Willis. Big cloud of dust there. Is that dust or smoke? Whether somebody's run wide coming off Coppice there in the Division 1 battle, or whether that's smoke. Yeah, I think it's just dust. Somebody has run wide there. John Willis trying to get past John Powell. He wants to get back up with the Division 1 train ahead of him. He's past Powell. Borthwick moves in to attack the number 6 in turn. That's for the lead in Division 2. Willis now safely ahead of them. I think it must have been Tom O'Rourke who ran wide, because he's lost a couple of places to David Jenkins and Mark Taylor, so he must have gone wide there coming out of Coppice, out of our view. 7 minutes to go then, we're just past halfway in this fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. John Powell continues to lead Division 2. He's had a few problems, as Pointy mentioned, with the DAF this weekend. First appearance of the season from him, but he's staying ahead. There goes Ryan Smith. We've hardly seen him all race long. He's up the road in front. We've had a win for David Jenkins. We've had a win for Martin Gibson. We've had a win for John Newell. Is it going to be 4 different winners for the weekend so far in Division 1? Will it be 5 later on with the reverse grid format being used? I can't remember the last weekend where 5 different drivers won races. Michael Oliver's had 2 wins in Division 2, so it won't happen there. We've had a win for Jock Borthwick as well. So in a weekend when the regular championship challengers in Division 2 have had to give best to some of the lesser lights, and that's what they're doing here as well. Over the line in second goes Martin Gibson, over 8 seconds down now on Ryan Smith. John Newell in third place. Here's the battle for fourth, Jenkins against Taylor. Tom O'Rourke next through, lost time on the last lap. Then we'll have Jonathan Willis, and then here's Division 2. Midland Caliper Centre sponsored DAF, Dutch-built machine, chased by Jock Borthwick. My voice is running out already, showing how good the racing has been this weekend. Stephen Powell up there in third. Then we've got Michael Oliver in the Scania, and the Ivecos, driven by Craig Reed and Bradley Smith. Adam Bint, Simon Cole, with Craig Evans rounding out the field in his MAN. Steve Thomas out of the race with a burst tyre. Down the hill they come through the Craner curves. This is good driving by John Powell. Can he hang on in front in Division 2? There's the leader. 3-pointed star glistening in the sun there on the front of the Mercedes. Through the Robert chicane comes Ryan Smith on his local circuit, the man from Nottinghamshire. It's fired up after that battle in the first turn. Somebody else has run wide there. Now, in front of this group is Jonathan Willis, so he may have run wide there at McLean's. So there is Willis. There's the Division 2 battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them line astern. Now, Jock Borthwick is trying to slipstream John Powell here down into the chicane. Powell holds the inside. It's good defensive driving. He must have been watching David Jenkins earlier on. Stephen Powell in third in the half and half liveried MAN, half yellow, half white. There's number 12, Michael Oliver. Scotty looks like he's had a tooth knocked out, doesn't it? That damage to the bumper. There's David Jenkins. He leads the battle for fourth place in Division 1 ahead of Mark Taylor. Stephen Powell almost side by side there with Michael Oliver down the Craner curves. I don't think Oliver's going to get through there. Try though. Tries to move Stephen Powell, the reigning champion, aside. He's on the grass there. I think he's going to have to give best to Michael Oliver. I didn't know you could get 2 trucks side by side through there. Oh, you can't. Michael Oliver goes wide. It's going to be 3 wide. Look at Craig Reed up there. He knocks into the truck of Powell, and Oliver's lost out there to Powell and Reed. That's allowed these two to get clear. John Powell ahead of Jock Borthwick. That bumper's now come off the front of Michael Oliver's truck with that trip over the grass. He's gone wide there, Borthwick, onto the grass. That'll lose him a bit of momentum. I love this comment on YouTube. Is this what Amazon delivery drivers get up to on their day off? Well, probably a lot of these drivers are HGV drivers on the road during the week. A lot of these drivers have connections to the road haulage industry, so you're probably fairly accurate with that comment. As Stephen Powell takes a shortcut, nearly spins. Look at the way these three are going at it. Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Michael Oliver, they go 3 wide out of the chicane. This is brilliant stuff. Reed's come out ahead. Adam Bint's not far behind them either now. He's closing in the Volvo. It's still John Powell who leads Division 2. The lead gap has come down. In fact, Ryan Smith lost some time on that last lap with the Mercedes. Oh, Bradley Smith's pulled off. The Iveco is out. Side by side, you don't know where to look in this race. Side by side between David Jenkins and Mark Taylor. Has Jenks got a problem because Taylor's going round the outside? Now, has Ryan Smith got problems returning? Because his last lap was a 1:34. His best lap of the race, a 1:26. That's well off the pace. Yes, look, he's been caught. Ryan Smith's in trouble, I think. Now, here comes Martin Gibson. Ryan Smith's got a problem, I think, with the Mercedes. He can't get this truck to run right this weekend. He's had repeated electrical problems as I think that's Mark Taylor's gone wide there. Yeah, Ryan Smith in real trouble. Look at the smoke. Oh dear, Ryan Smith's in real problems. Now he's got 1 minute 37 of the race to go. He's going to try and hang on. Now it's Ryan Smith's turn to defend. You can see the smoke there. He's in real trouble here, Ryan Smith. But I don't think he's going to be able to defend. He's got just under 2 laps to go, I think. He's not going to be able to keep going like that. He cedes the lead to Martin Gibson. Could we see a weekend where Ryan Smith doesn't get a single race win? I can't remember the last time that happened. Look at the smoke from that Mercedes. He was so far in front. Can he make the finish? He's going to try and get... I hope he's not dropping any fluid there. Smoke everywhere. Whether that's a turbo problem, I'm not sure. We've lost Bradley Smith. We saw him pull off. Mark Taylor ran wide at Coppice. He's dropped back from David Jenkins by about 5 seconds now, and it's Martin Gibson going for win number 2 this weekend. John Newell could win this. He could have a second win of the weekend. All the major championship contenders in both classes seem to be hitting problems this weekend at Donington. Here comes Newell now. He's ready to attack Martin Gibson for the lead. This is not over yet. I think they'll get one more lap out of this, and Newell is ready to attack. Here comes the Yorkshireman. 2 MANs together. Martin Gibson in the GT tyres truck. Ryan Smith, I don't think he's even going to make it. No, he's pulling off. He's pulled off on the exit of Coppice. Side by side across the line. And Martin Gibson having to defend here. Look at the way Newell's going. Up the inside. Martin Gibson defends his lead. And still in Division 2. Still John Powell is out in front. Well, there's so many shock results here this weekend. David Jenkins is in 3rd place, but the red flag is going to have to come out, I think, because Ryan Smith has stopped on the track on the exit of Coppice, and we've got Jock Borthwick in the gravel trap. What is going on out there? So that's going to give John Powell the Division 2 win. I think the red flags are coming out, though, because of Ryan Smith stopped on the track at Coppice. Right, Jock Borthwick's gone off up there as well. Yeah, the race is being stopped, so that'll be... Now, I think the result, will it be declared at lap 10 or at lap 9? We're going to have to wait and see on that. I think that means Martin Gibson has won, but we'll confirm that shortly. What a chaotic race that was. Well, Ryan Smith was cruising 8 seconds clear. And the truck lets him down again, and that looks pretty terminal this time. The amount of smoke we saw there from the Mercedes. Will he make it out for race 5? Jock Borthwick in the gravel, and that means that John Powell, after all his problems earlier on, is going to win Division 2. The result is going to be declared because they were starting the last lap anyway. And a very fed up Ryan Smith stalks away from his Mercedes. I'm trying to remember the last time we had a round of the British Truck Racing Championship where Ryan Smith didn't win a race. It must be a lot of years ago. I think it's on fire there, the Mercedes. I saw Ryan with the fire extinguisher helping the marshals. We saw Brad Smith's truck in flames yesterday from the turbo, so I reckon that's the same problem there for Ryan's Mercedes. So the race will be declared. We're going to wait for the results to be declared there. I would imagine they'll take it back a lap to the end of lap 9. It would mean that Martin Gibson will be the winner ahead of John Newell, David Jenkins, Mark Taylor and Tom O'Rourke. Well, we'll wait to work out the result there. And there you can see Ryan Smith smoking his way into Coppice. You've tried to limp it back, at least to the pits, and there we see the flames. Yeah, the turbo's blown. See the flames there out of the back of it. That was lucky, that fire didn't properly take hold. Yep, that looks like a blown turbo to me. Okay, we'll try and confirm a result from that one, I would imagine. Yes, the result has been counted back to the end of lap 9. John Newell will be a bit frustrated there because he was about to challenge for the lead, held by Martin Gibson. I would imagine that will keep Ryan Smith out of race 5 as well. So we'll confirm the unofficial result at the moment then is a win for Martin Gibson, completing 9 laps, just ahead of John Newell by 0.6 of a second. David Jenkins third, ahead of Mark Taylor and Tom O'Rourke. 6th for Jonathan Willis, completing the Division 1 runners. And well done John Powell, a fine win in Division 2. Jock Borthwick shown in 2nd, but as he was in the gravel there, I'm not sure. Or did he go off after the end of lap 9? Was it the next lap around that he went into the gravel? I'm not sure, so we'll wait to see whether he's going to be classified 2nd. Behind him, Michael Oliver, Stephen Powell, Craig Reed, then Adam Bint and Craig Evans. We lost Simon Cole a couple of laps from home again. Of course, Bradley Smith was also a retirement, and Steve Thomas an early casualty with a burst tyre. What a meeting of attrition this is turning into. Another surprise result there. And a very welcome and surprise win in Division 2 for John Powell. Well done to him. Right, I think my voice needs a break now, so hopefully we'll hand over shortly to our interviewers. Where's Jock Borthwick? I don't know whether he spun on lap, I think it was on lap 9, so that means he won't be classified in 2nd in Division 2. He was chasing John Powell. If so, that will give Michael Oliver 2nd in Division 2, Stephen Powell 3rd and Craig Reed 4th. So with the turbo going up in flames there on Ryan Smith's truck, I think that means that he won't be able to start the final race of the weekend. And that's going to affect his championship challenge as well. Let's have a look at the points as we had them coming into the weekend. Ryan Smith was leading the points. He was on 153. 2nd was Stuart Oliver. He's out of the weekend. There's no points for him this weekend because his truck failed in race 1 yesterday. So the big winner out of this weekend could well be David Jenkins. Or even John Newell. He could be up there for the lead of the championship if things go his way in the last race as well. Martin Gibson, of course, too. Anyway, while we deliberate that, let's head down to our interviewers in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Ferme with 1st and 2nd Martin Gibson and John Newell. Guys, every race feels like it's got a story in it this weekend. I don't know about you. Martin, you've got the win. Some points during that race, you must have been not expecting that at all. Can you talk us through it?
Well, I would not expect it. No, it went well. The surface was so slippy, so you just didn't know what to expect at the next corner. And then John was creeping up behind me, making me nervous. With steering problems, I couldn't go any quicker, so I'm happy to bring it back.
Yeah, I bet you are. John, it was a frantic finish in the end, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Starting 8th on grid and then coming through and getting up to 4th and then 3rd, and I'm thinking, right, now 2nd, and then we're closing on Martin and then red flag. I thought, no, just give me a couple of more laps.
Yeah, it was a strange finish, wasn't it, when that red flag came out? I'm guessing you just signed some relief.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been easy in a couple more laps, but thank God for that.
Yeah, John, you've been flying today for sure. Like, you obviously had that great win earlier on, 2nd here from 8th in the 2nd race. Absolutely flying.
Yeah, brilliant. Couldn't be happier, to be honest with you. The truck's amazing.
And I've seen you as well in the paddock. You've got lots of visitors to the Newell Truck Sport paddock as well. You're really enjoying your Sunday here at Donington, aren't you?
Yeah, you've got to put a show on, haven't you, for everybody?
Yeah, certainly doing that. And we've still got one more race to come. You two are going to be in the midst of it, I'm sure, again. We're going to have any more drama, do you think?
Well, we're at the back, so it's going to be drama for us getting through, but that's how I love it, so bring it on.
It's how we love it as well. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you very much.
Do book your tickets right now. The one thing we can't guarantee is the weather, however. Yeah, that's up to you. That's up to you.
Oh, what a crazy weekend this is turning into for the British Truck Racing Championship. You can see the heavy artillery heading out up the exhibition straight there with 2 trucks to recover. We need Crouch Recoveries, big truck towing vehicles.
You can view it from the Hollywood banking, so head down towards Redgate Corner, the first corner, walk until you're stopped, head down towards the Craner Curve. I'm not only will you see it, you'll also hear it if you're
See the officials up there checking that there's not too much fluid on the track as well. Also making sure that the fire is out, I think, there on flying Ryan Smith's Mercedes. It's an extraordinary weekend this is turning into here at Donington Park.
Back on again in the live action arena at 3:30, so around 50 minutes time. The drift trucks are back out. Just catch their first show at 11:45 this morning. You can head over there at 3:30. And then once the drift trucks are done and dusted, only 15 minutes later at 3:45, that is the caravan smash that is going on. So that's a pair of caravans will meet their neighbour.
Just making sure everything's okay up there on the exit of Coppice at the moment. So some oil to be cleared up as well. Yes, Jock Borthwick has been removed from the classification, I can tell you. So it'll be Michael Oliver second in Division 2 and Stephen Powell on third. So that result has been rectified by our timekeepers. Thanks to TSL timing.
I've seen it at stock cars when they've done it in the past, and that's good fun. I've not seen it in trucks.
Once the track is clear, then racing will be able to continue.
In the meantime, there is, as we thought, the circuit to be dressed with escorts and disaster, just to make sure all that fluid was laid out from Ryan Smith is cleared up. We are taking those for the next race, which will not be too far away because we have the pickup trucks lined up in the assembly area. And as soon as the track is green, we're good to go. We'll have them out for that second 15th lap race. We'll be back with you for that in a short while to take through the action and, of course, see how they line up for that second race.
Okay, we are going to take a break by the look of it here because some oil to be cleared up from Ryan Smith's Mercedes there. So there might as well be quite a delay here, quite a bit of fluid to be cleared up. We'll be back underway and racing as soon as we are able here at Convoy in the park. We'll shortly hopefully be able to have our podium ceremony for the 2 classes as well. I'm sure Pointy's going to be down there to present the trophies shortly. Some unusual podiums this weekend, and who knows what's going to happen in our last race. Okay, the clear-up still in progress here, as you can see it. It's Convoy in the park. Ryan Smith's Mercedes being unceremoniously towed back to the pits by the Crouch Recovery DAF there, following a turbo fire. I hope that Ryan is all right after a rather scary moment there. And I would say that's him out for the weekend. So this will be the first event in a long time at British Truck Racing that Ryan Smith has not taken a race win. his championship lead is going to come under threat as well. So obviously a delay here while the track is cleared. We'll be back underway and racing hopefully soon. Our next race on the schedule, in fact, is in a couple of races' time for the Caterham Sigma 135. So we'll have a bit of a break before our next race anyway. There is Steve Thomas's truck, a burst tyre, putting him out early on after some contact. Very impressive, isn't it? That crouch recovery 4-axle DAF tow vehicle. There's the other one, the 3-axle machine. Does that say Lejno in the windscreen there on the side? I wonder if that's referring to Polish Speedway. Another one of my sports. I think shortly we'll be able to possibly head to Parc Fermé for some more interviews. I think in fact, I think the podium ceremony for the race we've just seen is about to take place down in the paddock.
Sunglasses off, unbelievable. We've only got one Brolly, we've got one Division 1 driver, that's a good start, that's happy days. Where are the other two, mate? Ready? Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Donington Park. Absolutely screaming race we just had out there on track, with several position changes happening throughout the race. There was a lot of bump and tickle going on. I'm sure you can all appreciate the skill that was involved in getting those trucks around in relatively one piece, let's say, relatively one piece. Right then, let's do the British Truck Racing Championship results for race 4. That's race 2 Sunday, starting of course with Division 2. And in third place we have got Stephen Powell. Yeah. Leo can give him a leg up, it'll be fine. And in second place, taking home yet another cup this weekend, it's Michael Oliver. The cheers say you're a fan favourite, my friend, they really do. And in first place, starting the season with some serious issues, but perseverance and determination is key. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for John Powell.
If you're wondering why this race is coming out now and you're sort of looking quizzical with your programme, and that's because this is the only change for the afternoon, is that straight after the truck race we've had.
Just get a few shots, and just before we do the inevitable spraying, we're obviously big on saying thank you in British Truck Racing, and I hear that John would like to say a couple of words, a special thank you to a certain person in his life that supported him through the racing.
So this one was for you, darling. You've had the battle with the cancer. That makes it all worth it, mate.
A round of applause, a dedication, first place, and what a way to dedicate as well. And now, without further ado, as they say on the continent, it's time for the champagne! Oh my God! How did you even do that? Oh my goodness me, round of applause for your Division 2 top 3. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, well done John, well done indeed. That's lovely, that is. Yes, whoa. No way, Moe. Right then, now let's just have a quick look round. We got 2 of them. We were still missing the one. No, it's here. It's okay. It's okay. We're here. Okay, that was perfect timing. Well done. On to then the Division 1 results. My goodness, I think anybody couldn't have called this. The changing of positions in this race really did keep us on our toes the entire time. So, ladies and gentlemen, Division 1 in 3rd place, Dave Jenkins. You couldn't have timed that any better, Dave. That was bang on, that was. Don't want to give them too much time to catch their breath when they get out of the trucks. And in 2nd place, another bit of silverware goes to John Newell. And of course, putting his championship tyres to the test in the GT truck, it's Martin Gibson. Bottom bud.
Damage a tyre when he had that spin, if you remember, on the charge to the line in towards the rubber chicane for the final time. Michael Smith left over the curve.
And one more time for the fans, it's time for the champagne! Oh no! I got hit by a cork! Oh, you're wasting it! You're wasting it! Oh my goodness, I'm absolutely drenched. Round of applause for your Division 1 drivers, top 3. Thank you very much. We've got one more race left for you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all, thank you mate, and it's all to play for here at Donington Park. We've got the truck show results from Truck Sports on the infield. We've got the caravan smash and truck drifting down the live action arena. There's lots left to see here at Donington Park, so hold tight and we'll be back with you soon.
For me, it goes to show how every single point counts. If you go back in 10 years ago now, 2011 championship, you think that 200 points for a race win, 20 points you can qualify.
Okay, we're going to, thanks Pointy, we're going to take a break from the action now until our next race coming up in about half an hour's time, just over, for the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135s. We also may see some inserts from our drift cars, rallycross cars over in the Fueltopia arena. Might even see some more truck drifting as well. Pick that up as and when, but so we'll be underway in just over half an hour's time with our next on-track race, the Sigma 135 category for the Caterhams. Make sure you're in position to watch that one, because we nearly had a 3-way dead heat earlier on. We'll be back in about 30 to 40 minutes with our next race.
And during that run as well, a little bit of rain has set on the circuit, not a huge amount, but the clouds have come over, a little bit of rain fell from the sky, won't cause change to the conditions on the circuit, but it's just that psychological rain that will kind of become apparent on the screen. But the rain sort of becomes the head off, and this with his force ready to go. Simon Ward is down there on the front row of the grid, and now Jeff really went and breaks up once, so press up to 3rd place, but then lap by lap he just starts to pull back. So again, he's got time to judge that as best as he can to hold on to the position where he currently sits on the grid. Rich Jones and Michael Smith next up on row number 2. Both of those didn't do too bad in race number 1. Unfortunately, Michael Smith was the final corner. He lost some time, but Rich Jones, of course, was the man who came to hit at the end of the first couple of laps. He did enjoy it. We got that car tested, and hopefully that will all be good for this one. But he only got 16th place finish in that earlier race, so that's not too good. So Reese and row number 3 to get that with problems, and Alan Cooper also received a penalty for something sprint which dropped him second down, but that effectively only got him 1 place, which dropped him 4th to 5th. So down are the problems we had for the majority of the results in race round. That head on to the first of 2 race match as we said. It took delivery early right, it was tricky, the ground on the touch of the end of the radar, and locked out by after 3 seconds. Still carrying the maximum amount of ballast that you can carry. Paul Tompkins, having finished in the lead of the race earlier on, he will be at the moment on 30 kilograms of ballast, so he will pick up the 30 kilos for the race win. And Dean Tompkins, who finished in 3rd position, will pick up 10 kilograms of ballast. I don't think he'll be on any more than that with him now. He'll just be on 10 kilograms of ballast. And because Alan Cooper finished 5th, so that means he does share 10 kilograms of ballast. So he will drop from 40 kilos to 30 kilos for this one. 30 kilos to win, 20 kilograms. Never go and it does make a difference, doesn't it? Think about it, man, that's the best part of carrying around, not me, but it's the best part of carrying around an extra 1, 3, 4 kilos. Yeah, it's not when you think about race think about, and you're doing that every single lap. And for James Goldstraw, there was indications what the problem was for James Goldstraw, though, was there was one of the drivers that retired in the race early on, and we've got a question mark over exactly what the problem was with his truck. The rest of it was all, as ever is the case, reported beautifully well by Sonny Howard and the team from Pickup Racing Championship. So front row between Simon Ward and Dale Jem. Impressive pace in the race earlier on. Yeah, he did, didn't we? We saw him up there about 3rd or 2nd place, but eventually, lap by lap, he just dropped down the way. So didn't quite hold it, so maybe a different race strategy this time, see how he gets on, but of course he starts in a better position this time round. Yeah, he won't have, but I don't think a great deal of ballast in any on board for this one, so he would have been, 20 kilos. No, he'll be down to 0 ballast in this one, looking at the previous race results, so I don't think he's got any extra ballast now to have to worry about. So the pace car is about to feel its way through the Roberts chicane and will make its way over the start-finish line. We're not getting any television pictures at all, but it's what will be live on what we can see out the black car on the right-hand side of the circuit, down Jet on the left-hand side of the lead, up towards Breaking Airport Redgate corner, all the brake lights come on at once, and it is Simon Ward driving each race
in historic touring cars in a Vauxhall Astra. These races they had to crash here for the first time. Yeah, Michael Smith, I think, was just a bit of a outside there on the exit of the Westgate corner, so Michael Smith will find himself possibly down from where he started on the grid, but I think it's hanging on by his fingertips at the minute, but it is down here by the looks of things that leads the way up towards the right-hander of McLean for the first time. Rich Jones has just squeezed his way through there and holds his spun further down the middle. But yeah, Rich Jones will be perfectly close in second position, and the Michael hasn't actually recovered, but he sits there in third, and now we'll start to think he's like where I'm really yeah, that picture was one of them that got tangled up. He's the truck that has continued. I'm wondering if you're going to find down
Well, we have this break from the action. Time to look at another one of my personal favourite sports. This is rallycross. These cars compete on circuits made of a mixture of tarmac and dirt surface. A couple of them out doing some demonstration laps in the arena. This is Julian Godfrey, the multiple British rallycross champion in his very highly tuned Ford Fiesta. Julian, a professional engine builder and tuner of these rallycross cars. Some venues such as Linton Hill down in Kent, Python in Lincolnshire. So a very popular sport in Ireland. There is the Irishman Ollie O'Donovan, the former British champion, shares with John McCluskey in that Ford Focus ST-based car. Yet rallycross cars up to about 900 horsepower in them. They are frighteningly fast, particularly in a straight line. Oh, excuse me, says Julian Godfrey. Normally racing groups of up to about 10. Races of around 4 or 5 laps, so they're short races, but very exciting. Linton Hill, the home of rallycross, the sport invented there just over 50 years ago. It was a mixture of rallying and racing, essentially. To see them in action here. Let's say a quick hello to the Sharrett family if they're watching their marshalling in the rallycross arena at the moment. Long-time rallycross marshals from South Wales, Steve, Margaret and Alison Sharrett. Thanks to them for their service this weekend. See if Pointy can get some updates for us down there as well while we have this pause in the action. To see the show trucks on display as well. Look how many of them there are. Not there loads. Everything from classic heavy haulage machines to road sweepers. We've got tipper lorries in there, crane trucks. You see a crane there to the right of the screen. Show trucks with their several £1,000 paint jobs, race car transporters and a lot more. Everything truck celebrated here at Donington this weekend.
Had another play as well, so good stuff from him. Given an what Daniel Kemp is doing, he is a little bit further down the order. So Daniel Kemp is moving up nicely. He's one of those who picked well in the early race as well. Number 86, runs down to 13th place at the minute, but tempted back towards the front because still leads by just 10 to second. But the rest of the pack now starts to close in on him, and Andrews goes to 13 second. Well, not massively, the game players come now to Rich maybe So that was 97 and 1998 where he claimed the win. Chesterton scored 10 wins in that first season, just claimed the championship overall. Is the bottom of the 150, and of course we've got Donington on the grid for this one, which second in that Northern Championship, which is a high George who went on the race for this CNC amongst other things. Was third in the championship that year, so some real strong names, and you can see an enormously strong championship year after year after year that we've got. So we are now on to lap number 5 on the schedule 15 towards the with the fastest lap in the race earlier on today as well. He didn't get the results he wanted because of that problem that he had with his car or related to the axles of it. So there was actually changes between the two races, but the Matt Simpson, from fastest lap in race number 1 to eventually a race win in win number 2. Last time after he's the quickest as well. That's the good thing for Matt Simpson. Try and maintain it. After this one that we are on, the Donington now stretched to 4.8 seconds, so we're side by side, 4 seconds to the position. Hopkins fighting away with George Cherister on the right-hand side of the circuit. That's the inside line for Robert. Is he going to be able to unlock the door and feel safe straight away? And then he's through George Cherister takes the position.
Now out on track for the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Just under 10 minutes of their race to go, and a frantic battle going on up front. Leading the way is the number 24 of Ben Winrow, Harry Senior in second, and number 16 of Simon Griffiths currently in third place. But there are once again battles everywhere you look down the order. The fight in the less powerful Sigma 135 cars is between the number 86 of Simon Shaw and the 50 of James McCall. David Reed, the other race winner from earlier this season, not out this weekend. He's had some huge battles this year with McCall. So we had a change for the leader. I think Harry Senior's got through ahead of the red and yellow of Ben Winrow. Battles everywhere you look. It's hard to follow. There are 49 cars out there on track in this race, almost completely filling the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So many legendary racing drivers have competed and made history. There's the 86 car. Going further down the order, that's one of the leaders in Sigma 135, Simon Shaw. Across the line this time we should see Harry Senior come through in the lead in the number 28 car, I think. But Ben Winrow, number 24, giving chase. They swap places on that previous lap. Third place, number 25, Steve Clark. Simon Griffiths comes through in fourth in the 16, and 82, Matthew Willoughby, rounding out the top five. There is Griffiths, number 16. Battle for 6 is between 98 Jason Gale and the 72, which is Glenn Burtonshaw, who's raced various classes of Caterham over the years. Through the Maggots and Beckett's complex, it is the number 28. There is Harry Senior, the championship leader in the Sigmax category. It's like a bit of bodywork missing from his car. Number 86, Simon Shaw, looking for his first win of the season in the Sigma 135s, further back in the order. They're currently fighting for 16th overall, the less powerful Sigma 135 engine cars. The classes all referring to the type of Ford Sigma engine used in these Caterham 7s. Built down in Surrey, of course, to the design of Colin Chapman, originally the founder of Lotus. The Lotus 7 was the original car. There's a scrap going on further back. Number 70, very brightly liveried car there for Tom Power. The tail of Peter Marsh, possibly the red car ahead of him there. Tricky to see the numbers on one or two of these cars. They're battling so hard. Power powers his way through. It's the 52 car. It's Michael Downing, in fact, I apologise, missing a rear wing there as well. It's not a Caterham race unless you lose a few rear wings, so they say. So Senior from Winrow overall. Shaw, McCall and Power top three in the Sigma 135 category further back. There's a scrap for fourth place it is now. Griffiths has been shuffled back a little on that lap. I think Matt Willoughby's got through in the 82 up into fourth place. Red and yellow flag is out at Brooklands. That's the slippery surface flag, so possibly a bit of oil or coolant has been dropped on the circuit there, just warning the drivers to be careful. Don't want any spins or collisions. What order are they going to come through in this time? It's Harry Senior, Ben Winrow in the red and yellow car in second. Third is Steve Clark in the blue machine. Willoughby is up to fourth. The rest of them behind. Gale, Burtonshaw. So in there is the number 1, which is Kevin Barrett. Gareth Cordy, number 33, earlier this season at Silverstone, had a scary moment when a wheel came flying off his car. The leaders over the line. Willoughby and Griffiths continue to battle it out. Griffiths getting round the outside there on the pit straight. Behind them, number 98, the green car, that's Jason Gale. Harry Senior on the power through Maggots. The car sliding around a little there, and Steve Clark gets through into second place in the number 25. He's going well. Ben Winrow, a winner earlier this season, in third place. The Winrow family going well in both our Caterham races today. Just over 5 minutes to go. There's number 98. That's Jason Gale. Still Simon Shaw leading the second class further back. There is number 8 going through. That's Peter Marsh. With the 52 of Michael Downing. Here come your leaders in the Sigma 135 category. Still Simon Shaw holding off number 50 of James McCall. Plays his cards right, he'll be out in front of the championship at the end of today. Power in third place. Tom Power, the very distinctive number 70 car. These to have pulled away, and McCall trying to slipstream Simon Shaw here down the hanger straight. Which side's he going to go? He moves to the left, side by side on the run into Stoke Corner, but Simon Shaw's got the inside line for the right-hander, looking for his first win of the season in the category, and he holds on around Stoke Corner. Over 4 minutes of this race still to go, so they'll get at least a couple more laps out of this. That 5 wide on the F1 pit straight. Stephen Clark trying to chase down Harry Senior for the lead. He's done the majority of the winning so far in the Sig Max category this year. He's starting to pull away slightly from his opposition, just over a second clear last time around of Ben Winrow. Fighting back around the outside there, down into Brooklyn. Retakes second from Stephen Clark. Harry Senior is up his wing in the background. Look at the left rear corner of his car, missing the left rear wing. Lighten the car a bit, it seems to be working for him. Winrow ahead of Clark now for second, it's Griffiths, Willoughby. Behind them the 72, that's Glenn Burtonshaw, I think, up there in sixth, the green car. Further back in the order we've got the Sigma 135 runners. Lead gap increasing by over half a second on that last lap, so Harry Senior is running away with this. Winrow and Clark still there in second and third. Of course, the harder they fight each other, the more time they lose to Harry Senior. Trying to go side by side on the run into Maggott's corner. Clark does it again there on the little left flick into the left right of the Beckett's complex. Next through there's Griffiths, the white car. Willoughby is ahead of Burtonshaw, then it's Gale, Barrett, Cordy and the number 9 of Neil Sturgis rounding out the top 10. All cars battling it out for the minor placings further down the order. This is frantic stuff, trying to go 3 wide through Beckett's. I don't think that's going to work. Such entertaining racing, some of the most action-packed racing in the UK in these Caterhams. 33 Gareth Cordy heading this group, 1 or 2 cars getting a bit sideways through there. 119 at the back of that little group, Andrew Sagar. These cars running at the lower end of the top 10. Got Gareth Cordy in there, Neil Sturgis in the black and gold number 9. Peter Marshall in blue, trying to hold off the number 5 of Will Rayson. I think that's Luke Suru in the 36 car. Great battle in the lower reaches of the top 10, just outside the top 10. Side by side through into the Club Corner complex, moving up towards the wing. Here's a battle in the Sigma 135 category. Number 70 of Tom Power has been reeled in by a few pursuers. 131 there, John Cox. 171, that's Ollie Smith. Here's the battle for second overall. Ben Winrow and Steve Clark. Winrow over the curbs up the loop, coming onto the Wellington straights. Further back in the order. Several more battles going on. 79, in fact, of Ryan Meager being caught there, not Tom Power. Similarly coloured car. Harry Senior out in front then, coming around to start his last lap. 1 minute left on the clock. He's looking good for another overall victory. Who's going to win the Sigma 135s? Will it be Simon Shaw or James McCall? I think it's between those two. Put them up when we can. I don't think they're going to catch Senior here. Look at the lead he's pulled out. He's over 3 seconds ahead now of Winrow and Clark, who are dodging about fighting for second. They're losing time all the time though. Fourth still Griffiths ahead of Willoughby. Then Glenn Burtonshaw. Steve Clark does his usual trick coming out of Cox on the run to Maggot. He moves to the left, up the inside into the flick. This time Ben Winrow's wise to him. Later on the brakes as we pick up the 135 class battle. It is still Shaw from James McCall. It's between these two now for the class win. McCall looking to extend his lead in the championship. Harry Senior likewise. Down the hanger straight he comes. He's going to take yet another win by the look of things here. He had some contact at the beginning of the race, which I think's damaged that wing on the left front, and he's lost the rear one on the left. Not slowing him down though. Still the battle raging for second. Clark now ahead of Winrow once again. Griffiths looking on. Here's the Sigma 135 battle. Swing their way into the Beckett's complex. Simon Shaw trying to hang on, but the place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading into the last lap, because on the last corner those behind are likely to slipstream past you. I reckon James McCall's waiting till Brooklands to try and take the lead. Great race between these two. They're well clear of their opposition. It's still Tom Power, number 70, third in the category. Further back fourth is number 60 of Alaric Barney. McCall looking to make a move. Harry Senior is heading for victory though. Further back in the order, that's number 120 car towards the back, Chris Griffith. The headlights on the car there. One or two Caterham racers do drive their cars on the road to the events, as many as we used to see in club racing, however. Still got the slippery surface flag out on the run into Brooklyn, just as a warning to the drivers. It's not slowing Harry Senior down though. He's heading for the win. The clock has counted down to 0. It's going to be a win for Harry Senior to extend his Caterham Sigmax Championship lead. Well clear of Ben Winrow and Stephen Clark as they've had their own private battle for second place. Moving down towards the final corner, there is Harry Senior, takes the checkered flag, takes a clear win. Who's going to be second? Will it be Clark or Winrow? Very close as they cross the line. Winrow by just a couple of hundredths of a second. Fourth goes to Griffiths, fifth place to Matthew Willoughby. Zip across the line a little further back. Well done, Harry Senior. Another win in the book in this very successful 2021 Caterham Graduates Sigmax season. The question remaining, who's going to win the Sigma 135s? And McCall has got ahead of Shaw. I thought he might wait until the last couple of corners. James McCall ahead of Simon Shaw. That's going to be another win for James. His main rival David Reed in the championship not here today, so this is an ideal opportunity. And James McCall, who's going to come in 16th overall, wins the Sigma 135 class ahead of Simon Shaw by 1 second. Great stuff.
Well, welcome back everybody down to Winners Row, and it has a very familiar feeling, doesn't it, from race one. Yet again, this man, Harry, you can leave your balaclava on if you like. I must stop meeting you like this because people are going to start talking. Another win, and that one, very difficult the first half. A tale of two races for you, wasn't it, really? First half, a lot of pressure. Second half, you managed to get away a bit.
Yeah. No, first half was flat out, full on, four of us just going at it. And then, yeah, I don't really know. I don't even really remember what happened. I just remember looking in my mirror and starting to build a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
I guess they were just squabbling among each other.
Yeah, certainly Stephen and Ben they're just battling, trying to get past so they can make and try and catch you up. They were costing themselves time, and it was allowing you to run away.
And then they caught a back marker as well at one point, so just in the wrong place going through Vale. So, but yeah, no, a good few seconds lead. Definitely, it means more than winning just by a tenth of a second. It's more complete,
It's a rarity, isn't it? It's not often. I mean, 3 seconds might not sound a lot, but it's an eternity in these cars, isn't it?
For Caterham racing, yeah. The standard is a tenth or less to win by. But yeah, no. So it feels great to win by a large margin like that.
Harry, congratulations. Could you just stay here, because I know the circuit commentator wants to grab a word of you as well, if that's all right. Whilst we're here, we're going to grab a quick word with James McCall as well. He's your 135 class winner. Incredible stuff. In fact, he did it bang on the line, didn't he? How exciting was that? We'll grab a quick word with him very, very shortly. Incredible racing for the Caterhams. We've seen it all day long. In fact, we see it every time we come to a track with the Caterhams. I'm a bit sad that that's actually it for the weekend for the Caterham Graduates. So James McCall won it on the absolute death, didn't he, from Simon Shaw. Wow, it was very, very close. Stay with me because I'm going to grab James very, very shortly for a very quick word. Here he comes. James, you've got to do all the media duty bits and bobs, haven't you? But blimey, you didn't have to cut that one fine and leave it late, did you? Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't mean to leave it that tight. I had 10 laps to figure out exactly where I was going to be quicker, and by sitting behind him, I was able to save the tyres a little bit. I had a little bit more left at the end. I pretty much planned exactly where I was going to get him. There was a lot of litter on the track around that area, which made it a bit more tricky.
It was not me, I promise. My litter goes in the bin.
But yeah, it was pretty. I don't know what the timing said, but it looked quite tight on the line. I wasn't sure.
Incredible, 0.002 of a second or something crazy like that. It was very tight. Congratulations, James.
Thank you very much.
The class win. There you go.
Fantastic.
Race underway. Not ideal.
Can't see that car on the grid,
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here in the show truck paddock here at Convoy in the Park 2021. We've got a fantastic crowd behind us. Can we get something from the crowd? There we go, a pan around all the hard-working show truck drivers, many of which have been out on the road this week leading up to the event. Before we hand out the much-awaited trophies for the categories that I've got in my hand here, let's have a quick wander around and speak to a couple of the drivers to see what they've thought of the event. Let's pick a victim. You guys look okay. Who's a driver out of you lot? Come on now. This guy, he's the most... Oh, come on, here we go. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Scott, and I come from Burton-on-Trent.
Hello, Scott from Burton-on-Trent, and I take it you're a driver?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
And what's your beast parked up?
It's Scania R520.
An R520. I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure it's very nice. Do you know what classification you entered into?
Working truck.
Working truck. Sorry, mate, didn't happen. Okay. Have you enjoyed the event so far?
I have, yeah. It's been great. Yeah, good weekend. Yeah.
What would you say has been the best part about it that you can remember?
Probably the Dodgems, mate. Yeah, it was good.
Dodgems. Come truck racing, Dodgems were the best bit. Have you got a chance to see any of the action on track?
I have, yeah. Been watching the trucks. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, enjoyed it.
Good, and you'll be back next year, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
We've had obviously a bit of issue getting down to Pembury with the Convoy brand. If we do another event down there, do you reckon some of these guys will follow with us?
I would say so. Yeah, hopefully, yeah, it'd be good. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Well, thanks very much for taking your time, buddy. Have fun getting back to Burton-on-Trent in the R20. Let's go and find another victim. This guy looks terrified. Come on. I've got him. It's okay. Right. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Matt Westy from Kent.
Matt Westy from Kent. How you doing, Matt? And what are we driving?
Lone Star, International Lone Star.
Oh, the Lone Star. Oh my goodness me. That's a bit of a beast, isn't it?
Yeah, proper beast.
How far? So you've come quite a long way in that thing. Did you drive it all the way here?
Yeah. I'm trained up here and going to Doncaster with it and then coming back.
Unbelievable. Have you had a good weekend?
Yeah, I've had a brilliant weekend.
What would you say has been your best highlight of the weekend?
Yeah.
Making it through the night, right?
Making it through the night.
Fantastic. So have we got any other truck shows planned with us with the truck racing?
Yeah, we're doing Brands in November.
That is a big event with Brands. Massive firework display at the end of Brands Hatch, which is a firm favourite, and I do believe we get a chance. We're allowed to do a parade lap on that one as well.
Hopefully.
It's a big shame really with the parade laps. We used to be able to do them at the end of each event, and of course with everything that's been going on, it's a bit of a logistical nightmare, but maybe we could get a bit of an outside vote going to push it through with the circuits. Thanks very much for taking the time, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Right, I think they've waited long enough. Let's get up onto the stage now and hand out some show truck results.
This time round, and it's Steve Whiteley and Miles Rushburn with the course in the first three races this weekend, looking for another solid result on the outside of road number 2.
To hear from points here as we count down to our next race, which is the Caterham Signal 135. So we'll have them on track in a few minutes' time. We'll hear from points here again shortly, talking to some of our show truck drivers in the paddock. Fair play to all of them for the display this weekend. To everybody that's come this weekend, it really wouldn't have been possible without everybody booking in when they did, getting ahead of the curve, making sure all your trucks look fantastic. I know not all of you were that bothered about the truck show, and in a way that's what we kind of wanted. We wanted you guys to just come out and have a good weekend. The truck show is a fantastic bonus, and it's obviously a good little bit of camaraderie among drivers, but really we just wanted you to come out and show that truck drivers can still have a great weekend on the race circuit. Okay, so into the first category now. We're doing working truck, best working truck. What? Yeah, public vote, yeah. Do you want to do this? We told them all that sign on. It took me 6 hours on Friday night, do you remember? Yeah, whilst you were just running around with it talking. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so in third place for best working truck here at Convoy in the Park 2021, with registration CA11 DGD, it's David G. Davis. And to hand out the trophies, we've got British Truck Racing Champion for Division 2, Steve Powell.
also taking his first trophy of the weekend earlier on this afternoon. And in second place with registration WR17 YHW, that's AJV Transport. WR17 YHW we've got down here. They've gone. Oh well, never mind. And in first place with, I like that, with registration TH15 BMT, that's BM Transport. To be fair, as Stuart quite rightly said, this is a public vote. It's been voted for by the attendees and of course your fellow truck drivers. All done with the photos, fantastic, thank you very much gentlemen. Right then, on to Best Rigid now, and in third place for that we have registration M300 SWJ, that's SW Johnson. Have they gone as well? Maybe. Second place we've got BU69 ZXL, that's Hinks Haulage. Such a child. Doing well this one, yeah, and in first place, yeah. Right then, no trophies for that one at all, just the third. What? That's first, yeah. In first rigid, BV21 TYK, that's Hawkins. Confused me then. Well done, do you want the other two as well? Shot for TV, there we go. Bet you're glad you wear your best shirt now, aren't you? Okay then, for best new truck we have got in third place SJ21 KXP from Punchards. In second place with GB21 FEL, that's Fellows. And I'm going to knock him out in a minute, I'll tell you. And in first place for best new truck we've got MD21 KEY, that's Matthew Keane. Come on. Well done, buddy. Lovely, jubbly. I still say best new working truck's a bit of a cop-out. They've just not had a chance to trash them yet, that's all it is. Right then, thank you very much, gents. On to the best senior now. And in third place, with registration SB04HGV, it's S. Bywater. Oh, it's him! Burton on Trent, right? And in second place, I believe it's KU10 EYS from Hawkins. Doing well so far. Let's make it a hat-trick, people. And in first place for senior, DL04 KWL from Winter. Way! Is your name Dan? That is a great t-shirt. Lovely photo, thank you very much. On to best custom working. And in third place, with B9SWO, that's Saunders. Yeah. In second place, with PO17 VSF, that's Sharp. Not Pat Sharp, that's Sharp. There we go. And in first place for best custom working, with registration V8TOY, that's JD Pierce. Well done, buddy. That's all right, he knows he's the winner. Right then, on to non-working show trucks. Now, this one could be interesting. No arguments. In third place with registration VAT RJV, that's R&J Vanstone. He's coming, he's coming. His truck's that shiny, he's got to wear sunglasses in the rain. Well done, buddy. Wait, over here, wait, over here, come on. Stay, sit, good boy. Right, we haven't got a name for this one, but in second place, registration P120 HNC. Anybody recognise that? I see, yeah, well done, yeah, clap, good goal. Good job, yeah, I like her. Anybody? P120 HNC? No? All gone and sold. It's just walking around, okay. And in first place for best non-working show truck with registration R500 JHH, that's Josh Herbert. Go on then. Well, famous. He was doing that before Instagram stories came along, you know what I mean? Thank you very much. Round of applause for your top, well, 2 best on working. Right, on to the specialised classification. We'll whiz through these because the rain's coming. In third place, registration. Is that a D or did you cross the D out? Is that a D or did you cross the D out? Is that just a Y? It is a D. It's a D with a scribble through it. DY90XF from NYR. Oh, Y90XF. Oh, okay, really good writing on this. Y90XF from NYR. BRB, LOL, FFS. You come in your boxers? Oh no, they're shorts, okay. You're alright, you guys. Second place from, Second place with RS17 REC, that's RS Recovery. And in first place with EC14 KEY, that's Earwash. Massive tanker on the back of that. Someone's got some massive ears, I tell you. Here he is. Right then, quick photo up. Oh, he's gone, they've all gone. Okay, on to best light commercial, top 3 with third place FX65 XAY. We've got no name for that one. FX65 XAY. Yeah, you van drivers are usually sideways around most corners, come on. Second place, S666 CWT. S666 CWT. There we go, lovely jubbly. Just next to him. And in first place with RS67 TEC RS Recovery. Umbrellas are available for sale, £10 each, queue up nicely. Oh, thank you, my good sir. Now this is service with a smile. Thank you. What's your name? Where'd you come from? Right, we're done, that's it. Best line commercial. Ta-ra now, see you in a bit. And into the best American class now, we've got third position, KT54 WZM Graham Paul. Yay. Is he over there hiding? It's raining. Second place, Scrambles. We'll finish in a minute. Scrambles.
Okay, we're going to come away from the award ceremony there thanks to Pointy and his enthusiastic presenting style. He's great fun, isn't he? But what's not so great fun is the rain has arrived again, just in time for our next Caterham race. The Legends are just coming off track after their final. I think that race was curtailed because of the conditions, because they were out on slicks. They've had enough incidents this weekend already, the Legends cars. Let's have a look at the grid then for our second race of the day for the Caterham Sigma 135 category, promoted by the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. This grid's set by the second quickest time for each driver in qualifying. yesterday. Ben Buckley, number 42, has taken pole position alongside 131 of John Cox. Now, they both had spins in race 1, so looking for better fortunes here. Second row, David Reed, number 62, who was the winner of race 1 by 1,000th of a second. It was I had to study a photograph, I think, to determine who'd won race 1. Alongside him, number 50, James McCall, who finished second behind him by about a couple of inches. Third row, number 86, Simon Shaw. He was third in race 1, and 199 of Mike Curley. Fourth row, Mika Lazarus, number 64, and 130, Roger Gaunt. Row 5 is Alaric Barney, number 60, and number 40 of Paul Farrell. He had a spin in race 1 as well. Sixth row, number 61, Angus McLean, and 70 of Tom Power. Row 7, Chris Skillicorn, number 44, and 96 of Ben Wheatley. Row 8, 97 Ollie Smith, and 95 Alistair Melton. Row 9, 35 of Greg Curtis, 34 Neil Evans. 10th row, 142 of Ian Fortescue, and number 90 Andy Cooper. Row 11, 51 Julian Willis, and 77 Robin Webb. Row 12, 47 Jonathan Moore, and 128 Fraser Riddington. The 13th row, Mark Noiro, number 68, and 155 Simon Martin. The 14th row, 29 Alistair Curry, bit of contact, losing him a few places in race 1, alongside Michael Koo in 188. 65 Lydia Gould and Aki Hussain, number 92, and the final row of the grid, 57 Simon White and 13 Merton Wood. This race may not begin just yet, actually, because the heavens have well and truly opened here at Donington Park. You just see the course vehicle making its way around there, so there might be a further slight delay to the start here, because the cars may well be on Yokohama slicks. Oh my goodness, look at that, that's the old hairpin. Like this at Silverstone and another of our events yesterday as well. So wouldn't be a good idea, I think you'll agree, to start a race in that. These poor spectators. The drift trucks are going to give it a go. It's not exactly ideal conditions for them. Well, that's how quickly it can change here at Donington. Bright sunshine when the last race started. So hopefully the Caterhams will be out on track soon, and it's going to be a lot of fun when they do so. Understandably, the Caterham's not being sent out to race just yet, because not only would it be impossible for them to race in this, we wouldn't be able to see them, and they wouldn't be able to see where they were going. This will be a 25-minute race when it gets going, and hopefully the sky will lighten and things will improve shortly. saw the bow wave coming up from the course car there as he went into the old hairpin. I can't believe how quickly the weather has changed. Obviously we can't start racing with it this wet at the moment, especially when the car's most likely set up for a dry race. As soon as we get news on when our next race is going to get underway, we will let you know. There's some hardy spectators out there at trackside, aren't there? Look at the depth of that water, and that's only for about the last 10-15 minutes. Fair play to them for sticking it out. I've seen it do this at Silverstone in years gone by a few times. I've never seen rain like this at Donington. I remember a GT race meeting as some young spectators enjoying the rain, it seems there. I remember when I was at Silverstone in the late 90s, there was an FIA GT race meeting where the rain was so heavy even the course car couldn't get round without aquaplaning. So now perhaps you understand why the race hasn't begun yet here. I don't think the meeting's going to be cancelled. We will wait to see what will happen. There was a delay yesterday at Silverstone's BARC meeting because of a cloud burst. So hopefully we'll be back underway when things improve. That, I think, demonstrates perfectly why we haven't gone racing. You can see the water flowing along the track. I've never seen that before. That's extraordinary. Okay, down in the live action arena, what's happening here? Steve Thomas and his DAF. Is he going on holiday? He seems to be towing a caravan. What's happening here, I wonder, down in the Fueltopia arena? Sorry, Steve, you can't park that there. Where's he going with that, I wonder? Be careful, he's on the rallycross course with it. No, you won't get round there. Come on, Steve, you're supposed to be a truck driver. Be able to know you can't get round a corner that tight with a caravan. Ever seen a lorry tractor unit towing a caravan? Now you have. Well, let's head down to the Fueltopia arena. Let's see if our team down on the ground have got any further info for us on what's happening down there.
Wet this. It is very, very damp here at Donington, but we are about to inject some spice in our lives with a good old-fashioned caravan smash. And not one thing I've just said there is a joke. We are doing this. Stuart Oliver is out there. He's one of the leading likes of truck sport and has been for many a decade now, I'm sure he won't mind me saying. And he's not had the best of weekends on the track as Stuart. His truck was taken out of race 1, I think, yesterday, or at a push race 2. And he's going to take out some frustration, I think. And what better a vehicle to take it out on than the humble caravan? The enemy of so many drivers. Got a big shout out to the staff here at Donington who are currently making hay while the rain pours. A big shout out to Alex in the white shirt there. I think you can just see him in our shop. He is entering his own personal form of the wet t-shirt contest, and he is winning. So over on the far side, that's Stuart Oliver in the red truck.
Steve Thomas is just going around to the back of his caravan just to check that all his cups and plates and sauces are all being stacked away.
So we've got Stuart Oliver in the red. Steve Thomas is the other driver in the black. And conditions out there are slightly drying. I think I can just about make out some tarmac underneath the puddles at the moment. So the general idea, if you're unsure, is we've got 2 trucks. Both of them have a caravan at the back of them. They are going to drive fairly quickly. They're going to meet in the middle. Those caravans are also going to meet in the middle. And those caravans are going to go bang. There was a bit of a briefing ahead of time here just to make sure that both drivers were happy with the conditions, because as you can see they are, I mean, treacherous doesn't even do it justice. There's little to no grip out there. It is a lake as the monsoon grips us in the East Midlands this Sunday afternoon. I don't think I'm far away here. This is getting exciting. We're almost under starters' orders. Here they go then, Stuart Thomas and Stuart Oliver meet in the middle. And they missed. We go again, folks. Run 2 on the way.
Let's have another go, guys. Let's build a caravan. Humble caravan.
The crowd up on the bank here at Donington who are baying for blood.
Somerset, Devon. Not that I've got nothing against caravans.
Stuart Thomas over on the far side, just straightening things up. Ready for another run.
It's time to say over.
He's going to come from the left-hand side as you look at it. Stuart Oliver is going to come from the far side, away to your right. I think they're going to do
Tomo is now going down to line up again for
another little loop, and they're going to go again.
Let's see if they can make it this time. Daff against Scania.
Here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Not quite. Will it be third time lucky?
This time they will do it.
They're just teasing us, Stuart.
Right.
Here we go.
Tomo just give me the thumbs up to say this time. We'll meet in the middle. Daff against Scania.
Here we go again. Third time lucky. Who's your money on, red or black?
Here we go. 3.
Here we go.
1, go!
Oh, a little tickle.
They're getting closer, aren't they?
A little
down there?
tickle.
If you've ever got stuck behind a caravan on a narrow road and couldn't get past it, our truck racers getting revenge on your behalf here. The drift cars
Get a little
have
glimpse
stopped to watch.
here of one of the main organisers, Alex, who is given a huge amount to this.
I think Steve Jameson's microphone might have drowned. We've not heard
So
from
lads, we go again.
Here we go.
Fourth
time lucky.
Time lucky.
Come on, boys.
Here they come again.
Let's try again.
3, 2, 1, bang!
That's a bit more like it. Somebody's commented online, it's like a giant game of conkers, this.
They are edging closer.
One of the drivers can see where they're going. This is how Stuart Oliver and Steve Thomas go on holiday.
So far, all we've lost
One of
is
their trucks up to a
a
caravan.
little bit of panelling on Stuart's truck over to the right-hand side. Here we go.
Here we go. 3,
They're going to hit this time. Here we go.
That's the fella!
Wallop straight through him. That's what we wanted to see.
Stuart Oliver very, very happy
through the
with that
wreckage.
one.
Come on, Steve. Mind your tyres. GT will supply some more, I'm sure.
And a couple of donuts around the carcass of those caravans for good measure.
Donuts with the caravan on, superb. I've seen this in Bangor race meetings before. I've never seen it
what
done
a
with
lovely
trucks.
sight in the rain here at Donington. We thought it would be a quick shower. Alas, it has not been. The rain is still absolutely
See if we can see a
pouring
replay
down.
of that from the other angle.
And we go in.
Here we go. Nicely on the angle. And wallop. Very satisfying. We've all wanted to do that when we're stuck behind a caravan, haven't we?
Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver putting on a show.
Well done, Steve
for
Thomas
the
and Stuart Oliver.
spectators in the rain. Hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gents. We'll hopefully have some more track action for you very, very soon.
Spare a thought for whoever's got to clear that lot up. Maybe they'll just wait for it to float away the way the weather's going. Is he going to drive through it? Steve Thomas? No, doesn't want to risk his truck. So that was the caravan smash. Nicely done. A caravan demolition derby with a pair of trucks. Well done to Steve and Stuart. And hopefully soon we'll get racing back underway. The course car is going around for an inspection. We'll bring you news as and when we can. There's some of our show trucks departing. They'll be back on the road tomorrow with their trailers on, hopefully, keeping the country moving. Don't forget, everything in our lives travels on a truck at some point in its life. So thanks to our truckers all over the UK. That's what we celebrate here this weekend. Don't forget, you don't always see as many HGVs. Most of them will be on the roads at night, and given the number of road closures we see overnight, they're normally stuck, unable to go anywhere. So spare a thought for our HGV long distance drivers. They face tough conditions. Fair play to them for keeping the country moving. Thanks to our marshals here as well, currently sheltering on their posts. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to racing soon with the Caterhams. looks like the rain has abated somewhat. And hopefully we'll be able to get underway soon. Okay, looks like we've got the track sweeper out on track trying to pump some of the water away, possibly. So unfortunately at the moment we can't tell you when racing will resume. We will update you if we can if the situation changes. So sorry for the lack of firm information at the moment. And when we get some firm info on what's going to be happening, we will bring it, of course, to you straight away. But racing currently suspended here at Donington due to a rainstorm. And we'll be back underway, hopefully, as soon as we can.
safety car has been going around for a little bit.
I'm surprised it's so wet. I'll just use the microphone then because it's more reliable.
Okay then, the Caterham's brought out onto track and we're ready to go racing once again. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gents. It is now time to go racing once again. Thanks again for bearing with us there. Second race for the Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category. It will of course be a green flag lap. It is a lot wetter than earlier on. So Ben Buckley on pole, number 42. 131 John Cox alongside him. The second row, 62 David Reed and number 50 James McCall. Row 3, 86 Simon Shaw and 199 Michael Curley. Row 4, 64 of Mika Lazarus and 130 of Roger Gaunt. Row 5, 60 Alaric Barney and number 40 of Paul Farrell. On row 6 is 61 Angus McLean, starting alongside 70 of Tom Power. Row 7, 44 Chris Skillicorn and 96 Ben Wheatley. Row 8, 97 Oliver Smith, alongside 95 Alistair Melton. Row 9, 35 Greg Curtis starts alongside 34 Neil Evans. The 10th row, 142 Ian Fortescue and 90 Andy Cooper. 51 Julian Willis on row 11 alongside the 77 of Robin Webb. On row 12, 47 Jonathan Moore and 128 Fraser Riddington. Row 13, 68 Mark Morrow and 155 Simon Martin. Row 14, 29 Alistair Curry and 188 Michael Q. Row 15, 65 Lydia Gould and 92 Aki Hussain. Row 16, 57 Simon White and 13 of Merton Wood.
So we've got some cars heading out on the circuit. There's actually paces, ladies and gentlemen. I gather though.
32 cars then, Caterham Graduates Sigma 135. David Reed taking the win by about 3 inches in race 1 over James McCall, the championship leader. There's a man who just missed out was Simon Shaw in that 3-way near dead heat. Last couple of cars there being moved into line at the back. Our hardy race marshals down there. Possibly a problem here is going to be seeing the cars in the spray. It's spare a thought for the drivers with their crash helmets. They won't be able to see anything in the early laps here. Fair play to them for giving it a go.
15:35, well, it's now 16:25 really by the time we get to the end of the way, so we're 50 minutes behind. So there's a bit of catching up to be done, a bit like yesterday where they had a few issues along the way.
This will be a 20-minute race.
It is car number 42.
Showing on the timing screen, the green flag lap gets underway. I believe this will be a 20-minute race, showing on the TSL timing screen. Ben Buckley, of course, had a spin while fighting for the lead in race 1. The man alongside him on the front row, John Cox, was an early spinner as well, going down to the back of the field. James McCall and David Reed likely to be the favourites. All got their rain lights on the back of the cars. Looks rather surreal, doesn't it? Ben Buckley in the blue car. John Cox in navy blue and red. David Reed black with the red, blue and yellow stripe down the centre. James McCall in green and black. Simon Shaw in yellow. Michael Curley there, the bright blue and black car. Very brave drivers here. Caterham's not the friendliest of cars in the wet. A couple of missing wings from race 1 have been replaced, as you can see. Doesn't look all that bad out there now. The rain abating almost as quickly as it had arrived. It's still treacherous out there. Will we see another near dead heat here, I wonder? This is going to be interesting. They might get a second green flag lap. Let's wait and see, in view of the severe conditions. Let the drivers acclimatise. Yes, they are going to have a second green flag lap. So they'll get another green flag lap just to get acclimatised to these difficult conditions. Thought that may have been the case. So Ben Buckley on pole from Hertfordshire, starts alongside John Cox, number 131 from Buckinghamshire. David Reed, our first race winner, based in Ormskirk in the northwest, starts alongside James McCall, the championship leader, comes from Thatcham in Oxfordshire. Some of these cars, and there's a spin there. I think that's John Cox. Our front row man has spun on the green flag lap. Just gone out of our view there. So if he gets going again, he's going to have to start at the back. I hope he hasn't hit the barriers. That's a Schwantz curve. So if John Cox gets going again, he'll have to start at the back, I think. Well, he spun on the first lap of race 1 as well and dropped to the back. It's not his day. Hope nobody else has spun on these acclimatisation laps. The best scenario this time round, but David Reed doing well there. We know that so far this year James McCall has been the man who's picked up the majority of the wins in the Sigma 135 Championship. Rain is coming down again. This is going to be near impossible for these drivers. This is going to be chaotic. Cars coming to the grid then, in extremely wet conditions here at Donington Park for the second race of the day for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135 category in near impossible conditions. Ben Buckley, number 42, on pole. It should have been John Cox, number 131, alongside him, but such are the conditions. He's spun on the green flag lap and will have to start from the back of the grid, if at all. Second row will be David Reed and James McCall. Last few cars making their way to the grid then. Simon Shaw and Michael Curley will be on row 3. Mika Lazarus and Roger Gaunt row 4. Alaric Barney and Paul Farrell completing the top 10. Space on the front row, you can see where John Cox should have been. One car coming into the pits. I think that might be Mark Navarro, number 68. He may have decided that it's just too risky out there. There's one car with headlamps on the back. Most of these cars not fitted with headlamps. These race spec Caterhams. Now, is that John Cox at the back? I'm not sure. I think that's him down there. He's going to have to slot in at the back of the grid. This will be a 20-minute race. And this is going to be one of the most difficult motor races that you will ever see. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135 category. Green flag is displayed at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on. Ben Buckley on his own on the front row. David Reed and James McCall behind him. Then Simon Shaw alongside Michael Curley on row 3. Red lights come on. We're about to head into the monsoon. Then the Sigma 135s and the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. We're underway. Good start by Ben Buckley. Leads the way down to Redgate for the first time. One car on the grass already, creating great waves of water. Now, are they all going to make it round? Ben Buckley will take the lead. David Reed into second place. Got a couple of cars starting from the pit lane. It's hard to see the rest of the field. They tiptoe their way around Redgate. Have they all made it round? It looks like they have. They're being extra careful in there. Ben Buckley has the lead ahead of David Reed. Third place is James McCall, then Simon Shaw. It's Michael Curley in fifth place ahead of Alaric Barney, who's come through, made up a couple of places off the line. This will be just a damage limitation exercise early on. You can't really race in conditions like this, sadly. They've all made it away okay. One of the cars that started from the pit lane may well have been Tom Power, number 70 there. He's towards the back. Here's your leader, Ben Buckley, number 42. His first race weekend of the season. Was on for a top 5 in race 1 until he spun at Redgate. He's taking it nice and easy in the early stages. There's Alaric Barney being chased by the number 64 of Mika Lazarus in the orange car. Here they come onto the exhibition straight for the first time. Buckley leads from David Reed, the race 1 winner by a couple of inches, in second place. Taking very steadily into the chicane. Third place is James McCall. It's really wet here. Simon Shaw in fourth place. There is the 199 of Curley in fifth position. Mika Lazarus has lost a place or two. There's number 44 going through Chris Skillicorn. You can hardly see them as they come down the straight there. 1.8 seconds the lead margin for Buckley ahead of Reed as they skate their way through at Redgate. It's near impossible. Look at the standing water through there. You could barely get around there in a road car, never mind a racing Caterham. Most drivers, the skill and bravery of these drivers knowing no bounds here. Take it steadily down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. James McCall coming under a bit of pressure from Simon Shaw for third place. Of course, everybody making up a place because John Cox started from the back. Now, did he start at all? Let's have a look back. Yes, he has. He's in 27th place. Yeah, we lost Mark Noiro. He pulled into the pits off the start, decided it was just too dangerous out there, I think, or whether he had a problem with the car, I'm not sure. Alistair Curry has pulled into the pits as well, number 29. There's the battle for third. Simon Shaw trying to close on James McCall. Alaric Barney is in fifth position. Then the battle for sixth headed by Michael Curley. Now, who's that up there with him? The number 61 car. That's Angus McLean. Was going well in race 1 until a couple of wayward moments. He's got Mika Lazarus behind him. They're chased by Chris Skillicorn. If anything, the light is improving slightly overhead. It's still treacherous underfoot or under wheel. First two have pulled away. Buckley from Reed. Here's the fight for third. Simon Shaw trying to close down James McCall. Alaric Barney up there in fifth place. Michael Curley defending sixth. He's got a line of 4 other cars behind him. There's Alistair Melton, number 95, in 11th place. As the leaders swim their way through Redgate almost. Ben Buckley is heading into the almost twilight conditions here. It is bizarre at the moment. Simon Shaw's got third place on the Wheatcroft straight there. He's up to third ahead of James McCall. Somebody's off at Redgate. I think it might be Mika Lazarus that's run wide there. Hard to tell through the spray. Yellow flags were out briefly there. Yes, it was Mika Lazarus. You can see the orange car has dropped back a couple of spots behind Alistair Melton. Here he comes, the Londoner. It's number 42, Ben Buckley going clear. David Reed in second. I don't think we'll see any three wide photo finishes this time. Simon Shaw's going well. In third place now ahead of McCall. There's Barney from McLean. Michael Curley's dropping back after his good effort in qualifying, down to 7th now. Angus McLean up into 6th. Hear the air horns of the show trucks leaving the circuit in the background. 15 minutes of this race to go, so we're at 1/4 distance. David Reed in second place. Simon Shaw giving chase in third. He missed out by a few inches and only managed third in race 1. Wants to make up for it here. Michael Curley coming under fire from, I think that's Chris Skillicorn in there. Further back in the field. There's the sensible driver with his headlights on. I think that's the only car fitted with headlights in this race. That is Simon White from Surrey in the 57. He's further down towards the back of the field in this one. He's running 29th. Who's he got ahead of him there in the battle? That's number 70, Tom Power, who I think started from the pit lane to make a late adjustment. Perhaps he just couldn't see, so he had to come in at the end of the green flag lap. Simon White's power's on. You can see where he's going better than most. The battles continue all the way down the order. Here's our leader at McLean's, 42, of Ben Buckley, looking for his first win, only his second race of the season. Making it steady through Coppice there. Just the building above the trees there in the background, that's the control tower for East Midlands Airport, right next to Donington Park. Slide their way down the Craner curves. Everybody holding it together very carefully here.
So 13 minutes of the race still remaining.
All being as sensible as they can. No risks being taken in this wet weather. James McCall in 4th place.
20 seconds slower than they were doing in the race earlier on today, which is an indication of how tricky conditions.
Down the straight they come. It's particularly bad here as they come into Redgate. You will see them splash through the standing water just here in the middle of Redgate. Watch Simon Shaw. Water splash. Like a rally stage out there. There's a battle further back. Ollie Smith closing up on, I think that's the 130 of Roger Gaunt. It might be Steve Evans. Yes, Gaunt's moved ahead there of Evans. There is Roger Gaunt, the blue and yellow car. Ollie Smith out-dragged by Stephen Evans in the 34 car through the water splash. Behind them, it's Ian Fortescue, number 142, and number 40 of Paul Farrell. This battle further back in the order for 13th place. In front of them here, Fraser Riddington in the blue car. There's Roger Gaunt up ahead of them. It's Riddington, Evans, Smith, Fortescue and Farrell. Leader coming up on a back marker, Merton Wood, number 13, about to be lapped. See what the lead gap is this time through for Buckley. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 140.732. Over the line he comes. Quite a substantial lead now for Ben Buckley. 11.5 minutes to go. Second race of the weekend for the Caterham Sigma 135. Nice little battle here further back of 96 there. The 96 of Ben Wheatley has got ahead of Angus McLean. Here comes McLean fighting back, now starting to take a few risks now they're used to the conditions. Round the outside there, that's a big risk through the water splash there. Alongside Ben Wheatley, they're chasing Alaric Barney up into 4th place. Something's happened to James McCall somewhere, the green car. He's dropped away. Have we lost James McCall? He didn't come through that time, I don't think. No, he hasn't crossed the line on that lap. Have we lost the championship leader somewhere? Or is his transponder just not working? There's the leader. Yeah, he's come through in 10th place that time through James McCall. He must have had a spin somewhere. The number 50. That's a rare mistake by McCall. That tells you how wet it is. Here comes our leader, coming up to half distance. Ben Buckley, his lead last time through was 5.7 seconds. Michael Curley is just on the fastest lap, 1:40.571. Buckley's pacing qualifying was a 1:34.6. So here a few of you cheering on in the YouTube comments. We've got supporters for Simon Shaw and for Angus McLean. Shaw currently 3rd, McLean 6th. There goes the lead. New fastest lap, 1:39.813. So they're definitely getting used to these conditions. He's lapping under the 1:40s now. Nearly 8.5 seconds clear of David Reed in 2nd. There's a scrap further back. That's Steve Evans, number 34, having a go at Fraser Riddington with the red wheels. This is for 13th place. This is the main close scrap at the moment. They've got Paul Farrell up behind them in the number 40. Behind them, Ollie Smith in the red and white car. He's being chased by... Is that McCall behind them? Yes, it is. There is James McCall. He's down into 16th place. His last lap a 2:01, so it wasn't a spin earlier on. He's got some sort of a problem, James McCall. Whether he just can't see where he's going, I'm not sure. There is the championship leader. He's trying to make his way back up the order. Whether he's had a couple of moments out there that we didn't catch. Watch that green car. Yeah, he's throwing the car around there, trying to make pace back up, make places back up here. On the tail of Riddington, who's just lost out to Evans and Farrell. 1:42 in behind them is Ian Fortescue. There is James McCall. He's really soaring at the steering wheel. Something amiss for James McCall here. He's lost something like 12 places over the last couple of laps. Meantime, Evans, number 34, Neil Evans. So Steve Evans, he races in the other category. Under fire from number 40 of Paul Farrell. Paul fighting back on the tail of the 128 of Riddington. So with the number plates on there are some of these cars that are road legal. Lead gap is up to nearly 10 seconds now for Buckley over Reed. So barring any major disaster, it looks as though Ben Buckley's heading for his first win of the season. Another new fastest lap, 1:39.499. Paul Farrell gets ahead of Neil Evans. McCall back ahead of Riddington. There is the leader. The turquoise blue car. David Reed still 2nd, 3rd is Simon Shaw. It's Angus McLean up to 4th now. He and Ben Wheatley have got ahead of Michael Curley. Alaric Barney is 7th. Somebody asking where Alistair Melton is in our comments. He's 10th. Behind Mika Lazarus and Chris Skillicord, who's 8th. To the chicane once again. And Buckley holding it together on this treacherous track. A couple of back markers ahead of him. Simon White is one of them with his headlights still ablaze. The other is Aki Hussain, number 92. Lead gap up to 11.5 seconds now, although Simon Shaw's just set the fastest lap, 1:38.912, so he's starting to push. Try and catch David Reed for 2nd place. They're separated by just over a second. You can see them in the background there. Leader is way ahead. 11.5 seconds now. Ben Buckley leads by there. Second and third in the background. Coming into the top of the Craner curves. Simon Shaw, I think he's going to catch David Reed here. His last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker though. Here they come. Down to the old hairpin. David Reed from Simon Shaw. Shaw runs a little bit wide at the old hairpin there, the yellow peril. In number 86. Starting to close in. Well clear of fourth place, that's Angus McLean. There he is with the orange roll cage, he's running well. Simon Shaw just missed out to David Reed in a photo finish in race 1 along with James McCall. Where is McCall now? Back up to 13th, so he's recovering. Splash their way out of Coppice. Shaw trying to close in down the exhibition straight. No slipstreaming this time. Just concentrating on keeping it on the road. Just a couple of retirements, that was at the start. Mark Noiro didn't take the start, he was straight into the pit lane with some sort of an issue, or maybe decided it was too dangerous out there. Alistair Curry retired into the pits at the end of the first lap, number 29. There we can see in the background Angus McLean. Gap has come down to 1 second between second and third place as they come into the water splash at Redgate. Further back in fourth, McLean's just done the fastest lap. He's got the gap down to just under 6.5 seconds now for third. Here's our back markers. Aki Hussain behind 57 of Simon White. They've been lapped by our race leader. Here comes the second place battle, and Shaw is now almost with Reed. The second place, 4 minutes of the race to run, so just a couple of laps to go yet. We're 9 seconds down, over 9 seconds down on the race leader now. Ben Buckley looking all set for victory up front, but don't count your chickens, he's not to the checkered flag yet. Could all change. Fastest in the first sector that time through, Chris Skillicorn down in 8th place. He's improving.
They are close to each other, but they've never been close enough to the time out the full challenge for it. That's a difficult finishing position, isn't it? Traffic.
Keeping it steady here for second and third. There is Angus McLean driving on the limit now to try and take fourth place. Let's see if he's closed up on Simon Shaw there. There's the McLean car, number 61, the black car with the Dayglow red roll cage. The gap between second and third is now half a second, so Simon Shaw is pushing. Back to fourth place, he's down to 5.1 seconds. Back to McLean, he's just done a 1:38.592, new fastest lap of the race. No, Skillicorn does the fastest lap, 1:37.088. He's just taken Alaric Barney for 7th place, as Simon Shaw, meanwhile, is looking to make a move here for second place, and he goes through. Let's see, no, that's a back marker, sorry. Apologies there, that was Aki Hussain being lapped. Similarly coloured car. Couldn't see in the spray there. There's David Reed, still second. Now they've got a back marker between the two of them. Just over 2 minutes to go. On the bottom of the circuit up towards McLean's. David Reed still there in second. Ben Buckley's away and gone in front. The gap has come down a bit, 9.4 seconds. I don't think they're going to catch him. Over the line they go. This is the battle further back. That's Fraser Riddington. Now where is he in the order? Down to 16th now. He's got Robin Webb, the yellow car there behind him. Lee Smith's in there as well. Here's the leader. He's run away and hid up front, hasn't he? Ben Buckley. The last lap this time, I think there's 90 seconds left as he crosses the line. Yes, the lap board is out from the marshals. 1 lap to go. for Ben Buckley. David Reed in second place. Through the water splash for the last time. Ben Buckley is heading for his first win of the season, his first race weekend of the season. He's nearly 10 seconds up on David Reed, who's a second clear in turn of Simon Shaw. The gap to fourth has come down to 4 seconds, so Angus McLean wants a podium here.
Going to be a nice change for him in his wet conditions, and I don't think, as he said, being challenged from behind.
There goes Ben Buckley.
For the second and third sets on the podium, because through the first sector, David Reed has done his personal best, whereas behind,
They're not going to catch Buckley here. There he goes, back for second place. Yes, there they are. David Reed and Simon Shaw. Can Shaw make a late move? Are we going to see a move into the chicane here? There's McLean in fourth, Wheatley fifth. Michael Curley's still there in sixth place. Alaric Barney's dropped back to eighth behind Chris Skillicorn. There he is.
And then there's a couple of seconds further back, but any of those places could change on the last lap as well.
There's a yellow flag out at the chicane, so I don't think we'll see any overtaking there. Now, who have we lost at the chicane? I think it might be Alistair Melton. He's dropping down the timing screen. So a yellow flag out with the car off at the chicane as the leader comes into it. It's going to be a win for Ben Buckley. There is the checkered flag. Ben Buckley takes his first win of the season. Congratulations to him. Who's going to be second? Here they come. It looks as though David Reed is going to hang on. Reed comes over in second, Shaw third, McLean fourth. Good drive by him. Ben Wheatley is fifth, Michael Curley sixth, Chris Skillicorn is seventh, and he gets the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.088. Alaric Barney is eighth. And further back it's going to be Mika Lazarus in ninth place. Who's going to round up the top 10? I think it's going to be Roger Gorn, number 130, because we lost Alistair Melton there at the chicane. A lap from home by the look of things. That's a great shame. He has rejoined, I'm not too sure. Here comes Roger Gaunt in to complete the top 10. I think, no, Paul Farrell's got past him, so Farrell in the number 40 there completes the top 10, then Gaunt in 11. As for James McCall, our championship leader, he's in there somewhere. There's Melton after his spin, he rejoined. James McCall is falling down the timing screen again. Hang on, don't tell me we've lost him. That'll be his first time out of the top two this year, if so. There he is, he's off. Oh, James McCall, the championship leader, is out. Apparently his first time off the podium this year. Bit of damage to the exhaust pipe by the look of it there as well. So Ben Buckley the winner by 7.3 seconds. In the end, we'll confirm the full result shortly. Good drive by Simon Shaw. Couldn't quite get past David Reed for second place, and a great drive by Angus McLean for fourth. There is Ben Buckley, our race winner, leading all the way this time from pole position. He is elated. Well done, Ben.
That came from Dunster. Now we'll have more to look forward to towards the end of the afternoon/evening. Because the Big Mac and Sigma 150 still have a second race to get through as well. For us, very shortly, we're going to turn our attention to the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. That's going to be the second race of the day as well. So we have one dry one and what's going to turn out to be a wet one as well. So we'll do a team through the grid. For that, as soon as we hear from BARC, we'll hand out to him.
There is where James McCall went off, down at the old hairpin, sadly. Rare retirement for him, showing you just how treacherous it was. Give you the results in just a second then. Our Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category second race. Ben Buckley the winner from David Reed by 7.3 seconds. Just over half a second back with Simon Shaw in third. Angus McLean a good fourth ahead of Ben Wheatley. Michael Curley sixth ahead of Chris Skillicorn. Then Alaric Barney, Mika Lazarus and Paul Farrell rounding out the top 10. Roger Gaunt in 11th ahead of Ian Fortescue. Neil Evans was 13th, followed by Fraser Riddington. It was Robin Webb who rounded out the top 15 in the number 77. Good battles in the midfield there. Further behind in 16th place was the number 70 of Tom From Power. And 131 of John Cox from the back of the grid got up to 17th. Alistair Melton was next after a spin ahead of Ollie Smith and Lydia Gould. 21st place going to the number 35 of Greg Curtis. That's followed home by 51 Julian Willis. Then Michael Koo was next, Jonathan Moore, Andy Cooper in the number 19. McCall will be unclassified after his spin-off. 155 Simon Martin was next, and then Simon White, Aki Hussain, the final finisher, Merton Wood. We can head down shortly to Park Ferme. The two cars we lost there, bad luck to Alistair Curry and Mark Noiro in the early laps. We'll head down to Park Ferme shortly for the interviews with our race winner.
Well, Ben Buckley, wowee, what a race. You're going to have to give us some kind of perspective on, I'll get you under the brolly, keep you dry.
It's a bit moot now.
Yeah, you're going to have to give us some kind of perspective on what on earth it is like to drive in those conditions.
Slippery. So ginger. You've got to be so careful with everything. There are a couple of rivers across Redgate, across turn 1. You're going into it knowing that you are going to skip probably a metre to the left as you go through Redgate. So you just slide expecting it, and then so gentle on the throttle and just treat it as it comes.
Because we're so used to seeing all the drafting, the sort of the train-like formation that comes. Can't really do that in these conditions, can you? It changes the race entirely.
Totally. I mean, I was fortunate in that I had clear view for much of the race, and you see it when you were coming up on lapped cars, that the minute the spray kicks in, that's it, you can't see anything. You can just about see the rain lights, and that's it. You're kind of just hoping, and in the spray certainly, you can't see the corner. You are going on timing when you think the corner might come. But
and for yourself, I'm pretty sure, is it your first race weekend I'm hearing this weekend?
So this is my first and only race this year.
Not a bad way to start.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Yes, it's definitely it's good to be back, and yeah, enjoyed that.
And when you say first and only, that's not inspired you to come back again, has it?
I don't know. Possibly next year. I think this year might be a bit stretching it, but next year.
Well, we can't wait to welcome you back at whatever point you join us. Congrats on a big win for you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, congratulations to Ben Buckley, a winner on his first appearance this year in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. And next up on track, it's going to be our second race of the day for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon shortly. 20 minutes plus 1 lap for them. The grid for that race was set by the second quickest time in this morning's qualifying session. In much drier conditions, we'll bring you the grid in a moment. They're already starting to form up out there. Might be 1 or 2 cars missing after problems in the earlier race and in qualifying. We'll have to wait and see who is out there. Okay, here's your grid then. Paul Rose, the winner of race 1 on pole in the Saker, alongside the Spire of number 94, John Wolfitz, class winner in race 1. Second row, number 13, Paul Dobson with the low cost 7. Number 18, Luke Armiger in the Vauxhall Tigra Space Flame, I don't think is there, so he may well be a non-starter. Third row should be Steve Harris, 47 with the Saker, and number 123 Rick Wood with the Skyline. He went up in smoke sadly in race 1, so I don't know if we'll see the Skyline out. David Clark in the third of the Sakers, number 46 on row 4, alongside Andy Bicknell 221 with his Ginetta G50. Row 5, 27 Gary Wardle with the Seat Cupra, and Darren Owen will not be starting in his Space Frame Escort, engine failure in qualifying sadly. Row 6, Jack Egar's BMW, he was a retirement in race 1. Don Hughes is there with the Peugeot 306. Row 7, Tim Foxlow will not be starting with the Escort Space Frame, likewise problems in qualifying. Jamie Cryer will be there, number 1, with his Ginetta. Row 8, we should see the 2 Special Saloon and GT cars, Roger Evans Alfa Romeo and Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8s. Unsure if they're there, just trying to see in the background if they are on the grid. Don't think they are. Row 9 is Paul Rotherow in the Citroen alongside Guy Carter's TVR Tuscan. Row 10, Richard Hall in the Caterham, Ian Bruce's Honda, Bruce Carter's Honda CRX alongside Graham Smith's Mazda MX-5 on row 11, Chris Mary's and Kingsley Ingram on row 12, Civic and Ford Mustang. Row 13, Rick Walker's BMW Mini, David Green's Honda. Row 14, Rob Wakelin's Peugeot. That didn't come out after qualifying, so I don't think that's there. Peter Kukulas in the MR2. And finally, the Fiestas of Jake Johnson and Brian Allen. Rick Wood is there. The Skyline is out there. The Alfa Romeo is there. There's Roger Evans. So the Alfa Romeo Special Saloon has made it out. The Lotus is not there. The Lotus Chevrolet. Are we missing anybody else from the back? Is that the Caterham? Richard Hall starting from the back, it looks like it. Behind Jake Johnson's Fiesta. Brian Allen's Ford Fiesta is not there. See if the Alfa Romeo can have a better run this time. They are missing a few. That's on their green flag lap. There is Paul Rose, dominant winner by about 11 seconds in race 1 over his fellow Saker of Steve Harris. There's John Wolfett in the Spire GTR. They will have a second green flag lap in view of the change of conditions. There's Paul Dobson, number 13, the low-cost 7, in the Saker of Steve Harris. Luke Armiger is a non-starter with the Tigra space frame. He broke down in race 1. It's not just drivers from the northwest who take part in this series. Luke Armiger from Essex. We've got Don Hughes from Hampshire. Paul Rotherow and Brian Allen are from the West Midlands. Paul Rose from Leek in Staffordshire. Darren Owen from Staffordshire as well, from Hensford. Raced for many years at Hensford Raceway in bangers and hot rods. So he picked up the nickname Deadly Daz from his days in the bangers, but sadly unable to race today. John Wolfett might be in with a chance. He also races in the Darlington and District Motor Club Sports and Saloon Series up at Croft Circuit and is a regular winner there. The Spire. There's the Calsonic Skyline. That car's been in action at Goodwood this year as well. It was BTCC driver Jake Hill who was driving it there over the last couple of years, along with its owner Rick Wood. The Godzilla Skyline, as some call it. It's been in action at the Silverstone Classic with it as well. It's going to be a 20 minutes plus 1 lap race, so when the clock counts down to 0, the lap board will go out. This championship does it slightly differently. There's the Godzilla Skyline. That's going to be a handful in these wet conditions. Gary Wardle's there with the Seat. Rick Wood is pulling into the pits, so is David Clark, so maybe they're going to start from the pit lane. Cars on the grid then, and in the pit lane, ready for race number 2 of the weekend for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. 2 of the Sakers have pulled in, Steve Harris and David Clark. Rick Wood in the Skyline is in the pit lane. Chris Mary's with his Honda Civic as well. So there's not going to be all that many cars left to start from the grid, whether they're making late adjustments here. So Rick Wood and Chris Mary's, they're going to start from the pit lane. Hopefully the Sakers are going to join in as well. It's the 3rd Saker of Paul Rose, who will start from pole position on the grid alongside John Wolfett in the Spire GTR. Paul Dobson in the low-cost 7 on 2nd row. There's a gap next to him where Luke Armiger should have been. He's not out. There's now a gap on row 3 where both of row 3 should have been, and a gap behind that. So there's quite a lot of gaps on the grid. Hopefully the Sakers are going to start from the pit lane as well. Gary Wardle's there with the Seat. Andy Bicknell in the Ginetta. No Jack Egar, the BMW M3 is not there. Don Hughes is there with his Peugeot 306. Jamie Cryer's little Ginetta G20 number 1. Roger Evans in the Alfa Romeo Special Saloon is there. Green flag waves at the back of the grid then. This is a 20-minute race plus 1 lap. You can see some of the variety towards the back of this slightly reduced grid. The red lights come on then, and ready to rumble with the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Away they go. Super start by John Wolfett in the Spire GTR. Paul Rose using the power of the Saker. And look at Paul Dobson up the outside in the low-cost 7. It's 3 wide into Redgate for the first time. Paul Dobson, I think, has lost it. We saw the back of the low-cost 7 come round there. Now, has he saved that? So I'm not sure. No, there he is, going over the gravel. Heading down the Craner curves then. Now, who has got the lead? It's Paul Rose and John Wolfett fighting it out for the lead. Andy Bicknell is next through, and Jamie Cryer's going well. He's up there in 4th overall, I think, in the little Ginetta G20. There's Paul Dobson. He's recovered from running wide there, nearly spun it. Rejoined over the gravel. There are the leaders. It's John Wolfett in the Spire GTR. He gets a bit of a twitch coming out of McLean's, and through goes Paul Rose. Didn't take him long. Takes the lead from John Wolfett. They are in different classes, those two. Paul Rose Class A, Wolfett's Class B. Still treacherous out there, as you can see, these two sports racers twitching on the turns. Down into the chicane for the first time. Paul Rose, vastly experienced racing driver, heads the pack ahead of John Wolfett. They're a long way clear of, I think it's Andy Bicknell in 3rd place in the black Ginetta. They're way ahead of him. There he is, the Ginetta G50 in 3rd place. 4th is Paul Rotheroe, the Citroen Zara. We said it's well known as a rally car, the Zara. He started back on row 9 and he's already up into 4th place. Start to sort themselves out then. Andy Bicknell. Did Andy Bicknell come out of the chicane? He hasn't come up on the timing there. Is his transponder not working? Wait to see if that corrects itself. Yes, I think his transponder isn't working. There's Rick Wood in the Nissan Skyline, drawing up onto the side of Rick Walker in the BMW Mini, mastering the power of that machine. He is at his most comfortable, Rick Wood, in big powerful saloon cars. Graham Smith there hits the water splash in the MX-5, and there's that Alfa Romeo, Roger Evans in the Alfa Special Saloon Giulietta, as I call it, with the 8C engine. Remarkable machine, that one. Yes, Andy Bicknell is still there in 3rd place, I can tell you. His transponder isn't working, so he didn't come up on the timing straight away. 4th, it's Paul Rotheroe. Then we've got Gary Wardle in the Seat. Jamie Cryer is in 6th place. Roger Evans in 7th. There's the Seat Cupra in 5th. Paul Dobson has recovered to 8th. Then it's Ian Bruce and Guy Carter rounding out the top 10. They are in for some unusual results in this one, I reckon. 2 Sakers, they have joined in from the pits, I think, the other 2 Sakers, so watch for them coming through. Paul Rotheroe is going brilliantly up there in 4th overall in the Citroen Zara. He's leading Class E. One man who won't like that is Jamie Cryer, the championship leader. Gary Wardle, he leads Class D. Paul Dobson behind him, he's a Class B run, that's being led by John Wolfett. Andy Bicknell in 3rd place, the Ginetta going well, slides it out there. There's Paul Rotheroe, the man from Walsall in the West Midlands. I think he runs Aldridge Motor Bodies. Down the hill they come. Clear of Paul Dobson, who's now into 5th. He's got the low-cost 7 past Gary Wardle. Roger Evans is 7th. Jamie Cryer has dropped back to 8th in the less powerful little Ginetta G20. Rick Wood in the Skyline is up to 11th, having started from the pit lane. We should see the Skyline come through shortly. It's Paul Rose out in front. He's already cleared off in front of John Wolfett. Those two are about 20 seconds ahead of everybody else. There he is. Paul Rose, he's 7 3/4 seconds clear already of John Wolfett. So as long as he keeps going, he's got the overall win saved up already. There is Jake Johnson in the pits in the Ford Fiesta. He's pulled in. We'll wait to see where the other 2 Sakers get up to as well. They started from in the pits. I think they are out there. See if we can see them on the timing. Yeah, Steve Harris is down in 19th place. David Clark 17th at the end of the previous lap. There's Paul Rotheroe in the Aldridge Motor Bodies Citroen Zara VTS, trying to chase after Andy Bicknell for 3rd. We'll have to wait to see the gap because Andy Bicknell's transponder isn't working. The lead gap is 12.6 seconds now. Paul Rose is lapping 5 seconds a lap faster than Paul Wolfett. No, John Wolfett rather. Paul, his brother, does race in this series occasionally with his Lotus Milan clone. There is Exige clone, I should say. There is the 47 of Steve Harris. Now, where's he got up to now, Steve Harris, having started from the pits in the mean green Seiko? Behind him is David Clark. They're behind Don Hughes in the Peugeot, so they're up to 15th and 16th behind the 306. Don Hughes struggling with the conditions a bit here. Through the water splash. Just over 12.5 seconds in it. Bicknell is 16.5 seconds further back in third. I can see Paul Rose and John Wolfett lapping the entire field here, if things go their way. There's Steve Harris making his way up the order. It's the class leaders we need to keep an eye on. There's our Class B leader, that's John Wolfett. He's been left on his own now that Paul Rose has pulled away. He's 18 seconds off Paul Rose and about 16 seconds clear of Andy Bicknell in the Ginetta. Class D is being led by Gary Wardle, Class E Paul Rotherow, and Class F, further back down the order for the more standard cars, it's Graham Smith in the Mazda MX-5. Fastest lap of the race by Paul Rose, 1:22.464. There is Jamie Cryer. Now he's second in Class E, in 8th place overall. He's lost out to Rick Wood in the Skyline, who is now up to 8th place. So making things a bit more interesting here. Some of the quicker cars starting from the pit lane as they're charging their way up the order against the less powerful stuff. Rick Wood is now ahead of Roger Evans. Two extraordinary cars there in one shot. Beautiful Skyline. Calsonic livery, of course, will be famous to Gran Turismo players, as we said earlier. Those who've been to the Goodwood meetings or the Silverstone Classic for the historic touring car events there will have seen that car. That flash of flame out of the exhaust. That's what we like to see. We want flames. Just out of the exhaust, of course. We don't want anybody catching fire. There's Jamie Cryer, still there in 9th place behind Rick Wood. Here comes Paul Dobson. He's got back up the order now and he's challenging Paul Rotherow. He goes through. Rotherow goes wide. They've got ahead of the Ginetta as well. Rotherow just overcooking the chicane a bit slightly there. So that means Dobson is 3rd overall. Rotherow is 4th. Bicknell's fallen back to 5th. Now Dobson is 21 seconds behind John Wolfett. And John Wolfett in turn is 22 seconds behind Paul Rose. Bicknell pulls the Ginetta back ahead of Rotherow for 4th place. Is that blue sky I see? Better not make too many comments or put the curse of the commentator on the weather. There's our leader, he's in the spray somewhere. He's got David Clark behind him in another of the Sakers. He's lapping 128 Ian Bruce in his Honda. David Green failed to finish race 1 in his Civic. There is David Clark, he's up to 15th now. Where's Steve Harris? He's up to 10th from the back. There's Guy Carter with the TVR Tuscan. That's a hard car to handle in the dry, never mind in weather like this. That TVR, I think, is the one that Jean-Francois Biel, the French-born driver, used to race in this championship many years ago, the dark green liveried car. Chris Marries used to race a TVR as well many years ago. The lead gap is up to 28 seconds now. Pulling away at about the rate of 5 or 6 seconds a lap, Paul Rose. So he's got this race in the bag as long as the car lasts the distance. We're coming up to halfway.
Is Andy Bicknell, who just seems to have gone off the board a little bit the last couple of laps. Yeah, and if there's anything wrong with the engine, but
27 of Gary Wardle, he leads Class D in the Seat Cupra. Who's that looming in his mirrors? Here comes Rick Wood in the Skyline. Here comes Godzilla. Through the water splash. Rick Wardlow's raced, as we said earlier, various cars in this series over the years. He's had a Ginetta, a BMW Mini Cooper, Porsche 911. I remember a rather scary incident. I think he was in the Ginetta when he stalled on the grid at Anglesey in North Wales a few years ago and was lucky not to be walloped by the pack behind him. Blue flag being waved there with second place man coming through the back markers. There's Richard Hall in his Caterham. He starts at the back of the grid, running in 18th place. Jake Johnson's back out in the Ford Fiesta. He may have been in to clear his windscreen, I think. It's Jake Johnson running in Class E with the Fiesta. He's running in 22nd place, having called into the pits a couple of laps ago. Smart little Ford Fiesta, 1800cc. I think it's a car that was originally in the Fiesta Championship. It's run for many years. And Paul Rose coming up to lap his running mate Steve Harris, who's now 8th. Where's the other Saker? 12th place, David Clark. Got ahead of Ian Bruce now. Rick Wood is now in 5th position. He's got ahead of Gary Wardle. There he is, and they're soon going to be lapped by Paul Rose, who's completed 8 laps. Lapping in the 123s now. Paul Dobson is 3rd, ahead of Paul Rotheroe. Rotheroe still leads Class E. Could be on for his best ever overall results here in that 4th place if he keeps going. Bicknell is 5th in the Ginetta. There is the Skyline, now got ahead of Gary Wardle in the more modern Seat Cupra. Another flash of flame from the exhaust. Rick Wood has raced so many different classic saloon cars over the years. He's a Ford Capri specialist. He's also raced super touring cars, old Thunder saloons, including the Vauxhall Calibra. He's even got Paul Rose a bit sideways on the curb there, holds it together. Rick Wood's even got an old Australian V8 supercar Holden Commodore. I think it's an ex-Garth Tander car he's got in his collection. Runs CNC cylinder heads. Specialist in classic saloon engines. He lets the Sakers through there. Rick Wood, he's running in 5th place. Paul Rose continues his relentless pace up front. Rooster tails of spray from the back of the Sakers. Now here's our class leader in Class F we caught a glimpse of there, I think it is. Yes, that's Bruce Carter. He's just taken the lead of that class, in fact, from Graham Smith in the MX-5. So Bruce Carter is now leading Class F. Graham Smith just pipped him to the class win in race 1, so roles being reversed here at the moment. 7 minutes of this race to go. Little Honda CRX, beautiful design of car. David Green in his Honda, and Rick Walker's BMW Mini. They're about to be lapped by John Wolfett, 2nd place man. What's the gap going to be this time? 43 seconds is now the lead gap. Still lapping at 5 seconds a lap quicker is Paul Rose. Oh, Steve Harris sliding about there, and he lets Paul Rose through at last. Yeah, the Sakers, they're running mates these, so they're just having a bit of fun racing together there, but a mistake from Steve Harris. He's got a bit too much power fed in there to the Subaru powered machine, and he drops behind our race leader to lap him. Paul Dobson in the low-cost 7 still 3rd, a further 22 seconds down on Wolfett. Paul Rotheroe is about to be lapped out. Here comes Andy Bicknell attacking Rotheroe. He'll try and go through on the outside into Redgate over the river of standing water. That's the worst section of the track at the moment. Rotheroe holds on. This is a good run by Paul Rotheroe in the Zara. Oh, we said a Citroen Zara used to be used in ice racing as well as rallying. It probably is a bit like ice racing out there at the moment. There's the Skyline, still there in 6th position. He's behind Steve Harris now. The Saker up to 5th. You've just seen him get lapped, so there's only 4 cars on the lead lap now, I think. Just have to wait for everything to correct itself. No, Harris is 6th and Wood 7th. We have to wait for the timing to correct itself because Andy Bicknell's Ginetta's transponder isn't working, so he has to be timed manually, and it takes a bit of a delay. Rotheroe is now going to be lapped. So everybody up to 4th place has been lapped by the flying Paul Rose. He's raced Road Saloons, he's raced Radicals, he's raced Fun Cup, the series he promotes. Full time in motorsports is Paul Rose, and a great guy he is as well. Very talented and very rapid driver. Here comes Steve Harris. Now this is for position. This is not lapping cars. This green Saker has caught Andy Bicknell. Now remember, Steve Harris started from the pits. And he's made up the ground. He's going past Bicknell. He's going past Rotherow as well. That'll put him into 4th place. So 3 cars on the lead lap. Wait to see if Rose can catch Wolfett and Dobson. Can he win by a full lap here at Donington? Let's have a look back at the classes. Wolfett leads Class B. No entries in Class C. Rick Wood now leads Class D. He's got the Skyline ahead of the Cupra of Gary Ward. 3rd in Class D is Rick Walker's BMW Mini. That is down in 12th overall. Class B is led by Wolfett ahead of Dobson by 23 seconds. And 3rd in Class B is David Green's Honda. Class E, that's being led by Paul Rotherow, Jamie Cryer 2nd, and Ian Bruce's Honda 3rd. Class F, that's Bruce Carter ahead of Graham Smith. They're the only 2 runners in Class F. There is John Wolfett, 2nd place. There are your class runners confirmed. The leader runs a bit wide there on these chicanes, gathers it up on the curb. There's Gary Wardle, still 2nd in Class D behind Rick Wood, 6 seconds behind the Skyline. The order is Rose, Wolfett, Dobson, Rotherow. Now Harris 4th now, apologies. We've got a yellow flag out coming into the chicane. Has somebody come to grief there? See as Gary Wardle comes through here. Let's see if anybody has gone into the gravel at the Roberts chicane. Was it just a temporary yellow flag for a spin? I'm not sure. There goes Paul Rose. There's Peter Kukulas, the MR2 Roadster, Mark 3 MR2. He's 21st. May have been just for yellow flag for a spin there. I couldn't see anybody off. There goes Rose. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Best lap of the race, a 1:22.464. Everybody else lapping in the 1:27s, 1:28s. Wolfett is nearly a minute down now on Paul Rose. There is Bruce Carter leading Class F. There's Graham Smith in 2nd place in the MX-5. David Clark in his Saker, he's 9th. The leader comes through the chicane. Rick Walker's gained 2 places on the last lap. He's up to 10th ahead of Cryer and Guy Carter. The TBR struggling in the wet. Oh, Paul Rose sideways. The leader's going to spin it. Oh, Paul Rose, he's in the gravel. Oh goodness, can he get out of there? Now, it's a rear-wheel drive car. He needs to be careful here. He's going to get out, I think. Disaster averted. Good save, Paul Rose. Now he's a minute in the lead over John Wolfett, so he's okay. He'll still be leading. He's rejoined just in front of Steve Harris, his running mate there. Oh, that was scary for Paul Rose. Let's see if he can see what he did. He just hit the standing water, I think, coming into Redgate Corner there. Here he comes. The back end just breaks away as he turns in. Aquaplane's off. He just hits the edge of the gravel. His heart must have been in his mouth there. Paul Rose has not only managed to get the car out of the gravel, if he'd spun the wheels too much there, it would have bogged down. But he saved it. His lead over John Wolfett was a full minute at the end of the previous lap, so he's okay. He's rejoined in the lead. 40 seconds left on the clock before the clock counts down to 0. Of course, when it does, we will start the last lap. There's Roger Evans, still going in the Alfa Romeo. Where's he in the order? He's 14th at the moment. Ian Bruce has dropped down the order in his Honda, so either he's struggling or it's him who had the spin at the chicane. Yep, Paul Rose struggling at the chicane there as well. I wonder if something's happened to his tyres, because he seems to be struggling a bit here. Right, so, I see a last lap board, so the clock hadn't quite gone to 0, but we're going into the last lap this time anyway. Rose just taking it carefully, he doesn't want to spin again. There's his teammate Steve Harris behind him. Paul Rose and Steve Harris has lost it now. The other Saker's going off. He goes grass tracking. Just about gets it back on. Mind that Alfa Romeo. We don't want that damage. He joins in front of Chris Marys with the Honda Civic. Okay, I think we're going to see the checkered flag this time, because I saw the board out from the marshals on the start-finish line. The clock hadn't quite gone to zero. There were 10 seconds or so left. Paul Dobson has now been lapped. He's in third, so we're going to finish with just 2 cars on the lead lap. Paul Rose can afford to take it carefully to the flag from here. Surviving that late scare. Here he comes, the man from Leek in North Staffordshire. Paul Dobson sideways across Coppice there in the background. They slip and slide their way home. Or is it going to be checkered flag at this time for Paul Rose in the Seeker? Here he comes in for his second win. Surely it's going to be a checkered flag this time. There it is. Paul Rose takes the second win for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Paul Dobson comes over in third, a lap down, and wins Class B. Steve Harris, despite that late moment, will come in fourth place. And who's going to be second overall? It's going to be John Wolfitz. There's Rick Wood in the skyline. Paul Rotherow will take a brilliant 5th overall. He can be proud of that, and he wins Class E at a canter. Andy Bicknell is 6th. Rick Wood will take 7th in the skyline, and he wins Class D ahead of this man, Gary Wardle. He's going to come over in 8th place. Just waiting for John Wolfett to come in to win Class B. Class F this time will be won, I think, by Bruce Carter, unless Graham Smith has caught him late on. We'll wait and see. Over the line comes Don Hughes in the Peugeot. Here's John Wolfitz, the only other car left on the lead lap. He comes in to take second place, and he will win Class B. Finishing 59 seconds down on Paul Rose. There's David Clark. He recovered from starting from the pits to take 9th place. 4th in Class A behind Andy Bicknell. And here comes Class F. Honda versus Mazda. Graham Smith closing, but it's going to be too late this time. Bruce Carter, the Merseysider, is coming in to win in the little Honda CRX. Well done to him. He will finish in 19th overall. Graham Smith 20th. We'll confirm the full official results in a moment. I think they're all in now. Jamie Cryer, the overall championship leader, 2nd in Class E. Not the best of days for him. At least he got there. So a bit of a scare there for Paul Rose in the closing stages. We can confirm the provisional race result then. Paul Rose the winner by nearly a minute ahead of John Wolfett, despite that spin at Redgate a couple of laps from home. John Wolfett winning Class B in 2nd place. Paul Dobson a lap down in 3rd in the low cost 7. Steve Harris, despite starting from the pits, comes through to finish 4th ahead of Paul Rotherow. Brilliant effort by the Zara to take 5th and a class win in Class E. 6th goes to Andy Bicknell's Ginetta. Rick Wood wins Class D in the Godzilla Skyline in 7th ahead of Gary Wardle. 9th for the other Saker of David Clark, and Rick Walker rounding up the top 10 in his JCW Mini. Guy Carter's TVR in 11th ahead of Jamie Cryer, the championship leader, in 12th. David Green 13th in the Honda ahead of Roger Evans, and Chris Marys completing the top 10, the top 15 rather. 16th went to the Honda of Ian Bruce, then Don Hughes in his Peugeot, Richard Hall's Caterham. Bruce Carter wins Class F in his Honda CRX, just ahead of Graham Smith. They were separated by 2 seconds at the flag. Peter Kukulas in the Toyota, and Jake Johnson rounding out the 22 runners, all of whom finished, I'm pleased to report.
And then on the back of the Division 1 truck, and the 2-stroke grid is number 46 Bradley Smith. So all the 2-strokes there by Simon Collins, which is...
Well, next up will be our penultimate race on our coverage this weekend. Oh, hello. Somebody stopped on the slowdown lap. That looks like Paul Dobson at the Craner Curves. Maybe he's run out of fuel. Penultimate race on our coverage next, the final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's going to be fun on a slippery track like this. There's enough mayhem from the trucks this weekend already. And we close off a little bit later on with the final race of the day, the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150s. So Paul Dobson's been got going again. Has he got some damage there to the low cost 7? Doesn't look like it. Maybe he's had a problem at the end of the race on the slowdown lap, but he did get 3rd place. Okay, we'll wait and just double check if we have an amended grid or not for the final truck race of the weekend. I'll just delve into my paperwork. We do have an amended result to race number 13 earlier on. Race 13 on the programme, the fourth race of the weekend for the trucks. John Powell is no longer the winner in Division 2. He got a 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. So Michael Oliver has inherited a third win of the weekend. Bad luck, John Powell, and that will affect the grid for race 2 as well, race 5 as well, race 5 of the weekend. Let's have a look at the grid for the final truck race of the day. This is going to be pretty chaotic, I would wager. I'll have a look at the grid in a moment. I think shortly we can go down to Park Ferme possibly to hear from our leading runners in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We'll have the grid for you shortly for our final truck race of the weekend.
Congratulations today, many congratulations on 2 fast wins, 6 or 2 overall victories as well. Let's have a quick see if John for the garage stuff comes out for the truck which we head out very shortly.
Let's head down to Park Ferme now then to hear from the CNC Heads drivers.
With what they've achieved, John's got down a bit further down, so I may have just missed my chance to catch John. But Paul Rose, we've heard from him, of course, double victory today from the CNC Saloon Car Championship and
Fantastic drive. We'll touch on that in a moment, but I wanted to talk about the moment on your last lap there when you ended up parking it just over Redgate corner. Little nervy, but we got there in the end. So what was going through your mind when that happened?
Well, I thought I'd thrown it all away then, but fortunately, because the gravel's so wet, I managed to get grip and get out. But the wheels were full of gravel and there was vibrations all through the car. But no, we kept going, it was all right.
Because for those of us not in the know, there's a lot of standing water by Redgate, isn't there?
Yeah, there's sort of 2 pools of water there, and each time I went down to Redgate, I chose a little tighter line, but it really unsettled the car every time. And that lap, it just caught me out. I think I braked a little bit later, and it went round.
A terrific drive from yourself, nevertheless. It was almost flawless, well ahead, a minute ahead of the next car. In terms of what it was like to drive in those conditions, talk us through it, because it looked treacherous, to say the least.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously Redgate, we know about that. Down through the Craners, there was a lot of water running across the track there. The rest of the circuit wasn't too bad. Into the chicane, I made 2 or 3 errors there, out-braking myself, carrying too much speed in, locking the front wheels. But other than that, it was great. The car's a bit of a handful in the wet, as you probably gather, but it was great fun. And you know, when you're out there leading, sometimes you think, should I back off a bit? And no, you want to keep pushing. You know, the minute you back off, the minute you lose concentration, and things can go wrong. And they nearly did at Redgate. So
absolutely. Well, just before I let you go, obviously the weekend's now over here at Donington for yourselves. How do you look back on it on the end of this Sunday?
It's been a great weekend. We were here testing on Friday morning, and then we had a relaxing day on Saturday. But no, it's been a good weekend, and it's actually nice to have a dry race and a wet race. You know, it just makes it a bit different.
It certainly does. Well, congratulations on a great weekend. We'll see you soon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good old Paul Rose, full of fun as ever. Thank you to the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Let's have a look at the grid then for our final truck race of the weekend. It should read like this. Jonathan Willis will be on pole for Division 1 in number 157, alongside number 86, Tom O'Rourke. Second row, 81, Mark Taylor, and 69, David Jenkins. Third row, 18, John Newell, and our earlier winner, 11, Martin Gibson. And the fourth row, I don't think we'll see Ryan Smith, number 1, fire on his turbo in the earlier race. The turbo blew while he was leading, so I don't think he's going to be out. We'll wait and see, though, if they have prepared. And Steve Thomas should be out there. 33, a burst tyre puts him out of the earlier race on the first lap. No Stuart Oliver, of course, he withdrew from today with engine damage. Then we've got Division 2, Craig Evans, number 10, we'll head them ahead of Adam Bint, number 5. Then we've got John Powell, number 6, and 68, Craig Reed. Grid being amended with that penalty for John Powell, of course. Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the next row, 3 and 12. Then Jock Borthwick and Simon Cole. And finally, Bradley Smith, number 46, will round out the grid. No Paul McCumiskey and no Brad Smith. Okay, Ryan Smith, as expected, is not there. Adam Bint is there. Simon Cole, unfortunately, is not there with the Mercedes either. I think Mercedes not there. Jock Borthwick is there. Bradley Smith, number 46, is there at the back. Stephen Powell, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver looking for win number 4 this weekend on his comeback to truck racing. So 7 Division 1 trucks, and for the first time in several years, I think, no wins for Ryan Smith in a weekend of British truck racing. I can't remember the last time that happened. We hope Ryan's all right after that's what's been an incident-packed weekend for him. So Jonathan Willis on pole, newcomer this year, the Dawson's Direct Truck and Trailer MAN. 86 in the MV Commercial MAN, Tom O'Rourke alongside him. Second row, Mark Taylor, the Taylor's Haulage MAN. 69, the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants MAN, David Jenkins. John Newell, number 18, is next, the NWT Container Services MAN. GT Tyres truck of Martin Gibson next, and then the Thomas's Haulage truck of Steve Thomas back out, number 33. Craig Evans is there. Adam Bint. John Powell, frustrated after that penalty earlier on, lost him his first win of the season. Craig Reed, the Division 2 Championship leader, the OK Trucks and Reed Freight Iveco. Stephen Powell, back with, partly with his old livery on the number 3 truck. Michael Oliver is there in the number 12 Scania. He is with the GT Tyres banner. We've got Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith. No Simon Cole, no Brad Smith, number 16, no Paul McCumiskey. 16 trucks out there for our last truck race of the weekend in very slippery conditions. This is going to be fun. Steve Thomas opening the door for a bit of ventilation there. John Borthwick in the MV Commercial MAN, running mates of Tom O'Rourke, the 2 Scotsmen. I remember one driver from the very north of Scotland raced trucks a few years ago, a chap called Archie Argo. Used to come down to race in the British Championship. Donington was his, just a joke, was his local circuit. The nearest one to him that stage truck racing. Forming up behind the DAF pace truck then for our final British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park 2021. Jonathan Willis on pole, Tom O'Rourke alongside him. A weekend of surprise and unexpected results. Crown Oil DAF leads them round. Mark Taylor and David Jenkins on the second row. No Ryan Smith, a blown turbo on his Mercedes in race 4, putting him out of this one. Division 2 headed up by Craig Evans and Adam Bint. This is going to be a cracker in very damp and slippery conditions following the rainstorm earlier on. Ready for the rolling start. This will be a 15-minute race. I'm looking forward to this one. Here we go then. Let's get ready to rock and roll. The big rig's about to get underway as the convoy heads down towards Redgate. The red lights are out, and here we go. The power comes on, and Tom O'Rourke sliding all over the place already. Here they come then. The flag goes down to set Division 2 underway. It looks like Jonathan Willis is going to hold his lead on the inside as they head through Redgate for the first time. Willis leads it. Trying to get around the outside is Tom O'Rourke. Taylor's there on the inside. Everybody Everybody else taking it very, very carefully behind. Sliding wide. Craig Reed a bit sideways in there in the red Iveco. Here they come then. What a sight that is down the Craner curves. Martin Gibson's got away well. Those GT tyres on his truck must be working well. He's up into 4th place, chasing David Jenkins. They've got past O'Rourke. It's Mark Taylor up into 2nd, but Jonathan Willis has the lead. Local man from Birmingham. Leading Division 2 is Craig Evans, number 10 in his MAN. Adam Bint getting a bit of a push there from Craig Reed, who moves across. They're side by side through Starkeys. Then it's Michael Oliver. I think there could have been a change for the lead there. I think Jonathan Willis lost out. We've got a spinner at the back. That's Jock Borthwick. Has gone for a spin, exiting the old hairpin onto the grass. Try and recover there. Let's do a 3-point turn there to rejoin. Steve Thomas's door's flapping open again. He may be flagged in for that. Craig Evans leads Division 2. Got his best ever result in Division 2 yesterday with a 3rd place. Here are the leaders. Jonathan Willis has lost out to another pair of MANs, Mark Taylor and David Jenkins, side by side. Martin Gibson trying to come through as well. Then we've got Tom O'Rourke in 5th, number 86. John Newell in 6th. Steve Thomas in 7th. As Jenkins up the inside will take the lead into the chicane, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. He won race 1 yesterday. Taylor 2nd. John Newell has had a win as well. 2 wins for Martin Gibson. And Newell and Gibson, could they mount a challenge for the championship this season? It would be great if they could try and close down on the luckless Ryan Smith. Steve Thomas coming into the pits to secure that door, no doubt. As David Jenkins leads. Here comes Gibson. Could he complete a hat-trick for the weekend? Through the standing water at Redgate, he clips Mark Taylor. Nothing he could do there. Slid into the side of him. O'Rourke is 4th, Willis 5th. John Newell goes gravel bashing on the outside there in 6th. Steve Thomas is in the pit lane. So 7th overall is Craig Reed. He's taken the lead in Division 2 from Craig Evans. Here comes Martin Gibson, chased by number 81 of Mark Taylor. Oh, Adam Bint's in the gravel. He's gone off. Now, where's that? It's at the top of the circuit. It's either Coppis or McLean's he's gone off. Not been a very lucky weekend for Adam Bint. Shame because he enjoys this meeting. Great entertainer is Binty. David Jenkins, the man from Stafford, leads the way in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. Martin Gibson 2nd, Mark Taylor 3rd, then it's O'Rourke, Willis, Newell. They're the 6 Division 1 trucks. Seems so strange to have a Division 1 race with no Ryan Smith or Stuart Oliver out there. There's Adam Bint, he's gone off at Coppis. He's well out of the way though in the gravel. Down towards the chicane, and Jenkins locking the front wheels a little bit under braking there. There's no grip out there at all. Gibson 2nd. Here comes John Newell. He's going to take John Willis going into the chicane. Careful not to overshoot. He's been into the gravel once at Redgate. Now here's Division 2. Craig Reed from Stephen Powell. Michael Oliver going through into 3rd ahead of Craig Evans. Then we've got John Powell and Bradley Smith. Jock Borthwick has rejoined quite a way further back after spinning earlier on. He's taking it steady here, not taking any risks in these conditions. 15 trucks left running. It's Craig Reed leading the points in Division 2 ahead of Stephen Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in the points coming into this weekend, but on consistency more than out-and-out results. It's his first full season in British truck racing. Well, if Ryan Smith continues to hit misfortune, whether he can't get the Mercedes going again after this weekend, the next round was going to be a trip to Zolder in Belgium. I don't think that's taking place anymore, so the next round's going to be at Snetterton in September before they go to Pembrey and finally to the Bonfire Night weekend at Brands Hatch. Could John Newell and Martin Gibson move up to mount a challenge for the championship? Could David Jenkins as well? He's had some good results this weekend. Is Ryan Smith's run going to be ended this season? Closing in Martin Gibson. Now the gap was 1.9 seconds between Jenkins and Gibson last time through. Just under 10 minutes of this race to go. Through the chicane. I think Gibson's going to be closer this time through. There's Mark Taylor 3rd. O'Rourke 4th. than the Hiab Cranes and NV Commercials MAN. John Willis still there in, he's in 5th place. Where's John Newell? He's made a mistake somewhere. He's dropped behind Craig Reed, so Newell has had a moment somewhere. A bit of dirt on the front of the truck there. He's been off some. Over the line they go. The lead gap is in fact increased to 2.2 seconds. John Newell will get back ahead of 68 of Craig Reed, goes through. Second is still Stephen Powell in Division 2, and third is Michael Oliver's Scanion. Over the standing water at Redgate. Stephen Powell under fire from Oliver. There's John Powell in the number 6, then Bradley Smith. Craig Evans has dropped behind them. There's the number 10. Now, has Steve Thomas got going again? Yes, he has. He's not only got going again, he's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:43.77. There's Jock Borthwick. He's still running as well. So Steve Thomas rejoined after securing his door closed on the cab side. And because he's in clear air, he can go for it and try and make up places. Let's see where he can get up to. He's got plenty of time. Jenkins leads. Lapping a few tenths quicker than Martin Gibson. Yeah, he's increasing his lead slightly here. There's Adam Bint's truck in the background, just sitting deep in the gravel. Here's Stephen Powell. Half in Dines recovery livery, half in HGV Direct, the yellow colours. You notice Steve Thomas's truck is the other way round. The left half is yellow, the right half is white. There's a couple of Hyundai Coupes that's a livery like that. Wayne and Johnny Rockets. The Hyundai Coupe Cup. Saw recently at Thruxton. Livery the same way. John Newell hunting down John Willis for 5th place. Powell being closed down here by Bradley Smith further back, and here comes Michael Oliver closing on Stephen Powell. He's had a relatively quiet weekend, Stephen Powell. See Craig Reed looking to take his championship from him. Great for the Iveco pilot. We haven't seen his brother Simon Reed out in action this year. He moved to Division 1 a couple of years ago with another Iveco, but he's not been seen in 2021. Busy with the business Reed Freight, I would think. There's Steve Thomas in the background moving his way back up. He's got ahead of Craig Evans now, up into 12th place, yes, overall. There's Mark Taylor in 3rd place. Had a steady weekend, bit of a collision this morning with David Jenkins and Ryan Smith, which lost the front bumper off his truck and caused a bit of damage. He's repaired. Jenkins continues to lead. He's pulling away from Martin Gibson. This is looking good for the MAN pilot. Reed in the Iveco Stralis. Continues to set the pace in Division 2, 7th overall. Ryan astern still for 2nd. Reed is getting away now. That's the gap this time in the overall lead, 4.6 seconds between Jenkins and Gibson. Taylor 3rd. Tom O'Rourke still running well in 4th, the man who had that huge crash at Thruxton last year. A bit battered and bruised, and nearly battered and bruised there, John Newell over the gravel at the chicane. And that's dropped him back again behind John Willis. Still ahead of Craig Reed though, 6th overall. He's had a couple of moments in this race. John Newell had a win earlier in the weekend. Steve Thomas scrabbling through the chicane there as well, trying to make his way up the order again. There's been a change behind in Division 2 there. John Powell's got ahead of Michael Oliver for 3rd in Division 2. 5.5 minutes to go in this final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park. Sliding their way down the Craner curves there. There's Jock Borthwick. He's still going at the tail of the field after his earlier spin. Took him a while to rejoin on the wet grass. Here's the battle for 2nd in Division 2. Stephen Powell, John Powell, Michael Oliver, Bradley Smith. And they're being caught by Steve Thomas after his pit visit earlier on. Craig Evans and Jock Borthwick still further down behind them. Still Craig Reed. He's nearly 3 seconds up on Stephen Powell now in Division 2. There's Powell, defending from John Powell, the number 6. He'll be fired up after that penalty earlier on. He'll be a bit angry if I know him, frustrated with that 10-second penalty he got for overspeeding. He's lost him his advantage. They come then down into the chicane. Watch for Bradley Smith up the inside there in the Iveco, number 46. Oh, Stephen Powell a bit sideways there. Michael Oliver holds off Bradley Smith. There was a bit of a shove there, I think, on the back of Stephen Powell, who gets his foot down and gets away. There's Martin Gibson still second. The gap's up to nearly 6 seconds now. David Jenkins making this race his own. Mark Taylor third. Tom O'Rourke is fourth. Look at this in Division 2. Michael Oliver trying to go around the outside. Stephen Powell sideways again. John not able to take advantage. Now here comes Steve Thomas. He just wants to get through this lot. He's in a quicker truck, of course, being in Division 1. He just wants to get around this little lot without any incidents. See if he can catch the rest of the Division 1 field ahead of him. I think he might run out of time for that, though. There's just over 3 minutes left. Making their way down. John Powell a bit sideways, being almost pushed there by Michael Oliver in the Scania P11000. There's Jenkins out on his own, heading for win number 2 for the weekend. Through the chicane. Right to the left. There's Craig Reed, still leading Division 2. The main battle is for second. There's the interloper, number 33, Steve Thomas. Good to have him back. He's been away for quite a while from truck racing, the boss of Thomas Transport, based in Birmingham. There's the battle for third. Is that coming down? Just over 2 seconds between Taylor and O'Rourke, similar to MAN's. Side by side, John Powell and Michael Oliver closing on Stephen Powell. They're all over him. Mirrors full of truck there. John Powell side by side with Oliver. He got to the outside. He's got the inside for the second pass of the chicane. He goes through. Steve Thomas says, "Okay, I'll speed past as well. I've got the power advantage. I may as well." Now we're seeing double. See what I mean about those two liveries? We've got them together on track at last, so we can make the comparison. We'll go past Michael Oliver shortly as well, I would think. Steve Thomas. The Division 2 boys are going to be getting a bit frustrated with Thomas because he's getting in the way of their battle here. They want him to just go through and get away from them. Bradley Smith moving up on John Powell now. Is he going to lose another place? No, Powell holds on into the Craners. 90 seconds left, so David Jenkins is going to be coming up to start his last lap this time. Steve Thomas up on the back of Stephen Powell. To mirror image MAN. Let's try saying that after a few drinks. Steve Thomas now gets through. He's got past the Division 2 battle except for Craig Reed. Coming up to the right-hander at McLean. Stephen Powell still second in Division 2. There goes Craig Reed. David Jenkins is into his final lap now. He's just gone over the line. Fastest lap of the race for Martin Gibson. 1:43.053, but he's still nearly 6 seconds back on Jenkins, so it looks like Jenkins is going to take the win. Tony Jenkins was a successful truck racer as well. There is Craig Reed heading for another win in Division 2 to extend his title lead. Michael Oliver staking his claim with 3 wins this weekend. There is Jenkins, Staffordshire driver in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. Through the old hairpin for what will be the last time, 20 seconds on the clock. There's the gap in Division 2. Craig Reed leads Michael Oliver up to second now. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell by about 7 seconds. Craig Reed is heading for victory in Division 2. Through McLean's for the last time goes the leader. Martin Gibson in a lowly second place. A great weekend he has had. 2 wins, it's going to be 2 wins for Jenkins as well, and a win for John Newell. Are we seeing a changing face in British Truck Racing Division 1? Clock has counted down to 0. Our final winner of the weekend is going to be David Jenkins with a second victory of the weekend. He's into the chicane at the wheel of the Digraph Morris MAN for the final time. He comes out of the chicane, up towards the checkered flag, slides it sideways. It's a big 10-4 from David Jenkins as he crosses the line to win the final truck race here at Convoy in the park. Second goes to Martin Gibson, a great weekend for him, some brilliant results. And they're well ahead of, and Tom O'Rourke has cut the chicane. They've come together on the final turn. Taylor spins. Oh, the battle for third comes to a head. On the final bend, Tom O'Rourke takes third. What on earth happened there? That was like a scene from the movie Convoy, wasn't it? Fourth goes to Mark Taylor, slides his way home, and well done Jonathan Willis. Some great results this weekend as well. Fifth place in only his second ever truck race meeting. There's a stack of tyres in the middle of the road there creating an extra chicane. Craig Reed negotiates them. He comes through to win Division 2. John Newell taking 6th overall. Steve Thomas 8th overall, the final Division 1 finisher. Reed takes Division 2 ahead of Michael Oliver. Third in that division, Stephen Powell. Well done, Bradley Smith, a fine 4th place in Division 2. The other finishers will be John Powell and Craig Evans. We lost Jock Borthwick, he pulled up a few laps from home, and Adam Bint, you can see in the gravel there in the background. Here comes John Powell, returning to truck racing this weekend. A rather frustrating weekend for him. He's not even going to... Is he going to cross the finish line? Yes, he nearly forgot to take the flag there. What a mistake of a maker. Nearly lost out to Craig Evans as a result of that. What a great weekend of truck racing that was, and an unpredictable one as well. In terms of the championship, a disastrous weekend for Ryan Smith. And now they cut loose in celebration. Look at this, power sliding, shades of Kurt Göransson. The great Swedish racer from the 80s and early 90s. He drove his truck sideways on every corner. Used to work in the logging industry in Scandinavia. Drive on ice in the winter, sideways all the time. One of the greatest truck racers. Craig Reed wins Division 2. He's in pole position for the championship now with rounds to go. I don't think the trip to Zolder is going ahead. We'll have to check on that. After that, it's Snetterton in Norfolk in September, then Pembrey, and the bonfire weekend at Brands Hatch. Well, no points this weekend for Stuart Oliver. Only a few points for Ryan Smith. The big scorers, David Jenkins, Martin Gibson and John Newell. Mark Taylor and Tom O'Rourke, they've got a bit of a rivalry going as well, haven't they? They've pulled in a few points, and well done John Willis as well. A career best 2nd place earlier on today. In Division 2, Craig Reed will increase his lead over Stephen Powell. The big mover, Michael Oliver, on his comeback to racing with 3 wins. Frustration for Adam Bint this weekend. No points for Brad Smith. His truck went bang in race 1. Simon Cole with problems with the Mercedes as well. Jock Borthwick, a mixture of results for him this weekend. John Powell, a bit of frustration, and sadly no points for Paul McCumsky either, an early casualty this weekend. We'll confirm the provisional result in a moment. David Jenkins the winner by 6.5 seconds in the end, ahead of Martin Gibson, with Tom O'Rourke stealing 3rd in that contretemps with Mark Taylor on the final turn. John Willis, another great result, in 5th ahead of John Newell. Craig Reed 7th to win Division 2. Steve Thomas, having called into the pits to fix his flapping door, made it back up to 8th. Michael Oliver 2nd in his class in Division 2 ahead of Stephen Powell. Then the other finishers, Bradley Smith, John Powell and Craig Evans. We lost Jock Borthwick and Adam Bint. What a weekend of truck racing that was then. We've got one more race to come from the Caterhams, the Sigmax and Sigma 150 cars, on a drying track now after the earlier rainstorm. You can see the infield now beginning to clear of show trucks. But it's going to be a convoy down the motorway away from Donington Park, isn't it? We can now throw down to Parc Fermé and talk to our winners for our final truck race of the weekend.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Dave, that was a fantastic drive from yourself in really difficult conditions. That must be a really satisfying win.
Yeah, it might not have been the race the crowd wanted, but it was the one that we wanted. We've had a very tense afternoon. We had a brilliant day yesterday, great first race today, technical difficulties in race 2, and that one's for the team, the best team and the best family in the paddocks. Thank you so much to everybody, absolutely phenomenal.
Talk us through Redgate, because I'm going to ask a few drivers this, but we knew from drivers in other races before this one that Redgate was going to be a little bit dicey. You got to cross the Nile and the Amazon down there. What was it like?
Yeah, no, I spotted the river on the outlet, fortunately, which was quite attentive for me, and I knew some of the less experienced lads just wouldn't know how bad it was going to be when they got down there, and sure enough it was. I got it round the white line and held on, and then after that, thank goodness I got myself some breathing space on the first lap, because I think if you'd have been in battle down there, your ego would have overtaken your talent and you'd have been off without a question. You know, you had to really stop it and just drive, and we got so much speed in the rest of the lap, there's no need to take any risks down there.
Yeah, it seemed to me that first lap in particular, off the start, everyone seemed to be a little bit knowledgeable of that. No one was silly. It was sensible enough.
Yeah, sensible as we get, I'm sure. Yeah, no, I had a look round in the first lap and decided where it was dry, where we were going to push, and where we definitely weren't going to push. I did have one big scary lock up into the chicane one lap. After I divided, it was all right up there. So you're not always right, but no, great race and great weekend.
You said to me at the start of the weekend you were looking for 5 wins. It's not quite 5, but you've not had a bad weekend by any account. How do you sum up your Donington weekend now we're at the end of it?
Tough, and I was glad to get here at the start of the weekend, and now I'm glad to go home. Yeah, just tough. Great weekend, great to see the fans back, great to see the trade support back, and onwards to Snetterton.
Onwards to Snetterton, sounds good to me, Dave. Best of luck for that one.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to keep on walking as Dave celebrates with his team. We're going to grab second place, Martin Gibson. What a fantastic weekend it's been for you. I don't think you've been off the podium once.
No, I think I was once, but it's great to be in those conditions, stood here. I couldn't pace Dave, he was just gone. I tried to catch him, I'd make a mistake, so I just thought I'll sit here and take it.
No, I know you're a driver who absolutely loves the difficulty of it, the challenge, the adrenaline of it. Redgate must have been pretty dicey going into turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. It was like a lake across there, so you had to tread carefully. You just no commitment, steady around there. And a bit boring, to be honest, but it got more interesting down Craner.
It certainly did. Lou, we got to the end of the Donington weekend. When you came into it, what were you hoping for? And now we're at the end of it, is it any different?
Everything I've hoped for, really. And the event itself has been amazing. And even the way they've run the track and the addition of the tyres on the chicane, that's really helped the racing, so it's been absolutely spot on.
Even the weather couldn't get you down at the end, eh?
No, we've had everything. This is a perfect weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Mike, we'll let you go. Congratulations on another brilliant one.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who else we can get as we have a little look down Park Ferme. This is Tom O'Rourke, who I think I'm going to get a little word with. Tom, if I can squeeze in. Yes. First time I chatted to you this weekend, I wanted to say hello. Got to the end of Donington. How do you feel?
Oh God, well that was I enjoyed the rain there, to be honest, but that incident just at the last minute with Mark there was just a bit unfortunate. I was catching him, and there wasn't that much time left, and there was a gap, and I just kind of slid into it. So I think he's a bit upset. But beside that, I've had a wee bit of an up and down weekend, to be honest. But by and large, I've enjoyed it, So I was pleased there to recover that, and I've not got much experience of driving in the rain, so I quite enjoyed that, to be honest.
Yeah, Redgate must have been quite good fun for you.
Oh God almighty, I mean, it was like there's no grip at all, none. And you're looking in the mirror and they're all coming towards you at 100 miles an hour. It's quite scary, but good fun.
And from your perspective, obviously, I know you've had a big crew with you in the paddock all weekend long.
Yeah.
A lot of fans come in to say hello and pop their heads around. It's really been a great experience, hasn't it, this weekend?
Well, I think the combination of Convoy in the park and the racing has brought a lot of our customers, and that's been nice. Just we've had a few trucks in the stand, and by and large the feedback for the rest of the team's been great. So really good.
Well, we look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Congratulations, great weekend.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, that was Tom O'Rourke. Let's see who else we can get. We're going to see if we can get some Division 2 drivers. We're going to squeeze past the truck of Mark Taylor and John Newell. And back we go towards Division 2. This looks like the truck of Craig Reed. He was our winner. And in fact, I've just spotted Craig at the back there. Hello, Mr. Reed. Come on over, mate. And Michael...
It's a load of rubbish, this. Simon just jumped over there. Yeah.
And Michael, we'll get you in as well, because I wanted to chat to you at the end of this weekend. A fantastic weekend for you, Craig. Another brilliant race. Talk us through the conditions and the race there that we've just experienced.
Very, very bad. To be honest with you, I went out on the outlap, and I knew that he's making me laugh. The twat. Sorry. Hey, there's been a lot worse said. Basically, I went out and you're labouring it up on the torque on the engine. On the last race, I noticed that there was a slight miss on the engine, and then there was an ejector going down, and then basically it just got progressively worse. But in some ways, it helped me because it reduced the power of the truck, which then gave me more traction. So it was a bit of a win-win, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and as we get to the end of this Donington weekend, been 2 brilliant days of racing. How do you reflect on it?
Oh, brilliant, to be honest with you. The team, like I say, we worked till 2:30 Saturday morning on the truck, changing all the back end just for weather like this. So, to be honest with you, massive thanks to them. And massive thanks to everyone, really. You know, it's been great. All the competitors, everyone's had such a good laugh there at Donington, and all the fans, you know, they're great. You know, to come back out in this weather, in this condition, as you know, goes on with the support they've got for truck racing.
Couldn't agree with you more. Craig, we'll see you very, very soon. Congratulations on another great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get one more word with Mr. Oliver.
The truck in.
Michael, it's been some weekend for you, mate. You finally got to the end of it. Another fantastic race in the bank. It'd been 3 years before this weekend. You'll sleep tonight?
Yeah, I'll sleep probably until the next 3 years. I know. I'm ready for a die, so it's been a brilliant weekend. A bit of weather at the end, but other than that, it's been really good.
It must have been a bit of a chastening experience. Obviously, we've spoken about it quite a few times this week, and how you had such a long time out. You then have conditions like that in like your 5th race back. It must have been pretty difficult for you.
It was hairy. That's how I would describe it, hairy. But no, to be fair, the racing was brilliant. Everyone gave people space. Everyone knew what they were racing, and it was brilliant. I really did enjoy it.
And that battle at the top of the division too was a fantastic race as well. All 4 of you really going for it.
Oh, what a good! I tell you what, it's good crack. I tell you, I know we're all trading paint, but the bumper fell off somehow. I've never seen. I don't know where it's gone. Maybe on the way back to Park Ferme, but God knows. But it's a good laugh.
Hey, look, you've completed your first weekend. It's been a while. How do you reflect on it?
To be continued, I reckon,
That sounds like a plan to me. We'll see you very soon, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, thanks very much to our truckers. It's 10-4 over and out from them here at Convoy in the park. Sorry, I don't know very much CB radio language. Otherwise I'd have a few more Convoy puns, I'm sure. The Caterhams will be up a little bit later on then. In a few minutes' time we will have the last race of the weekend, which is the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Some great racing from them earlier on. Stephen Clark taking his first win of the season, ahead of Harry Senior by just 700ths of a second. And Jamie Winrow winning the Sigma 150 class. Jamie Elwood continuing his run of podium finishes behind him. They'll be the main contenders in race number 2 for the category later on. That'll be coming up in a few minutes' time.
Final of the weekend for the Legends, because he starts on pole position. He did, of course, start towards the front in the first heat yesterday, but that didn't go too well.
Well done to everyone for making this event what it was this year. All the exhibitors, the show trucks and so on, the fun fair we've had in action, everybody in the live arena, Fueltopia arena, the drift cars, rallycrossers, especially Ollie O'Donovan for organising that event. Ollie O'Donovan and Julian Godfrey here, 2 of Britain's greatest rallycross drivers, Britain and Ireland. Ollie O'Donovan coming originally from Ireland. We've also got the Caravan Smashers, Stuart Oliver and Steve Thomas putting on their antics in the arena with their trucks. We'll be underway soon with our final race on our coverage here on BARC TV this weekend with the Caterhams. Thanks again to all the volunteer marshals and other officials braving the weather today. Can't fault any of them. Caterham's coming up in a few minutes.
It's going to be Daniel Clark that leads the way. They will fan out. Dan Clark can take the normal race. racing line actually towards Redgate Corner, so confident is he that that might work. He is going to lead the race, but it's going to be Kieran Beattie, is it not, that's there in second position, and third at the moment is looking as if it might be Mark Beattie, is it, that's there in third position potentially.
Yeah, good start from those further back as well. Just keeping an eye on Mark's run, and he's made up about 10 positions already in the first corner. He got the perfect line on the inside, and Mark's run, I'm not going to be surprised if we can target top 5 at the end of this first lap today. Tremendous. If he can find yesterday as they turned their way through the right hand up on the run down towards Coffee's Corner, up to Coffee's Corner, which is saying I think third place at the minute is going to be the car of Mark Beasley, so the green machine can always pick that one out on the racing line. But the interest, as we said, is going to be I think Gibson was kind of planted in the middle of the pack. He found the wrong line through Redgate Corner, but I'm sure that is Miles Rutman in 5th position, is it? Or maybe 4th?
I thought maybe 4th, yeah, he's up there, that's absolutely for sure, Matt Suckling. So yeah, he is 4th stroke 5th. We'll have to look when they appear at view coming out of the Robert Chicane. So through the Robert Chicane they go. Dan Clark leading the way. Now Miles Rutman is in 5th, you're absolutely right. He comes over the start finish line. Dan Clark leads. It is going to be Kieran Beattie in 2nd position. It's Mark Beattie that's there in 3rd place. Marcus Pett is that that's there in 4th place. We've got Miles Rutman, the driver's right. Miles Rutman should go through 4th, 5th, up to 4th as they head up towards Redgate Corner. Yeah, through goes the championship leader. Solid weekend from him, and he might just be able to pick up the next of the cars. It's rather slow exiting Redgate Corner. That being Mark Beattie, who I think probably either got onto a bit of wet tarmac there or a puddle, maybe was on the curb and just knew that he couldn't accelerate. It's so slow on the corner, isn't it? Yeah, possibly skating towards the edge of the gravel track, got back out of this one. So Mark Rutman with the inside line, and once again makes up another place. So now into the safety car in this one. Now the good thing about Legends Racing is that all of the cars are on what's called a receiver system. Receiver system is a one-way radio, and what it does, it means that the clerk of the course can instantly relay a message to all of the drivers who pick up that message that are about to go safety car. So there's no bunching up or bottling up or chain reaction effect, because everybody hears the same message at the same time. They can all get off the gas. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Lenny Woodcock's car. It's stationary at Redgate Corner. It is, well, you've got the red and white painted curb, and then you've got the green painted tarmac beyond that, and he's parked up on there, so he's not gone into the gravel. So he's either had a mechanical issue which has stopped the car immediately and he can't get it fired up, or maybe there's been a bit of contact and it's deranged something and he can't get going, man. Strange one.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Or a spin and he's just kind of not restarted the car. But yeah, something a bit strange there. It is near enough the edge of the circuit, just towards the edge of the curve as well. But it shouldn't take too long. These Legends, as we know, very light, so the telehandler is down there to lift it up and take it to a place of safety, and it shouldn't be too many laps behind the safety car, so he should be back on the way very shortly. What it does mean is that he'll be back on the way.
So I think it's just now dragging the car all the way into the gravel trap. There's a very handy, I think, snatch gap there that it can go into. So the telehandler, already behind the barriers, and we should see Lenny Woodcock's car back behind the barriers as well. So very, very efficient work by the marshals there. Get that car out of harm's way, which means that, yeah, straight away.
Well, we have a pause in our action here. I think it's now time for the presentation ceremony for our final truck race of the weekend. Pointy is going to be down there. And we can hand down to the Park Fermé in just a moment.
Yeah, and lights are off, so we are going to go green at the end of this one. So it's been a fairly slow end to the lap, so temperature may have just dipped out the tyres, but the drivers now will start to weave to build them back up as the safety car will accelerate away, head back into the pit lane, and it's going to be then up to Dan Clark to pace the field and bring them back to the start-finish line to get this back underway with what's going to be now under 10 laps to go back to the line. It'll be 9 laps to go for the rest of the field. So safety car is in. We wait for Dan Clark to appear through the final corner, and as he does so, he needs to try and pull a gap over Miles Rudman, because he can be assured he'll be attacking as much as possible down towards the first corner. So green flag once again as they go through. Dan Clark in the lead, Miles Rudman in the tow behind them, as well as Marcus Kieran Beattie.
Okay, let's head down to Park Fermé now, ready for the presentation for the British Truck Racing Championship.
A little bit of elbows and arms there as he tries to push Dan Clark a little bit wide, but in the end he gets through very nicely, and in fact Dan Clark may also lose second place, because Kieran Beattie got a fairly good run with that little bit of contact between the two of them into the entrance of the corner.
Yeah, John Mickle looking to try and find his way past Marcus Pett as well as they came over the start finish line. I think he might now be able to hold position with the silver number 4 car, and Marcus Pett will be coming down to him that way.
I think Pointy's ready now, here we go.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting so patiently, and welcome to the final trophy presentation at Donington 2021. Now let's get this under the way before we have any more horrific rain. I just want to thank you all, first of all, for still being here this afternoon through all those downpours. It really has been an experience to behold. We had people almost swimming down the paddock earlier on. It was very interesting to see. With a little bit of a change now, we're going to go with Division 1 first. So we'll get the Division 1 top 3 for Race 5 British Truck Racing Championships. And in third place, with a fantastic effort from Tom O'Rourke. Here he comes, entered stage left. Well done, buddy. Right hand side. And in second place, Martin Gibson. And in first place for Division 1, I'm sure you'll all we're putting your hands together for none other than Dave Jenkins. Hey! Quick picture. We've got a 5-second countdown. Tom, start opening your bottle quick. Get a picture before we soak the kids. That's it, Dave. Get yours ready as well. Videos at the ready. And it's time for the champagne! Honestly, Dave, human shield children, it's not good, man. Thank you very much for the round of applause, your division top 3.
He's had a good run through this time, because he started this lap in 6th place, so I suspect it's Marcus Pett and Kieran Beattie that have gone backwards now by the look of things in terms of the order of the race. So through the rubber chicane, this is lap number 5 now.
Lovely. Right then, on to your Division 2 top 3 for race number 5 here at Donington Park, Convoy in the Park 2021. Cable there, Tom, careful there. I knew it wasn't a good idea going non-wireless. Okay, in third place. Third place, that's right, third place. Steve Powell! Oh, you're right there, Steve. Okay, it's okay. Next time, mate, next time. And in second place, it's Michael Oliver. Hey. See, he didn't get the big cheers this time. And in first place, that's right, it's Craig Reed. Oh, everybody bringing the human shields with them this time. Oh, I'm not sure about this. I hope you bought a change of clothes. Oh God, no!
Really difficult to tell the two of them at distance. One is wide.
I suppose I deserve that. Thank you very much, guys. And a round of applause for your Division 2 top 3, and also a massive round of applause for yourselves. Thank you all for having a fantastic weekend and being here and making it all possible. A huge shout out to our sponsors Vision Track and GT Tyres, and of course the organisers Truck Sport and the BTRC. We will see you all at Snetterton Circuit. Safe journey home. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well done, Pointy, thanks very much. We got him in the end. I hope he didn't damage our microphones. But that's not quite the end of the action here at Convoy in the Park. Still got the Caterhams to come. The Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150 categories. We'll have the grids for those for you in a few minutes' time. Pointy's off to dry out after his second drenching of the day. He got caught in the rain earlier. But well done, and thank you to him for his presenting efforts there and hosting our trophy presentations. Great fun, isn't he? Hopefully he'll be joining us again at Snetterton on September the 18th and 19th, which is the next round of the British Truck Racing Association Championship. It's followed by a trip to Wales in October to Pembrey, and then it's the big one on Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch, and the champions will be crowned. We'll bring you the grid shortly, just a few minutes' time, for our final race. This will be the Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 and Sigmax.
The front of that little queue in second place is John Mickle, who is now 6 3/4 seconds shy of Miles Rudman, who, despite having a poorer lap Miles Rudman, John Mickle setting his best lap so far. He's still 1 second quicker. Absolutely incredible. Miles Rudman has been on top of the four. Second place, John Smith, the fastest, still hasn't made any progress. A strange little moment, wasn't it, where he just seemed to wash out wide a little bit further than he was expecting. Miles Rudman is about to come through and blue lap number 8, so to go with the remaining time that's left. 12-lap race, remember it is for the final. John Mickle in second place now, coming under pressure from Will Gibson. The recovering Jack Parker is lost out to Dan Clark. This time as they head over the start-finish line, Will Gibson's going for second here. He's on the right of John Mickle, should go through. John Mickle doesn't put up a great deal of defence, allows one of his championship rivals to sneak his way through, but is Will Gibson going to hang on to it? I thought he was going to run a little bit wide there, actually, going out of Redgate corner, but no, hangs on to the place as they head onto the top of the trainer curve. So Will Gibson, 57, second down to third, goes John Mickle, Dan Clark, Jack Parker, Marcus Penn, way down.
into the next one.
And I think Stephen Whiteleg very nearly did the same as well, just as that car was recovering. The number 66 of Stephen Whiteleg almost dropped a wheel into the gravel and disappeared off as well in Alan Finn's style at that part of the corner. Through goes Miles Rubber. It is going to be Wilkins in second place, John Nichols in third, Jack Parker, then Dan Clark, followed by Marcus Pett. So Sean Smith is the next up. The car that lost the time that time through is Neil Shelton, I think, was it, who probably had a loss of positions. He lost one race by 5 places on that lap.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And I think also Kieran Beats dropped a little bit further back as well, so I think he was one in that group. But he stayed where he was, but I think he was up there somewhere, so another moment and so that's what, as we said, is catching a few people out. There's a black flag now going out for number 68, so that is a track limit warning on this. I think Bridgman has received that, possibly for the very running wide moment at the first corner. Meantime, John Mitchell is doing the moment equal as the last running after attack there. John Mitchell still stays in third as Will Gibson just tries to eke a little bit of a gap out. He hasn't found much, almost a second, but that may just be enough to keep him up in second place and clear the players attacking from behind.
Yeah, Newcastle start the race. Now goes to the number 79 car. Position 1 minute 38.874.
final on day number 2. Bit of back to deal with.
can. I think it's just had a change actually in terms of where they finish with the TSL final sweepers. I think with a very close finish once again, with a process finish the 4th and 5th, it now goes in favour of Jack Parker. We saw that earlier on with the transponder, depending on where that is. So Jack Parker now gets credit with his 4th place and 5th place for Gary Clark. So a little bit of change towards the end, but it is miles rather 5 out of 6 this weekend. Donington Park to win that one by 8.6 seconds, with Williams in second. John Mitchell in third, and he finishes that off the race and goes away on that third, 1:38.202, which was in fact best on the last lap of the race. So position, as ever, improving towards the end of that one. So Mark Ruffman makes his way in, and Mark Stepp's going to try and capture the word with the race winner. It's going to be held at the top of the pit lane, which is good. We'll find out his thoughts across the course of the 2 days, and Mark Ruffman, I'm sure will be very happy, very delighted, and plenty of points scored across the course of this one. But for now, let's hand down to Mark Ruffman. Yes, the only guy this weekend we're going to get the opportunity to chat to the legend drivers. I saw the door stop them a little bit, thank you to my Marshall friend for sorting us out. Miles trying to get off that absolute line, it's not the easiest thing. Let's just have a quick chat to you, Miles. Miles, you've had a fantastic season, but what a fantastic weekend. 5 wins out of 6.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, coming into the weekend, I've just been happy with some good, solid point scoring, but like you say, 5 wins, you know, I couldn't have asked for any better. Would have liked to have thought I'd got the 6 wins today, but I sadly got took out in the first, second race, but doesn't always go your way, but yeah, it's been a great weekend so far.
Long way to go yet, still lots of points up for grabs. It would be nice to see the double championship, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, keep performing the way we are and stuff. And yeah, hopefully we can bring it home again. But yeah, there's still a lot to play for. But yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. We'll leave you there, let you get off the park further. We'll go a quick word with Will Wilson as well. He finished in second place. Will, start contrast to yesterday. That was awful. Much better day today.
Yeah, I don't think yesterday should have got much worse. We spent more time taking gravel out of the car than we did being on track. Yeah, we made mistakes on track today. We were blistering dry, and we were wondering why we were so slow in the wet. We've gone back to a very old wet setup around here, and it works.
I suppose, you know, every consolation is, yeah, Miles Ruffman has had a great weekend. Your main championship rival, John Mitchell, has not had a great weekend himself. So points-wise, you've matched each other, I suppose.
Yeah, the only annoyance is John has a bad weekend watching the Blue Boots, so yeah, it's categorised when it happens, and we just have done that this weekend, caught out by some other people, silly mistakes by myself, but yeah, we're still in it.
Well done, big start from Will. We'll have a quick word with John Mitchell if we can. John, not the best this weekend, but some points on the board.
Yeah, we had a couple silly DNF in the second race, and oil got French, I don't know what happened, he finished the first race was good, so that was just split warming last second race today, so that was a bit of a pain for the quick car. And then yesterday, another silly thing, it's just the way it is, not a very good weekend, but
Still in with the chance. You're still in with the chance. You're still loving these, 20 years after your first championship crown.
Yeah, 2001 was the first one. I heard you made the radio, how many winners in that session?
Yeah, go on.
Me, 11 on the trot.
Is that what it was? About in 2017, 18?
2015, yeah. So, 11 races on the trot.
Could you do it again one day?
I think the competition now is a lot stronger. I mean, Miles is having a good run at the moment. Everything seems to be going good luck to it. It's just making our life really difficult.
I've liked it as well as I can, but I can't clear it.
Competition stronger, driver a bit older. Thanks for chatting to us, John Mitchell there. There we go, top through the legends. We finally caught up with them this weekend, Matt. Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. So question after, we have had someone who's done the clean sweep of 6 race victories across the course of the weekend. John Mitchell doing it.
Okay then, time for our final race of the weekend on this marathon here at Convoy in the Park at Donington. Let's have a look at the grid for the Caterham Sigmax and Sigma 150s. In pole position is number 28, Harry Senior, and alongside him 38, Simon Goodwin. In 2 different classes, Simon Goodwin is a Sigma 150 with the blue logo there. Harry Senior in white, a Sigmax. Second row, 46, Jamie Winrow, and number 2, Jamie Elwood. Third row, James de Lusignan and earlier winner Stephen Clark. Jonathan Curry and Adam Bettinson on the fourth row. Row 5, Gary Curtis and James Gilmore. Sixth row, Andrew Whitton and Luke Zuru. Row 7, Ben Winrow, quite a way back for him, the number 24, alongside 172 of Mark Smith. Paul Wells and Rob Warner on row 8, Doug Christie and Andy Ebden on row 9. This grid set by the second quickest time for each driver in qualifying. Row 10, Glenn Burtonshaw and Jim Earlham, ahead of Andy Hughes and Barry White on row 11. Jonathan Ems and Dan Hamilton on row 12. 13th row is Colin Loughlin and Andrew Sagar, and Chris Buckley and Nigel Smith on row 14. 15th row, Gareth Cordy and Kim Raymond. Stephen Arnold and Michael Downing on row 16. Martin Gleish and Will Price on row 17. Then we've got Chris Savage and Peter Marsh. In the grid completed by Rob Appleton, Stephen Evans and Graham Hopkins. 39 cars for our final race of the weekend. This should be a good one. The track a little bit drier once again. Cars on the grid, ready for our final Caterham race of the weekend. Some great racing earlier on, just 7/100ths of a second. The margin of victory for our winner Stephen Clark over Harry Senior. Harry keeping up his run of podiums this year, as did Jamie Elwood. In our other category, the Sigma 150s, away they go for the green flag lap. They might get 2 green flag laps here. This will be a 20-minute race. If the race does run close to the track curfew, we might see the checkered flag come out early. Steve Evans will be back there, the green and red car. I don't think Graham Hopkins is there at the back, number 177. He's a white and blue Caterham. Harry Senior, the grey car with the red roll cage at the front, alongside Simon Goodwin in red and black with gold wheels. Jamie Winrow in red and blue. Jamie Elwood, the black and Dayglow orange car, no mistaking that car. James de Lusignan is next, ahead of Stephen Clark, looking for 2 wins out of 2. I think anybody in about the first 3 or 4 rows of this race could win this. Ben Winrow quite a way back, the yellow and red number 24, only 13th on the grid. Probably couldn't get a clear lap in the qualifying session yesterday. Still very slippery out there, as we can see. Harry Senior sliding his way through McLean's there. James de Lusignan, the black and white car with the red cage. 69 Jonathan Curry with the yellow wheels, easy to recognise. Weave to warm up their tyres, these Yokohama tyres. Yokohama, an official partner of Caterham Graduates. Okay, it'll be just 1 green flag lap, I think. I think we've got marshals on the grid. So we come up to line up this time. Cars coming to the grid then for the final race of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park. At Donington Park, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigmax and Sigma 150 categories. Number 28, Harry Senior in pole position from the Sigmax division, alongside 38 Simon Goodwin, the first of the Sigma 150s. Second row, Jamie Winrow, number 46, and number 2 of Jamie Elwood. On the third row, it is James de Lusignan and Stephen Clark. Jonathan Curry and Adam Bettinson on row 4. Gary Curtis and James Gilmore complete the top 10 of this big 39 cars are qualified for this race. Might be missing 1 or 2 further back. A very slippery circuit for this one. This will be a 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. 2 races in one, effectively, with the 2 categories running combined. Last couple of cars move into line at the back then. Watch for Jamie Elwood, the most experienced man on this grid, over 20 years, a Caterham racer on the second row of the grid. The green flag waves from the marshal at the back, waiting for the signal for the red lights to come on. Harry Senior, the grey and red car on pole, the red lights are on. Simon Goodwin alongside him in red and black. Here we go with the last race of the weekend, over 20 minutes. Decent start from the second row by Jamie Winrow, tries to slot in. Look for Ben Winrow coming down the inside in the yellow car there. But it is Harry Senior who will lead into the first corner, chased by Simon Goodwin. A great flood of Caterhams coming through behind. Are they all going to make it round? It's the wettest part of the circuit, the first corner at Red Gates. They've all made it round, thankfully, all being sensible and careful. It's Senior that leads, Goodwin second, Elwood is up into third. Jamie Winrow's good start came to nothing. He is in 4th place ahead of Stephen Clark in the blue car there in 5th. 6th is Jonathan Curry. He's got away well, already missing a wing though, so there's been a little bit of contact in there. 3 wide into the old hairpin. I don't think that's going to work. There's a bit of rubbing. All just about made it round there though. It's 28 of Harry Senior who leads the way up into McLean's for the first time. The Sigmax Championship leader ahead of Simon Goodwin. Third, it is Jamie Elwood. Nice bit of sorting out behind number 112, Andrew Whitten with a good start. Andy Ebden there on the outside in the 54. He had a good run, was in the top 10 in race 1. Leaders head down the exhibition straight then towards the chicane. We're going to see some slipstreaming, I reckon, in this one. Senior's broken away at the front early on though, ahead of Simon Goodwin in second place. He's the first of the Sigma 150s ahead of Jamie Elwood. Then it's Jamie Winrow, the red and blue car. No, it's not. Stephen Clark's got ahead of him, and I think there's a few cars going straight on there. Look at this. Oh dear, what a mess. 38 Simon Goodwin's gone straight on. Jonathan Curry and James Earlham wallop into the side of Jonathan Curry. That's Jim Earlham out of the race. He's broken his front suspension. He's not going to keep going there. Ben Winrow came in there as well. They just didn't realise how slippery it was. They all tried their usual braking points and they all headed for the Grand Prix loop. That's going to be a safety car, I think, because Jim Earlham is stranded there with broken suspension. He's out of the race. It's Harry Senior who leads from Elwood, Stephen Clark in third. There's Jim Earlham, number 3, the almost camouflage liveried car. Looks like it's tiled, doesn't it, the livery on that car? But the man from Staines, just west of London, is out of the race. And will we see a safety car with that car stranded there effectively with 3 wheels on his Caterham? They all tried their normal braking points for the chicane. Half of them went straight on, so that's shaken up the order there. Simon Goodwin's dropped a long way down the order. Ben Winrow spun as well. And I think it was Jonathan Curry who spun and was hit by Jim Earlham. Stephen Clark up to third. Jamie Winrow is fourth. It's Adam Bettinson, number 71, into 5th position. Then we've got James de Lusignan, and the number 110 of James Gilmore is next. Here come the leaders then. Senior with a clearly, there's yellow flags out at the chicane. No passing there. They'll have to slow down because of Jim Earlham's stranded car in the gravel. There he is. He's got out of the car. He's okay. Jamie Elwood in second place. Then Clark, Winrow, Bettinson, James de Lusignan, James Gilmore, and next behind him, I think that's Gary Curtis, number 122. And the safety car is being called. As I expected, the safety car is coming out. Gives the marshals a chance to move that car out there. I think that's the only safety car we've seen today. So I'd imagine the BMW safety car is already on track waiting to pick up the lead. Yes, there it is. So that'll give the marshals a chance to remove Jim Earlham's stranded car from the chicane there. Down the Craner curves they come. So the order is, after 2 laps, Harry Senior leader. There's Jim Earlham. Out of the car he's okay, but obviously annoyed. Jamie Elwood is second. Stephen Clark is third. Then Jamie Winrow, Adam Bettinson, James de Lusignan, James Gilmore, Gary Curtis, Rob Warner and Doug Christie rounds out the top 10. Simon Goodwin, after his off, is down to 11th place. Where are the others who went off there? Alistair Curry, number 69. Jonathan Curry, I should say. Alistair Curry was in the race earlier on. Apologies there. Alistair Jonathan Curry, I'm getting them mixed up again, is down to 19th in car number 69. Sorry about that. Ben Winrow is 24th in number 24. The only casualty of that, the only car out of the race is Jim Earl. Everybody else still going.
Around them, above the driver's head, other than the roll cage, arms flying out of roll cages is not a good thing. So it's mandatory in this series that the drivers have to wear arm tethers. They take a bit of getting used to when you're driving the car, but yeah, literally all it does is if they're done correctly, it means that at no point should
Go through there's that acid green car, number 15 of Kim Raymond. He's behind the blue car of Colin Loughran. There is the snatch vehicle, as it's known, pulling Jim Earlham out of the gravel. The job made more difficult because the front end's dug into the gravel and they can't get underneath it because the front suspension's broke. Safety car will lead them slowly past the scene. At least another lap before we get this race back underway. It's under 15 minutes on the clock.
Fourth place is number 46, which is Jamie Winrow. He is there in the blue and orange roll-caged car. And then fifth place for number 71.
You see it being dragged away there. The recovery operation in progress. Harry Senior is keeping his tyres warm, as is everybody else.
He lost one from the start. Seventh place for 110 is James Gilmore. Eighth place for number 122. That would be Gary Curtis. Ninth place for number 58. Actually, what a great start from him. 16th to 9th. So he kind of gained places from where everyone else was running wide and off the track. At the 10th place.
Not sure who it is driving the safety car, so it was John Widowson yesterday. There's a different driver today. I'll try to find out who that is.
Yeah, he's had a good little run, hasn't he? In fact, those two have had good little runs through the order. So the stricken car of Jim Earlham, I think, is midway through.
You can see the damage, broken right front suspension for Jim Earlham.
So it's broken the top wishbone on it, one of the things at the angle of the wheel. Is hanging down.
Bear with me a moment as well. My timing screen has decided to stop working.
Come through from race control to switch lights off, and we'll be good to go racing once again. We're hoping there's no more rain on the horizon. It's a beautiful kind of sky over towards Redgate Corner there with the dark clouds and the sun trying to burst through as well. So we get some fabulous views here at Donington Park. We're one of the highest parts of the place we are at this circuit, so wonderful to see. But I think we are fairly shortly to go. Lights now yet have just been extinguished, so the safety car will pull away. The BMW will head back to the pit lane. We're going to have just under 12 minutes to go, and it's going to be Harry Senior to lead them away.
It looks like the safety car is coming in this time. My live timing has just come back. That was good timing. Sorry about that. Good timing. Get it? So ready to go racing once again with just under 12 minutes left on the clock. Harry Senior with the lead ahead of Jamie Elwood and Stephen Clark.
The safety car is already in the pit lane, so Harry Senior's got no worries about catching the safety car. He can just decide when he wants to go for it. And
here they come then, getting ready for the restart with 11.5 minutes to go. Harry Senior from Jamie Elwood, both leading their classes. They head down to Redgate. The green flag is out, the green light is on. We're back underway with the Caterham Graduates. And they come down towards Redgate, and Harry Senior pulls away into the lead once again. There's less standing water down there, but it is still very slippery. Stephen Clark goes to the outside on Jamie Elwood. Stephen Clark in second in the Sigmax division behind Harry Senior. Third of them is Adam Bettinson, number 71. You can see the top three in Sigma 150. Elwood ahead of Jamie Winrow, and James de Lusignan, he's going well in sixth overall. So three from each category in the top six overall. Senior pulls away slightly from Jamie Elwood, the most experienced racer in the Caterham Graduates. Adam Bettinson a bit wide there, the silver and blue number 71. His race was ruined by a spin coming out of the old hairpin in race one. Coming up towards the top of the circuit now at McLean's. Clark. Stephen Clark, of course, perfected the slipstream move into the chicane in the first race. There's Jamie Winrow in 4th, number 46. Adam Bettinson running well here in 5th, ahead of James de Lusignan. 7th is James Gilmore, the black and orange car. That car's got a slightly taller roll cage, I notice, than those around it. So easy to pick out. Here comes Clark. Which side's he going to go on? Jamie Elwood into the chicane. Thinks better of it this time. He's not close enough. Over the curves they go on the inside of the left. Harry Senior clear with the lead. Side by side for second. Here comes Clark. Is he going to pull his way ahead? There's number 38 Simon Goodwin. A mistake from him, the man who started from the front row. Just about gathers it together through the chicane. He's trying to make his way back up after that mistake. He's caught in the tangle at the chicane on the first lap. Side by side for second. Clark driving round the outside for second place, and we've got a spinner. Andy Ebden, number 54, has gone at the chicane. Stephen Clark got all the way around the outside there of Jamie Elwood into second place. Elwood sliding about all over the place. Still leading the class, mind you. He's a 150 and the other two ahead of him are Sigmaxes. Powered by Ford Sigma engines of various types, these cars. Here they come. We've lost our camera at Schwantz Curve, so apologies there. We're losing the coverage for a moment. Towards Coppice they come. See a bit of mud being kicked up on the inside there following the earlier rain. Senior clear of Clark. It's getting slightly clear of Elwood this time through. Now well ahead of Bettinson and Winrow battling for 4th place. It's the chicane. Jamie Elwood squirreling about under braking there. Further back there's a battle developing. Adam Bettinson's up to 4th, then Jamie Winrow, James de Lusignan, James Gilmore. You don't have to be called James to race Caterhams, but it helps. Another move being made there further back as well. There's battles all the way down the order. This is the main one at the moment for 4th place. Adam Bettinson making up for his spin in the first race, which dropped him down the order at the old hairpin. Here comes James de Lusignan up the inside, about to take Jamie Winrow. Side by side, Winrow keeps his foot in round the outside lines. A yellow flag. Somebody's gone off at the Craner curves. I see marshals moving there. Now, who's that? Over to the outside, I think that is somewhere. Somebody has gone off. Can't tell who it is at the moment. Jamie Winrow 5th. He stayed ahead of James de Lusignan there. Then it's James Gilmore, the orange car. And in behind him, I think that's the 1-2-2 of Curtis. So we're not sure who we've lost at the old hairpin there. I think it might be, who's fallen down the timing screen? Number 84, Daniel Hamilton. I think we've lost there. Here come the leaders. They're fairly well spread out now down the exhibition straight. Senior, Clark and Elwood. The lead gap was nearly 4 seconds last time through for Harry Senior. That's an eternity in Caterham terms. Over the curb there on the inside. 7 minutes of this race to go. Over the line they go. Stephen Clark, Jamie Elwood. The main focus is this fight for 4th. We've got Bettinson ahead of Winrow, de Lusignan, Gilmore. Next across the line, it is Doug Christie, I think, next in the order, number 167. Yeah, he's got ahead of the black and yellow of Gary Curtis, and behind them is the 58, the orange and blue car. That's Rob Warner. Could have 7 cars together here for 4th place fairly shortly. Also catching back up is Simon Goodwin in 11th. Spun earlier on, of course, on the first lap. James Gilmore has a look there. Here's a line of cars further back. 52 car on the attack there. That is Michael Downing, the red car, chasing Jonathan Curry, who went off earlier on, was hit by Jim Earlham in that little melee at the chicane. 33 behind them is Gareth Cordy. They've all got to slow up there because there's a yellow flag with a stranded car at the Craner curves. This is the fight for 4th. Gareth Cordy, we mentioned there, of course, the man who lost a wheel in the race at Snetterton earlier this season. The wheel travelled most of the length of the back straight on its own. Bettinson heads the battle for 4th. Jamie Winrow trying to close up here. Tries to go to the outside. He's got the slipstream down to the chicane. Gilmore trying to do the same thing. De Lusignan moves across on him, but Winrow's going to break later for the chicane. He's got 4th position. He's through. And that is for second. He's still second in the 150s behind Elwood because Bettinson's in the Sigmax division. Adam Bettinson tries to fight back. 3rd in Sigmax behind Senior and Clark. To the inside there, Doug Christie in the black car attacking James Gilmore. You can see the slightly different roll cage design on Gilmore's car. Still the yellow flag is out at the Craners, just off to the right there. It's Dan Hamilton that's come to a stop. Now here's a battle, the very gaudily painted number 6 car moving through that. Stephen Arnold making up a couple of places. He's ahead of Jonathan Curry there. Then we've got Downing, 33 of Gareth Cordy. My timing screen's gone blank again, unfortunately, so I can't tell you the gaps between them. There's our leader, Harry Senior, out on his own. Just bear with me while I restart my timing screen. Harry Senior over the line. What's the gap going to be? Was just under 7 seconds last time through. Here's the fight for 4th. Look at James Gilmore up the outside. This is impressive. Don't overshoot the chicane, James. No, he's got it covered there. Jamie Winrow is clear in 4th though now, ahead of Gilmore 5th. Bettinson is down to 6th. The lead gap increased considerably on that lap. It's up to over 9 seconds now. So Senior pulled away by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Clark. Bettinson to the inside at Redgates, then De Lusignan, Christie. Next through in the black and yellow car is Curtis, and then Warner. This group further back we focused on earlier, number 6 of Stephen Arnold. This is for 20th place. Colin Loughlin in the blue car there, side by side with Gareth Cordy, slipping and sliding their way down to the chicane. Jonathan Curry behind them, missing a wing after that earlier contact with Jim Earlham. Then we've got the 172 of Mark Smith. 52 is Michael Downing. Also in there, Kim Raymond, no mistaking that green machine. Long trail of cars down the straight. Here's the fight for 4th. Still the top 3 remaining the same, with just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Harry Senior from Stephen Clark, and Jamie Elwood on his own in 3rd. He leads the Sigma 150s ahead of Jamie Winrow and James Gilmore. Those two at the front of this group. 3rd in Sigmax is Adam Bettinson, just behind them in the 71. Doug Christie is next through, he's running well. Here they come down to Redgate. Jamie Winrow heads this group. The first 3 well clear, about 6 seconds up on this little lot. There's Stephen Clark on his own in 2nd. Nearly 12 seconds behind Harry Senior. This is a huge lead margin for Harry Senior. Elwood a few seconds further back there. He is in 3rd, but comfortably leading Jamie Winrow by over 6 seconds for the lead of the Sigma 150 class. So we're in the closing stage now. I think it'll be last lap this time for Harry Senior. He's way ahead of the rest. He's heading for another Sigmax win. He's surely heading for the title this year, and Jamie Elwood surely heading for the Sigma 150 title this year.
Respective class in every single race so far this season. He's about to thread his way over the start-finish line now.
There is Stephen Clark having to settle for 2nd. A great weekend he's had though. Took the win in race 1. There's the last lap board out from the marshals on the pit wall. Senior's already gone through. 12.79 seconds the gap now. 1 minute left on the clock. Elwood is 3rd. I don't think we're going to see any major change in the leading positions unless we have any spinners. There is our leader. That's Rob Appleton. He's a back marker. Our leader's disappeared from sight here. Well, there is our leader. Coming up to lap Peter Marsh. He was hitting him back markers. We lost him there for a moment. So far ahead of everybody, we're unfamiliar with such a lead in a Caterham race. A bit sideways on the mud there on the inside of Coppice. But in the sunset here at Donington, he's heading for victory. Look at this traffic he's got to negotiate ahead of him. He'll have to be careful here into the chicane for the final time. He's in there somewhere. There he is, the number 28. Comes down into the chicane for the final time. Just take it carefully, Harry. And he's coming in to win here at Donington Park in our final race of the day. There's the checkered flag. Harry Senior, hidden by back markers, takes the win in our Caterham Sigmax division. Stephen Clark is going into the chicane there. Will come through to take second overall and second of the Sigmax cars. And there's Jamie Elwood. He's coming in to win Sigma 150. Continuing his march towards the championship, as is Harry Senior. Clark came over in second. Elwood is third. The rest of them come home headed by Jamie Winrow, then De Lusignan, Gilmore, Christie, Bettinson, Curtis and Warner completing the top 10. Simon Goodwin recovered from his off on the first lap for 11th. Here's the battle for the line for 12th. Watch for Ben Winrow coming in there. 13th, he gets on the line there, just ahead of Glenn Burtonshaw. Confirm the full result in a moment. Apologies for one or two problems with the timing during that race. But Harry Senior takes the win by 13.25 seconds. Massive margin in Caterham terms. Still a few cars coming home to finish. There's number 119, that's Andrew Sager in the black and green machine. There is Harry Senior. Well done indeed to the number 28, the man from Ascot in Berkshire. He's from Ascot. I wonder if he wins a Gold Cup. Certainly pleased. Waves to the crowd and to the marshals. Some of the drivers sounding their horns, I can hear on the slow down lap. We'll head into Parc Fermé. We'll hopefully hear from them shortly. We'll confirm the provisional results as well. 12 laps completed in our final race of the day here at Donington Park. Exhausting weekend it has been, but a hugely enjoyable one.
Something is making his way down to chapter 2, our final batch of drivers of the weekend. Remember, we've got the British Superbikes, the Bennett's British Superbikes here on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd of October.
The rest of the pack make their way round into Parc Fermé. Sigmax's Senior, Clark and Bettinson, their top three. Adam Bettinson dropping to 8th on the final lap. Okay, and we'll confirm the provisional results of that one. Harry Senior, the winner by over 13 seconds from Stephen Clark. Jamie Elwood, third overall, wins the Sigma 150 division. Jamie Winrow was next home ahead of James De Lusignan, James Gilmore and Doug Christie. Adam Bettinson down to 8th, but the third, the final podium finisher in the Sigmax division. 9th went to Gary Curtis ahead of Rob Warner. Then Simon Goodwin 11th after a quick off early on. Jonathan Evans, then Ben Winrow, Glenn Burtonshaw and Barry White completing the top 15. 16th place went to Andrew Whitten. Behind him was Andrew Hughes, then Andrew Sager. Stephen Arnold was next and Gareth Cordy completed the top 20. 21st was Colin Loughlin ahead of Chris Buckley. Then Kim Raymond and number 23 of Martin Gleach. Michael Downing was next home in car 52. Then Jonathan Curry, who was involved in that first lap melee. Behind him, Mark Smith, Steve Evans from the back of the grid, Will Price and Andy Ebden, who had a spin at the chicane midway through, completing the top 30. The other finishers, Peter Marsh, Rob Appleton and Nigel Smith. We lost Daniel Hamilton and Jim Earlham. Well, we'll head down to Parc Fermé fairly shortly then for the final interviews of today. Before we sign off for this weekend here at Donington, here at Convoy in the park. There's a convoy of show trucks heading home now on the motorway somewhere. Most of them have left. A convoy of Caterhams heading into Parc Fermé.
Have a good time there. Well done, Harry. Congratulations on the victory in that one. And we'll have a quick chat as well with Jamie Elwood, who picks up the victory in 150s. Jamie, again, you lost out in race number 1 to a fellow competitor, but for you, just a bit like Harry, you're back to winning ways in race 2.
Yeah, it was probably from a spectator's point of view, that wasn't quite as exciting as the race 1 in the drive. But from a driver's point of view, that was just as intense to try and concentrate on not missing your braking point and sliding off.
Sometimes for you drivers, it's kind of a little bit of a fun element because it makes you work a little bit harder, you've got to have your concentration up. There's lots of things to kind of go through when you're driving in these conditions.
It's great, it's lovely that we've had one wet and one dry. Yes, you're right, 2 races, both types of excitement, the wet and the dry one.
Harry there just confirmed he's probably wrapped up the championship. What's the case for you? You still got to go to Pembrey or is it all done?
I think it's all done now.
There we go, we did know that, but congratulations on the race victory, congratulations on the championship, a great season for you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Jamie, we'll let him get off to the Parc Fermé area, so there we go, we didn't really realise that the championships are all...
We can see our leading runners in Parc Fermé there. Hopefully we'll hear from them in a few moments' time.
A few weeks' time. Fantastic weekend, Mark, thoroughly enjoyed it as always. It's been great to be here for Convoy in the Park with truck racing and lots more entertainment as well. Hopefully we'll get to do it all again very soon indeed, but from me down here in the pit lane, I'll say goodbye.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, an enormous thanks to Matt Suckling for all of his hard work over the course of the weekend. Always a pleasure to work with you, Matt. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Convoy in the Park 20.
Right, so I think we are now ready to hear from our podium finishers down in Parc Fermé.
Regardless of what area around the circuit you've been working for, we couldn't go racing without you. But for Matt Suckling down there in the pit lane, myself, Mark Werrell.
Races this weekend, but Caterham races aren't supposed to have that big a gap at the front. That must feel pretty special.
Yeah, winning by a pretty big margin is always special in Caterham racing, but I love it when it's wet. And it was really, really odd conditions, you know, McLean's and stuff like that, bone dry. You could perfect dry line while going into the chicane and into Redgate. You had to be really, really tentative on the brakes and things. So I'm sure it took most people a little while to adapt, but I managed to get straight in there and build a gap, especially after the safety car.
Yeah, and I mean, it must have kept you honest through the race as well, help you keep building that gap because concentration couldn't ever dip. There was no risk to be taken there.
Nah. If you move, especially round the back through McLean's, if you move off line by an inch, you're onto just a wet patch and you're sliding off into the gravel. So yeah, you got to be full concentration. Well, winning by however long it was may look easy. It's really not. If anything, it's more nerve-wracking because you're the only one who can mess it up.
Well, absolutely. Look, we've got to the end of the Donington weekend. Now you look back on it in hindsight.
Great. I think pretty sure I picked up the championship, wrapped it up around early, so mega pleased with that. You know, I mean, still a bit aggrieved about race 1. Really feel like I could have done a bit more, but fair play to Stephen. I got him in this race.
You certainly did. Look, Harry, we're going to let you go. Congratulations on a brilliant weekend, mate.
Thank you.
And do stay with us because Jamie Elwood is as well. Jamie, I'm going to grab you if I can and crash this one. Hey, this one was the one. You got him back and you got the win in the 150s. How do you feel?
Yeah, that's a great way to round off the championship for me. So I think that wraps it up. And really good race. A totally different type of driving, obviously, to the drive. Probably not as exciting to watch from a spectator's point of view, but just as intense in the car, not trying to miss a braking point or anything like that.
Well, we were just speaking to Harry from the Sigmaxes, and he was saying it was actually difficult because there was points when the track was completely bone dry, and then points where it was the total opposite of that. It must have been quite difficult to deal with.
Once you gone through the corner once, you knew that was dry, and there was a whole section that was bone dry, and then you had to get your mind back to early braking and not going into the corner with all 4 wheels locked up. So yeah, a bit of a challenge, but that's what we all do it for.
Absolutely. Look, we've seen a little bit of everything with the Caterhams today, and congratulations on the brilliant weekend.
Thank you very much.
Top man, Jamie. Thank you, mate.
No worries.
I noticed the camera had gone to battery power.
Well,
and I thought,
that wraps things up then here at Convoy in the Park 2021 here at Donington Park. First of all, we must say thank you to all our volunteer marshals and other officials once again. They've braved some very tough conditions over the course of this weekend. Also the recovery crews, the medics, race control team and everybody else for their hard work here this weekend. Thank you and well done to all our camera crews for braving the weather particularly today. So well done and thank you to all of them for bringing us the action. Thank you to the drivers and teams for their entertainment today. Thanks to all their mechanics as well for keeping the machinery running. Well done to all our winners. Certainly an interesting weekend in the truck racing in particular. Thanks to all the show truck exhibitors and everybody else on the infield, and everybody down in the live arena as well for making this event what it is. Thanks to Pointy and to our interviewer Steve Jameson as well for their efforts too. Some great entertainment from them too. Our next live stream is on Monday, August the 30th, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in action. That's from Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire. I'm looking forward to that one, but for now I've run out of voice. And I'm sure our cameramen want to dry off as well, so well done once again to all of them. Convoy in the Park 2021 gets a big 10-4 from me, and we'll see you next time from Cadwell. On behalf of all of us here at Donington, all of us at the British Automobile Racing Club, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. From all of us at Donington Park, thanks for watching once again. Goodbye.